Synnr's Saint, Zulir Warrior Mates, Book 1. Written by Kate Rudolph. Narrated by Tyler Darby. Chapter 1. The fall could kill her. Emily Saint's heart tripped over as she looked past the edge of the drop below. 12 feet? 20? She didn't know for sure, but one wrong step, one twist, and she'd be tumbling down to the hard ground, and no one would be there to save her. Her stomach was in knots, roiling up and down as she considered just how badly this could go. Her body had once been a powerful tool, ready to follow every demand she pushed at it. But that had been years ago. She took a breath and let her eyes fall closed. She didn't need to see the gathered aliens below, and that had been quite the revelation a few months ago. Aliens existed, and they were complete jerks. Now 100 were gathered below her, watching, waiting for her to fail. They looked almost human, and with her eyes closed she could pretend that they were. She didn't have to see the electric wings that blinked in and out of existence, but she couldn't ignore the crackle of electricity in the air. She wanted to fly. A light came on, haloing her on her perch, and there was no more time for hesitation. Emily dove, reaching for the bar and latching on, flipping around as it swung over the audience in the hard floor below. She let go and flipped to the next ledge, letting her body remember what it was supposed to do. Her muscles ached with the effort and sweat pooled in her tight clothing, but she barely felt it when she was flying like this. She didn't have wings, but this had to be almost as good. She flipped in place, her back facing the ledge and her feet landing within an inch of certain doom. That always made the aliens gasp, and Emily felt satisfaction at it. She might have been just a human, someone they didn't even see as a person, but she could stun them with tricks she'd been doing since she was a child. A single backflip? No problem. And when she flipped again, she sailed off the platform, reaching out at the last moment to catch with her fingers. It hurt, the skin catching and her bones jarring, but she kept moving, flipping and spinning her way through the air until she made it to the ground. She hadn't been a trapeze artist back home, and she'd hated the uneven bars. But now she used those skills every day. The floor, though, she was made for that. She finally made it down and felt the small spring. It wasn't as big as a competition floor, maybe half the size, and she couldn't gain the speed she needed to execute the best moves. But in the last 6 months, she'd adapted. Her first pass involved a twisting flip and a layout that looked much fancier than it was. Her coaches would have yelled at her for being lazy, for not executing it perfectly. But the aliens she was in front of wanted flash, not perfection, and that was all Emily could offer. Another pass led to a round of applause. That almost made Emily smile. She'd forgotten the rush of performance after giving up gymnastics, but every night when she went out she was reminded, and she could almost forget why she quit. She didn't land the next flip, flailing to the ground to even greater cheers from the aliens. Her failures were even better than her successes, as far as they were concerned. Emily stuffed the bitterness away. That would only get her hurt, or worse. As long as she was their pet performer, they treated her okay. It could be worse. So she played it up, limping a bit and grimacing, letting them think she was close to done. They had to be salivating at the thought of her being taken away by the medic that hovered at the edge, ready to take broken performers backstage. But her ankle barely twinged, not even a sprain. She'd performed on much worse. But aliens didn't want her to recover. Not yet. She limped into the next move, doing forward rolls and a cartwheel. Anyone could do that, and the aliens knew it. The grumbles were starting. Soon they'd lead to chants and calls for her to be yanked off stage. Emily let their frustration flow through her. Let it wash away the pain as she leaped high and flipped. That shut them up. And when she did it again, she stole a cheer from someone in the back. She wasn't down. Not by a long shot. She didn't fall again, but as her performance wound down, her ankle started twinging some more, and when she finished the final pass, she was favoring it a little, but not enough to let them see. Her true pain was her own. She wasn't going to put it on display for her captors. It was all she had left. In the end, they cheered. They always cheered. And a part of her hated the way it made her feel inside, the way it lit her up and made her bask in their applause. Her body tightened and she couldn't stop the smile. She looked out and it was the same crowd as always. Aliens who watched captive humans like they were trained animals. No one special. Who was he? She'd never noticed anyone before. Not after the first night where she tried to remember everyone. But tonight she saw a man sitting at a table and watching her with such intensity that she felt stripped bare. And she didn't hate it. He clapped and their gazes locked. She couldn't make out too much about him. His skin had the same iridescent sheen as everyone else's, and he probably had colorful wings that could flash out of his back whenever he felt like it. He was the same kind of alien as everyone else in the room, but he wasn't looking at her the same way the rest of them did. She knew interest when she saw it. It should have frightened her. Her captors had been terrible, and they'd performed hundreds of tests on her and forced her to perform for them, but they'd never sexually assaulted her, never given a hint of lust. She wasn't afraid of him, though. But she'd always been a fool. Emily walked off stage with a flare and disappeared behind a door where another alien attendant waited, scowling at her and waving her towards one of the performers' restrooms. She had another show to perform tonight, and if she didn't treat her ankle soon, she'd break herself, and she didn't want to think about what might happen if she wasn't able to tumble. A blonde form walked by her, knocking into her shoulder, and Emily glared as Grace made her way down the hall. She liked to pretend they weren't all prisoners of these aliens, liked to sidle up to them and preen. Emily wouldn't play that game. She opened the door and sank down onto one of the chairs beside Lena, another human. The older woman, she was somewhere in her 30s compared to Emily's 24. Gave her a grin, but they said nothing. Their captors didn't like it when they talked. Good pets didn't. But Emily wasn't a pet. Even after 6 months of captivity, she was going to find a way out. Somehow. Malson Ozar needed to remember he was in enemy territory. He couldn't get caught staring at the captivating human soaring through the air as if she had wings of her own. And he certainly had to hide his body's reaction to her. The Apsin saw anyone who wasn't Zulir as an animal, incapable of thought or feeling, and certainly not worthy of attraction. They made their captives perform for audience and probably kept them as slaves, though the practice was meant to be illegal. Of course, non-Zulirs weren't protected by Apsin law. But Oz was a Synnr, and he wasn't here to watch the show. He finally managed to tear his gaze away from the human, right before she walked off stage. and he had to hope those sitting at tables around him didn't notice. He was in this club for a reason, and it had nothing to do with the spellbinding performances. His absent companion finally rejoined him, sliding a drink to Oz with a smile. To an outsider, there was nothing to differentiate Absyn from Synnr. Their differences were political and philosophical, not physical. The Zul'Ir were a people divided, and war was coming. But he had to finish this mission well before then. He wasn't going to fail this time. "So what did you think?" Zydion asked with a leer. He'd quickly taken to Oz, shepherding him around the city and showing him all the best places. "I hadn't expected so many humans," he said, glancing back at the stage. But the performer was gone, replaced by another who seemed to weave fire with her fingertips. It was all sleight of hand. Not even a matched Zul'Ir could manage that. But it seemed to entertain the crowd. Zydion laughed. "They were rescued from their planet, all these beasts who waste their resources and destroy their homes. They should be happy to be in a civilized place." Oz didn't have to bite back a retort. He'd been trained well enough so the hateful language didn't sting. A distant part of him wondered how Absyns couldn't look beyond differences to see the beauty of other species. But if he asked questions like that, his cover would be blown, and an important asset would end up dead. "We don't have performances like this back home," he said honestly. Zydion slung an arm around his shoulder. "You're not in the countryside anymore, friend, and there are no sinners here to spout their useless moralizing. Perverts." He scowled. "I've heard they try to match with lessers, as if they could appreciate the bond." If their intel was correct, Absyns wanted human matches just as much, even if they weren't willing to share in an equal partnership. He knew he should say something, should validate Zydion's hatred before the man started to feel judged. But Oz couldn't manage it. He'd met plenty of humans back home in Osaze, and there was none of the so-called perversion that Zydion seemed to be imagining. And a match. Well, that was the kind of thing made of dreams. They weren't exactly rare, but they weren't common enough that anyone could expect to meet their match, either. Oz knew a handful of matched people, and most of them had been introduced through the Synnr matching system. He assumed Absyns had something similar. Oz didn't know what it would be like to be connected to someone like that on a molecular level, and he was afraid to find out. A matched man's mind wasn't his own. He shared it with his partner, the bond weaving them tighter than anything else in the universe until they could perform as one, letting the spark of their lives flow through them and amplify much stronger than anything a single person could hope to produce. The matched could be terrifyingly powerful, their electricity crackling all around, enough to kill a platoon. Oz could go far if he had a match. But what if it meant giving up a part of himself? Zydion had been talking. He'd gone on for more than a minute before Oz realized he wasn't paying attention. Some of it seemed to be the same brazz about Zul'Ir's superiority, while the rest was planning where he'd take Oz to get him well and truly drunk. "And we'll end the night at mine. You need to meet my partner. She's been looking for some fun, and I promised I'd bring you around." His hold on Oz tightened. Another time, another man or woman, another prospect, and Oz might have been interested, but he wasn't about to crawl into bed with Absyns. His cover didn't need it, and he doubted he could maintain the charade. Or an erection. Later, Oz promised with no intention of following through. He pushed up from his seat. "Where I'm from, we praise the performers, even if they can't understand it." Zydion seemed ready to argue, but he just gave Oz a withering look. "This is the city, boy. Things aren't the same." But the country bumpkin that Oz was pretending to be either didn't know or didn't care, and he took off towards the stage with a shrug. No one was guarding the door, which he found a little odd considering it wasn't locked. Did they think the humans were too stupid to manage to get out? Or did they have other means of keeping them in place? He didn't want to think of what absence might be doing to them, but he'd have to if he wanted to get the asset out from wherever they were keeping her. He'd walked a long way down one hallway before anyone tried to stop him. An absent woman with frizzy hair and a frazzled expression stepped in front of him. "This area is for employees and performers only," she said. "Please return to the lounge." Oz put on his best smile and let his accent sink into the broader tones of the countryside. It either charmed or annoyed people, and all of them underestimated him. "I wanted to give my compliments to the flyer that came out." He wasn't sure of the right word. Synnr performers could use their wings to stay airborne for much longer and do more complex tricks. A human didn't have wings, so was she really flying? But it had been impressive in its own way. She had to be fearless to perform when she couldn't catch herself if she fell or missed her target. "The performers do not meet with the audience," the woman scowled. "We don't want to agitate them. They can be fragile." There had been no fragility on that stage. "We've never had humans in my village," he said in a conspiratorial whisper. "I just wanted to see one up close. I didn't know they could do that." And the woman's expression softened just enough. Charmed. Good. "They're down the hall. You can look through the viewer, but don't go in the room. And if you get caught, you didn't see me. Got it?" Oz gave her his brightest smile and she continued down the hall, shaking her head. He kept moving in the opposite direction, but he didn't go where the woman had pointed. A part of him did want to go and see if he could find the performer, and perhaps learn her name. But nothing could come of it. He had a responsibility, and it didn't involve rescuing a random human who knew nothing about the upcoming war. Maybe he could bargain with his captain to get her out, but Oz knew his captain. He was almost as bad as the Absins when it came to non-Zulliers. Oz had to let her go. It hurt more than he expected. But where was the asset? He was acting without a map or a plan, and it could all end in disaster. But she had to be here somewhere, and they needed to establish contact. She knew they were coming, and she had to want out. He'd stick his head into some rooms, but he couldn't count on getting lucky again. His charm only went so far. The first door he opened was a closet, stacked high with fabric and rope. The next room revealed a handful of humans sleeping in a big bed, piled up for warmth. They didn't have blankets and they looked cold. Absent bastards. He put his hand on the sensor to open a third door, but it slid open without his command. And there stood his performer, her bright gray eyes wide. Holy hell, he was bigger than she imagined. Hell. Damn. Shit. Her coaches hadn't liked her cursing when she was a kid, even if they'd swear a blue streak, and sometimes the words still felt unnatural. But right now, they were warranted. A scream got caught in Emily's throat. What was the point? It wasn't like someone would come to help. If he was back here, it was because someone had let him in. Had he paid for access? Was her bleak existence about to get even worse? All the stories about alien abductions back home had involved probing, and though none of the aliens seemed inclined to do that to her now, was that about to change? Or were humans too horny for their own good, obsessed with all the gross things that could be done to them when they were powerless? She didn't want that, but she might have wanted him. At another time, in another universe. He was tall, over 6 feet, definitely, maybe even edging in on 7, and that gave him more than 1.5 feet on her. God, she felt short, even more than usual. Then again, she barely scratched 5'1", and he was just as broad. His shoulders took up most of the doorway, and though his clothes were loose-fitting, she didn't miss the muscles. She'd been around plenty of muscular guys before. Gymnasts might have been short, but they weren't exactly dainty. But this guy put them to shame. She wanted to touch. No, not gonna happen. He was a freaking alien, and she'd been abducted by aliens. Even if he'd had nothing to do with that, she couldn't trust him. She'd been hauled from one place to another, poked and prodded and forced to perform for months. She couldn't trust any aliens. So far, they'd all been happy to hurt her, and she had no reason to think that would change. "You're amazing." It seemed to burst out of him in a puff of air, and there was a sheen to his eye. Was he telling the truth? Had he just come back to compliment her? Emily didn't want to preen, but it was nice to be appreciated. She'd gotten used to understanding the aliens. It was weird, but they'd done something to her, to all the humans, so that they could understand whatever alien language they were speaking. And since she'd discovered a series of strange bumps on the back of her ear, she was pretty sure they'd implanted something there. It was a little terrifying to consider, but she hadn't noticed any side effects. Or maybe she was fooling herself and something about the implant made her ignore side effects. She'd drive herself crazy if she thought about it too much, so she'd spent plenty of the last months purposefully not paying attention. She could worry about the damage once she was free, and she was determined to get free again. Somehow. The sexy... what? No. Not sexy alien was still staring at her like he expected her to respond. Her captors didn't like it when they spoke. Didn't think humans should communicate any more than absolutely necessary. Usually when asking questions about the strange tests they performed. Maybe this one was different. "Who are you?" She shouldn't have asked. Curiosity killed the human. But he was looking at her like she was a person, and it had been so long that she was at a loss. The corner of his lips tugged up on a grin that bloomed into a smile. And there were the fangs. These aliens had fangs, and yet they thought humans were the wild animals. "I'm Oz," he said. "I've never seen a human do anything like that." His eyes were bright with wonder. She almost believed him. It had surprised her how similar the emotional cues that came from these aliens were to humans, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Maybe this whole thing was some horrible nightmare. Maybe she was lying in a coma back home, wasting away on life support until someone decided to pull the plug. Did she want that? She didn't know. Oz was still standing there, almost close enough to touch, and she caught his scent, something smoky and masculine that made her want to step closer. To him. The alien. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. "What's your name?" he asked. They didn't ask for names. They didn't care about them. The aliens assigned different names to each of the humans and hurt them if they caught them using their real names. That hadn't stopped any of them. They wouldn't give up themselves. Did he expect her to give that designation? Ariel 1? It could have been worse. Emily thought it sort of sounded like a fighter pilot name. But it wasn't her. And even if this man, this Oz, hurt her, he wasn't going to get her to say it. She shouldn't say anything, but words fell out of her mouth and she couldn't pull them back. Emily Saint. Maybe even Emily Saint Esquire, but she wouldn't know that for sure until she got back home and learned the results of the bar exam. She had to bite back a laugh. She was standing in the presence of an alien, in a place where she was forced to perform for them every night, and she was worried about a little test? Okay, the bar had sucked, and no one would call it little, but still, priorities. Oz reached out, but held his hand back before he touched her. Emily. The syllables slid off his tongue with a slight lilt and sent a shot of awareness straight through her. She could not afford to become attracted to one of these monsters, no matter how hot he was. She wasn't going to be like Grace, trading favors for special treatment. Things weren't that dire. Not yet. "You don't belong here," he said, and she could hear the sadness in his voice. "I'm sorry." "But why?" Footsteps echoed down the hall, and Emily looked. It was getting close to her next performance time. Her ankle was good as it was going to get, and good enough to handle the aerial work she'd have to do. She'd had worse, and she doubted her captors would take kindly to complaints. Most of her coaches hadn't. When she looked back, Oz was gone. "Aerial 1, you should be in position. Hurry now before I have to reassign you." The frizzy-haired woman who handled the scheduling grabbed Emily's hand and yanked, as if she didn't trust her to move under her own power. Emily followed. She looked behind her, but there was no sign of Oz. Who was he? She'd have to forget all about him. Her survival depended on it. Oz's heart beat wildly as he ducked around a corner and out of sight. It had been a stupid move to come back here. He hadn't caught a glimpse of the operative and had no idea if she was even at the performance facility today. He'd gone in without an exit strategy, and it was only some damn fool's luck that meant he hadn't been caught. But Emily. He rolled her name around his mind and conjured an image of her. That dark hair, that pale skin. Those bright gray eyes that defied him even as she stood silently before him. The strength inside of her crackled with electricity, and he wanted to wrap it up in his arms and shield it from all harm. Madness. He'd watched her perform once, and that interaction had barely qualified as a conversation. It was the job. It messed with his head. He'd been forced to pretend to be a hateful, ignorant absent. Of course he wanted to rescue the first human who crossed his path. It was only natural. He wanted to prove to himself that he wasn't as bad as they were. That didn't explain the attraction. But Oz told his to give it a rest and sneaked out from backstage. Slipping out of the club through the side door, he didn't want to run into Zydian and have to fend off another offer of drunken revelry. His vehicle was exactly where he'd left it, and he scanned it with a tool on his communicator to make sure no tracking devices or other surprises had been added. To anyone looking, it would have appeared that he was reading a message. Nothing suspicious. No need to give him a second look. The vehicle was clean, and he engaged the hover to fly back to his rented quarters. They weren't in the best part of the city. If anyone followed him home, they wouldn't be surprised. The man he was pretending to be couldn't afford much. He'd even needed a roommate. Well, that's what people were supposed to think. Never mind that he and Solon were both Synnr spies. His associate was sitting at the counter and examining several scans on display from the holo projector. Oz was too far away to read, but he doubted he'd understand much if he did. Solon had been assigned to get into the testing facility and find out what was going on and track down various documents. Oz had the easier job. Hang out at the club and look like he was having fun. "Any news?" he asked. He set his things down and rolled his neck, letting his oppressive absent identity slide off as if it was a physical thing. He wanted to take several showers to wash the stink of the club off of him, but that could wait. "They're further along than we thought," Solon grumbled. He waved at the projections in front of him and expanded one until Oz could see the picture of a human, face screwed up in agony as electricity danced along her skin. He was relieved to see it wasn't Emily, and then ashamed of himself for thinking that. Whoever that was, they were still a person. They still deserved not to be treated like that. "I thought that they were attempting to induce matches without the humans." Oz slid onto the bench next to Solon and looked at the image. "Did you take this? That's getting close." "It was in a file," Solon said. "I've only seen a few of the subjects in passing, and none were the operative. But there are whispers about a change coming. We're going to have to move soon before we lose our window of opportunity." "She wasn't at the club," Oz replied. "At least, I didn't see her. The humans they have on display seem healthy enough. No way to know if they're being tested as well." Solon flicked his fingers again until a list of names came up. Oz didn't see Emily's, but it took a moment to realize why. None of the names were human. "The asset isn't on here," he noted. "I think she is, but we know who we're looking for. An assigned name won't make any difference." That was true enough. "Crew wants a call before midnight," Solon said quietly. He didn't look at Oz, caught up in his documents, or in not seeing Oz's response. "He's going to blow our cover." Crewbox Scofoil had been given command based on a family name and a mediocre academy record. He didn't trust those under his command, and had to touch every piece of the operation for fear they were doing something wrong. And he was an asshole. Oz had suffered plenty of scrapes and bruises from him back in school. The fact that the man gave him orders now rankled. "He's just as determined to do this right," Solon reasoned. Oz knew he didn't like the man either, but they didn't have the same history. "Lucky. Then let's go over the basics before we initiate the call. I don't want to be on a secure line all night." The chances of getting caught were minimal. The planet of Kilrym had a big population, and while the government wasn't the kindest out there, they didn't monitor every call and conversation. They couldn't, and secure lines were secure for a reason. But too many secured calls, and they were sure to fall under suspicion. Solon spun around on his stool, finally facing Oz. "Here it is. The Absins don't like that we can match with non-Zuliers, and they especially don't like how strong matches are. They acquired humans from various sources and are working to somehow give themselves matched powers without the input of humans, and they've made progress. One report shows a Zulier subject with a 15% increase in voltage in a test environment after exposure to what they've labeled Method 7. No other test subjects have shown such jumps. Those with improvements are stuck around 3%. The project is sucking up credits like a Queen's Jubilee, and they've been forced to sell a number of their subjects, as well as putting them up as performers." Oz took over. "The performers have different talents. Some play with fire, another flies without wings. They are simple spectacles, but the price of admission is 100 credits a night, and the club is always full. The humans don't seem damaged, but we're fairly confident they're being tested. Our operative has access to both the performance facility and the testing facility, but we've been unable to make contact." Oz took a breath. "Think that will satisfy him? The last thing we need is for Crew to come down here." Solon shuddered. "I doubt we're in much danger of that. He's going to want to know more about the matching procedure. You know how he feels." Crew didn't like mixed matches. He didn't say it. No Synnr would. Not when they weren't sure of the company. But there were plenty who could at least sympathize with the absent point of view, even if they opposed them for other reasons. Crew was an aristo, related to the Queen and assured of a title of his own once the appropriate people passed on. It didn't matter that Synnrs were supposed to accept non-Zulier into their ranks, to let them become citizens and full members of society. Some still saw them as lesser. He'd like to see Crew or one of his friends do half the tricks he'd seen Emily do. "He's waiting for a match of his own," Oz pointed out, "and you know he'll only accept the best. I doubt he'd settle for a 15% increase when he could find a lord or lady with the right family that's worth more." Solon gave him a look, but Oz didn't know how to respond to it. A match was supposed to be something special, transcendent, rare. He couldn't imagine passing over a match just because they weren't what he expected. And it wasn't like all matches led to romantic relationships. Most of them, sure. It was almost impossible to bond so closely without emotions getting involved. But if Crew wanted a noble spouse, He could still have one, no matter who he matched with. Why he would care about the absent research then concerned Oz. And that was all just speculation. Crew hadn't crossed the line. Not yet. "What do you think will happen to the humans once we've got our asset out?" he asked, a vision of Emily flying through his head. What would she look like with wings? Solon winced, and Oz knew it wouldn't be good. "Let's get this call over with," said Solon. Yeah, no way that was going to be good. Was there another way to save her? Oz would have to think. He'd be leaving soon, and he couldn't let her remain in absent clutches. Chapter 3. She wasn't supposed to be tested today. Emily knew that. They'd never tested her on the same day as one of her performances, and she was supposed to be transported to the performance facility in a matter of hours. But there were wires connected to her head, straps on her wrists and ankles, monitors spitting information she couldn't decipher, and something that looked suspiciously like a cattle prod. She hated that thing. And weirdly enough, there was another alien in the room, other than the one doing the tests. He was hooked up to machines of his own and was practically bouncing in his seat, excited for whatever was about to happen. This was new. And bad. All new things were bad. That was what she'd come to learn. Every change led to more pain. The only slightly not terrible thing that had happened were her performances. Her captors had let her design her routine after giving her a few simple commands. She had to do aerial stunts, and she had to make it interesting. But what those stunts were was up to her. Everything else stunk. The doctor, or at least Emily thought he was a doctor, he sure did do a lot of medical tests, was speaking to the other alien, both of them talking too low for her to make out over the buzzing and beeping of the machines. She didn't like the way they kept glancing her way. Whatever was about to happen wouldn't be pleasant. And what did the alien have to do with it? She wanted to ask. She was desperate to know. But they wouldn't answer, and she'd probably be punished for speaking up. She hated this. She wanted to go home. Her mind flashed back to Oz. It had been 2 days since she'd last seen him. He hadn't been back at the club, and when she'd discreetly asked a couple of other prisoners about him, they hadn't known who he was. Maybe she'd imagined him. The whole encounter had a dreamlike quality to it. After all, why should she believe that there were nice aliens, when every other one she met seemed intent on forcing her to perform or causing her pain? Maybe she was close to her breaking point. The aliens stopped talking and Emily's heartbeat stuttered. Whatever they had planned, they were starting soon. The non-doctor alien held onto the arms of his chair and grimaced like he was at the dentist, preparing for pain. Oh, hell. But Emily tried to stay relaxed. She'd learned that tensing early only made it worse. Not that there was a way to make things better, but she had to try. The doctor went to his desk and punched in something on his high-tech computer/table. Or maybe it wasn't high-tech to him, but they didn't have anything like that back on Earth outside of movies and TV. There was another thing Emily missed. She'd been taken right before the final season of her favorite TV show. She had dragon-related questions that needed to be answered, fictional dragons. Did real ones exist? She was being experimented on by aliens. Anything else seemed possible. Her wandering thoughts distracted her, so the first punch of electricity came as a surprise. It hurt, but Emily wasn't going to show it. Years and years of performing through the pain, smiling as her body screamed, had taught her how to hide it. And she wasn't going to give these aliens the satisfaction. But the doctor seemed relatively disinterested in her. The hum of electricity heading her way was steady, Unpleasant but not unbearable, and she was going to be dealing with static shock for days. Instead, all his attention was focused on the alien. His wings. They didn't display them often, and at times Emily could forget they had them at all, but now they crackled with electric fire, bigger than she'd ever seen on another alien. Was that because of what they were doing? There were greens and yellows and blues in the electric strands that made up some sort of feathers. Though they weren't real feathers, there was no down here. But that was the best word Emily had for it. And they rippled like they were alive, resting over the alien's skin and wrapping around him like a blanket. Maybe they weren't even wings. Maybe that was the wrong word. But God, they were beautiful. Something was happening to Emily. The crackle of electricity running over her seeming to seep into her skin. It hurt. Tears pricked at her eyes and one escaped, but Emily kept silent. The doctor and his patient weren't looking at her, and she didn't want to draw their attention. She felt a pull deep inside her, like her insides were being yanked out, and it was only grim determination that kept her quiet. Lightning shot from the alien. Emily couldn't quite pinpoint where it had come from. Just like a lightning strike, it happened so fast that she couldn't fully wrap her mind around it before it was gone. And then it happened again. A yank and a strike. The alien made some kind of noise, half pained, half ecstatic. She could feel the pull again. But this time, Emily yanked back. There was no strike, but it set her blood on fire, sizzling until she felt like she was going to pass out. Whatever they were doing to her, it couldn't be good. It couldn't last. They were going to kill her. She'd feared she would die in space from the moment she woke up, but this was the first time she really believed it. There was one more yank and she fought it as best she could. The power didn't rebound as strongly, and a fizzling pop came from the alien. She could feel something trickling around her lips, and when her tongue darted out to lick it away, she tasted blood. Oh yeah, that was really bad. The alien doctor approached his science-y table and turned something off. The pain and electricity flowing through Emily's veins subsided. She had no energy and had no idea how she was going to perform, but if she told the doctors that, they'd just keep her here at this facility and use her up until there was nothing left. Well, there were some changes she could make to her routine. Some tricks that were easier to perform. Maybe she could make it work. As long as she didn't plunge off one of the aerial platforms, she'd survive. A few minutes later, 2 more aliens came to the room. They unstrapped Emily from the chair and stood her up. Her feet were wobbly, but she tried not to show it. She couldn't be weak. The aliens dumped her in a holding room. Lena was already there, and there was a lump laying on one of the cots, covered in blankets and shivering. As far as prisons went, it wasn't too bad. The cots were almost comfortable, and there was plenty of water and snacks. A semi-private bathroom. The door didn't close, but the toilet was set off so no one had to watch anyone do their business. And they weren't observed. At first, Emily and the others hadn't been sure, but after a few of the braver prisoners had started talking one day, they'd realized no one was coming to stop them. The door was locked and there was no other way out. So it wasn't like they needed attendants there to keep them from escaping. Emily's shoulders relaxed. This was as close to freedom as things got these days. This and her performances. Is she okay? Emily sank down onto the cot beside Lena and little Lucy. She couldn't stop her body from laying down, and she didn't try. Whatever they'd done to her had hurt, and she wanted to rest. Lucy was the youngest of the prisoners. As far as Emily knew, she was barely 18 and looked even younger. Lena had become a mother hen from the second they'd met, but everyone did their best to care for Lucy. Lena patted the girl's shoulder and sat back. The shivering seemed to slow and Lucy's breathing evened out. It is what it is. so she wasn't doing great. Before she could start talking, the door opened again and Grace was shoved in. Emily kept her face aggressively neutral as the blonde walked over to one of the cots on the far side of the room and sank down. She was wearing a thick sweater, much nicer than the scratchy, thin material that Emily's clothes were made of. One of their captors must have given it to her. What had she done to earn it? Lena met Emily's eyes and shook her head, clicking her mouth shut pointedly. She wanted to talk, but she wasn't going to do it where the blonde could hear. "You don't look well," Grace said. There was something off about her accent, but Emily couldn't place it. Not all of the prisoners spoke English, but the translators they'd been given took care of that, just like they did whatever languages the aliens were speaking. Emily was pretty sure Grace spoke English, that her words weren't being translated. She would have thought it would be obvious, lips moving all wrong like watching a dubbed movie, but the translators were so smooth it was almost impossible to tell. "Do you require refreshment?" Grace asked. That was it. Grace spoke like she was out of some historical novel. Sometimes she phrased things strangely and pronounced some words like she'd only ever seen them in books. But maybe English wasn't her first language. Emily didn't like the woman, but she wasn't going to hold speaking strangely against her. "I'm fine," Emily grumbled. Any words said to Grace might be repeated. There would be no complaining until she was gone. She and Lena shared glances for a few more minutes, but it didn't look like Grace was going anywhere. Emily finally gave up and fell into a light doze, trying to push away her discomfort. She must have actually fallen asleep, since it was Lena's rough hand on her shoulder that woke her up. "She's gone," said Lena. So was Lucy. "Any trouble?" Most of the prisoners didn't fight. It hadn't worked 6 months ago. It wouldn't work now. Lena shrugged. Lucy wasn't feeling well, but she's tougher than she looks. Grace certainly looked comfortable. The sweater had looked really freaking soft. But at what cost? Her companion just nodded. "Whatever they did to you was bad, wasn't it?" Lena's burnt gold skin had a bit of underlying pallor, but she didn't look like she'd been through the ringer. She must have just had the normal tests. Or they'd brought her here because they knew she'd keep Lucy calm. "It sucked," Emily confirmed. "I don't know how much of it I can take." Lena glanced at the door, then back at her, her expression serious. "Things are being put into play. It will be soon." Escape. Lena had approached her about the prospect weeks ago. It was all that was keeping Emily going sometimes. She wanted to ask details, but Lena had made it clear she couldn't share. The less people knew, the less chance of getting caught. "You're still in?" Emily nodded. "I'm ready to go home." The club was crowded again, and Oz recognized a few faces. Did they recognize him? Showing up too often was sure to blow his cover, but he wanted to see the human. Emily. She'd lodged herself deeply in his thoughts, appearing in his dreams and his plans. Obsession had swept through him until she was all he could think about. He didn't know what kind of madness it was, but it had made him form a plan. Something beyond stupid that would get him fired if he got caught. But what else could he do? He couldn't rescue everyone, and he didn't think he could convince crew that the humans deserved to be saved. That wasn't the mission. These humans would be stranded, and when war came, they'd be caught in the crossfire. But maybe saving just one would do something to assuage his conscience. Or maybe he was just fooling himself. It didn't matter. Oz had a plan. Unlike Crew and Solon, Oz didn't come from a noble family. He hadn't been born to massive wealth, though his family was by no means poor, and he'd amassed a few thousand credits. He'd had plans for them, a small estate, a family of his own, a life outside of war. But that was a long way off, and if he could use them to save a person, he would. Their intel said the Absins had been forced to sell off some of their human stock to continue to fund their project. Now it was time to use that to his advantage. There was nothing in the profile of the person Oz was pretending to be that said he wouldn't buy a person. So he was using that as permission. Slavery disgusted him. If he had the ear of the Queen, he'd lobby her until she did everything in her power to eradicate the practice from every corner of Zulir territory. It didn't matter that it was illegal. It still happened. But today he could use that. Emily took the stage, flying through the air with a different set of moves than he'd seen the other night. She didn't flip like she had. Instead, launching herself straight at the trapeze and swinging, kicking her legs out and posing in contorted positions. He wanted to watch, wanted to see what new wonders she'd perform. But if he was going to get to work, he had to do it quickly. He made his way backstage, just as he had the other night. This time he wasn't interested in hiding. He needed to find one of the Absins in charge. They could give Emily to him, if he was persuasive enough. Another man might have sneaked in and stole her away. He'd thought of doing it for half a second, but that was much more likely to get him caught. No, he had to be his brash country character, claim an interest and attempt to purchase. Liberating her by any other means would compromise the mission even more than this little stunt, and Oz refused to do that. The frizzy-haired Absin from the first night was nowhere to be seen, but Oz found another woman, this one with short, purple hair, expensive jewelry, and a shrewd expression. She looked like someone in charge, and she looked at him like he was a bug that needed to be crushed. They were close to the stage. He hadn't realized it, but if he leaned forward he'd catch a glimpse of the tricks his Emily was performing. But he couldn't look too eager. He only had so many credits to spend. "You're not supposed to be back here," said the woman. She tapped at something on her handheld holo projector, but it was set to privacy mode so Oz couldn't make out the details. "This is exactly where I'm supposed to be." Oz shot back, doing his best to sound like an entitled, brash idiot. It worked. The woman spared him a second look. "I didn't catch your name," he said, grinning at her. "I didn't give it." She looked away again. Punting hells. She wasn't going to be interested. He could already feel his plan falling apart at the seams, but he pushed ahead. He had to try. "No matter. I have a proposition for you. Something mutually beneficial." "You have nothing I haven't seen before, boy, and I'm not interested, especially not for business." She didn't look at him when she spoke, and Oz could feel failure clawing at his heels. But he had to try. He stepped in front of her, his back to the stage, and waved a hand through her hologram. It was the height of rudeness, but he couldn't bring himself to care. "I only need a few minutes of your time." The Absin looked up and rolled her eyes at him before shrugging. "You have 3 minutes. I'd like to buy your flying performer." There. He'd said it and he hadn't even vomited. His stomach roiled for other reasons. The Absin glanced over his shoulder. "Why?" "Is that important?" Oz hadn't gotten that far into his cover story. Maybe he should have. Punt, this was a bad idea. "I wouldn't want my stock mistreated by some over-eager boy. Indulge me." She stared at him in challenge. "She's a talented performer, and we have no one like her in my village. I think I could really start to revitalize the place if we had a reason for people to visit." There. That sounded good. The outlying villages were struggling, shrinking year by year as they lost population to the cities. He could imagine one trying to make some sort of draw for tourists. Oz heard clapping and knew Emily had to almost be done. There wasn't much time left. The woman said. That's an interesting prospect. And what would you offer? He named his price. It was almost all the credits in his account, and still not quite what a healthy human would go for on the open market. Could charm make up the difference? Are you sure about that number? The woman asked. Then she looked behind him, eyes narrowed. Ariel 1, come here. Oz didn't need to turn around to know she was speaking to Emily. Who else could be coming directly from the stage? He'd hoped to avoid this. He didn't want her to judge him as some sort of slaver. She didn't need to know how he'd gotten her out when he planned to free her immediately. Emily stood silently beside him and looked at the woman, her expression blank. Her skin wasn't as bright as it had been the other night. There was a sickly tone there, like she needed rest and meds and a good doctor to take a look at her. Was she sick? What were these monsters doing to her? He wanted to wrap her up in his wings and shield her from harm, to get her away from this place, so she could heal and find a better home. But he tried to keep his expression as neutral as Emily did. He couldn't have anyone guessing his true thoughts. This man seems to think you're only worth a few thousand credits. If your performance doesn't improve, I'll be forced to sell you. Do better. She waved and another absent appeared from the shadows to shepherd Emily away. That answered that. And Oz felt even sicker. What would Emily think of him? He couldn't worry about that. So it's a no. He grinned as if his heart wasn't beating madly and his soul didn't cry out. It's an insult, is what it is. Get out of my club before I have you thrown out. She turned and walked away. This was bad. He'd brought attention to himself, hurt Emily, and compromised his mission all for nothing. He had to make sure no one found out. There was no telling how bad things would get if they did. Oz made his way back toward the club, but he'd only turned a corner before there was a tight grip on his hand and a flash of blonde hair. He was yanked into a small room, the door closing behind him. What in Brasnon's balls are you doing? Asked the asset. Chapter 4. Emily's heart cracked and she hated herself for it. Why should she care that some stupid alien saw her as nothing more than property? They didn't think humans were people. That had been made more than obvious over the past 6 months, and there was nothing she could do to fix it. She had to get over it. Of course Oz was just like the rest of them. It didn't matter that he'd looked at her differently. Whatever she'd thought she'd seen wasn't real. Or if it was, it wasn't good. He wanted to buy her? He'd seen her once, and she didn't want to think about what he'd use her for. At least the ones holding her prisoner hadn't used her for sex. She didn't trust that a man like him would have the same line. She'd seen the desire in his eyes. She'd almost reciprocated it. But that was all gone now, exploded away with his lowball offer. Oh, great. Was she really offended that he'd been cheap? The price shouldn't matter. But yes, okay, she was a teensy bit put off by the fact that he hadn't wanted to pay what she was allegedly worth. These aliens were screwing with her mind. That was the only explanation. Lena couldn't get them out soon enough. Though wouldn't it be easier to escape from a single alien than the group that seemed to run her life? Maybe. She didn't know. She couldn't think. She'd been instructed by the handlers to head back to the waiting area, and Emily trudged along, taking her time. Her body ached from the tests that morning and her performance. She'd done her best to modify her moves to something her body could manage, but it had been close. She'd almost fallen twice, and one of those mistakes would have landed her straight on her head from 20 feet in the air. Dead. She'd almost died. But she had to push that aside. If she dwelled on the mistakes and could have been, she'd never be able to go back out night after night and perform. She hadn't died. She hadn't failed. That was what mattered. She heard a yelp and started moving. She knew what Lucy's cries sounded like, and Lena had a performance of her own scheduled, so she wouldn't be able to watch the girl. "Get back!" a lower voice rumbled. "She's trying to do what you said." Oh, Zach. She didn't pause when she heard flesh slapping against flesh, but as she rounded the corner she wasn't shocked to see Zach on the ground, clutching his eye while Lucy cowered behind him. The alien stepped around Zach and gave him a light kick for good measure. Emily ducked back to stay out of sight until they were dragging Lucy away. Coward. Maybe she should have stepped up. Should have tried to save the girl like Zach had. But all it would have gotten her was a kick of her own. Zach was pushing up, wincing all the way when she got to him. Emily crouched down. "Let's see it," she said, gently tilting his chin up. Zach was about her age, 24, and was somehow even paler than her, as if all his time in libraries had made him allergic to the sun. He was supposed to be doing his PhD at Notre Dame, not protecting a girl from aliens, but all of them had lives they were supposed to be living. "I'm fine," he insisted, but he didn't pull away, and he sucked in a breath when her thumb brushed against the angry red edge of the welt. "You're going to have a black eye." Emily knew bruises, and there was no escaping this one. "Let's get you some ice." She helped him the rest of the way up, and they headed for the rest quarters. Emily had him sit on one of the chairs and glared at him to stay put while she grabbed ice from the drink station. "Have you already performed?" she asked. Zach sometimes recited poetry and stories from Earth. The bloodier the better as far as the audience was concerned. "Yeah." Zach took the ice from her and placed it gently against his temple. "Do you think I'll be able to cover this up?" They had makeup and costumes they were supposed to use to make their performances even better. It wasn't the same stuff from Earth, obviously, but it was similar enough. "I think so," Emily assured him, "but we can worry about that tomorrow." Zach groaned. "I don't want to worry about tomorrow. I'm too busy worrying about how I'll explain this to my advisor. You can't just skip town for 6 months and expect them to hold your spot." Emily had the same worries, though the location was different. She'd been offered a job as an associate at the firm she'd clerked at, contingent upon passing the bar. But then she'd been taken. Were they even looking for her? The door opened and Emily jumped back in case it was one of the aliens. They didn't like it when the humans got too close. But it was Lena, and she smiled when she saw them. "I feel like I'm wrangling kittens." "Consider us wrangled," Zach said. He tried to stand, but Emily pushed him back down. She didn't think he had a concussion, but she didn't want to risk it. "I'd kill for a cell phone," Lena muttered. "Some way to keep track of us. It's like we're stuck in the 80s with no hope of tech. I don't know how the guys did it 20 years ago. 20? Emily looked at Lena in confusion. "Are we moving?" Zach asked her. "What happened to you?" was Lena's response. Zach sank into his chair. They were rough with Lucy. Lena sucked in a harsh breath. "Soon," Lena promised. "We've got to make sure Lucy and Joel are prepared before it goes down. But when it happens, it'll happen fast." She turned for the door. "I've got a performance. Be ready." And then she was gone. "Won't be soon enough," Zach muttered. Emily agreed. Grace glared at him, and Oz tried not to shrink back. The woman knew how to kill a person with her eyes. "Are you trying to compromise the mission?" she hissed, backing him up against the wall of the little closet they were hiding in. She stuck her finger at his chest, poking until it hurt. "No," Oz insisted. "I came looking for you." "I heard you, Yinstit." She spat out the curse. "Your interest in Emily has already been noted. You've put your safety and the safety of everyone at risk. And buying a person? Who do you think you are?" She was on fire with rage, and Oz got the feeling it wasn't entirely about him. She'd been embedded among these humans for months, hiding who she was, finding information. This was her first opportunity in a long time to actually show her emotions. "I wanted to get her out. I planned to free her." But now that he said it out loud, it sounded weak. I doubt Crew will make the move to save them. Grace sighed and sank back. "We can't worry about that. Things are in motion here, and we're going to need to move fast." "How so?" At least this detour wasn't a complete bust. No one had been able to get close to Grace in the weeks that they'd been in absent territory. But now he was here, and he was listening closely. "They've built a new research facility out in the desert. No roads, no civilization. Everything needs to be flown in. There have been a few human escapes, and they want those gone. Plus, they're worried about security here. You've got a week at most until this place is made of ghosts. If we're going to move, it has to happen soon." She didn't sound worried for herself. Then again, she never would have been given the job as she was. None of their intelligence said anything about a new research facility, but it was out of date, and he had no reason not to trust Grace. She was a Synnr to the core, even if she was human. "I'll relay this to the captain," he said. "You still have your emergency beacon." "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." She looked fine. Her skin was healthy, her hair shiny. She looked well fed. Whatever she'd done to get information, it had also gotten her special treatment. Oz didn't want to think what would happen if they found out who she really was. "We'll be back," he promised. "I'll be waiting." She slipped out of the closet. Oz waited several moments to follow behind. He left the club quickly and was back at his apartment in no time. Solon was already there, but unlike the other day, he was sitting on the couch and reading a book. "I contacted the asset," Oz said before Solon could ask any questions. "We need to talk to Crew." His roommate closed his book and stood. "Very well." They initialized the secure call after applying the necessary security measures to make sure no one on the ground could hear them. It took several moments to connect, but when the call went through, the apartment around them transformed into the hollow chamber of their ship, which was hovering somewhere over Kilrym at the moment. Crew and their 3 other crew members, Jory, Crows, and Axe, stood at attention and waited until the signal was solid before they began speaking. It was a bit disorienting to feel the pull of terrestrial gravity while his mind insisted he was on the ship. The scent of fresh apartment air was another piece of confusion. All air on the ship was recycled and recycled and recycled until the smell was inescapable. He'd heard of people being fooled by holographic rooms before, but he was pretty sure it was something that only happened in fiction. There was too much difference between this and the real thing. Crew sat in the captain's chair, his back as straight as if a metal rod was holding him up. He looked like a prime example of the Synnr military, his hair cropped short, his expression serious, his posture perfect. Even his uniform maintained its perfect creases. To anyone who saw him, he looked like the perfect captain. To anyone assigned to work for him, he was anything but. "Let's have it," he said. He sounded bored. Then again, the crew was basically sitting still for weeks and waiting for information from Oz and Solon, so he might have had a point on that. "I made contact with the asset. Oz reported. He told them everything Grace had told him, leaving out his attempted foray into the slave trade. Crew would definitely do something about that, and Oz didn't want to find out what. Our priority is recovering and destroying the research they've been doing, Crew said, and then we retrieve the asset. We'll be headed home before the week is out. What about the humans? Oz asked. If he couldn't get Emily out on his own, he had to appeal to his captain. He had to try. What about them? Crew seemed genuinely confused. He was good at that. Even knowing it was all an act, Oz could forget at times and hope that Crew had maybe changed his ways. But the hope was always dashed. There was little more than a dozen innocent humans being tested by the Absons. Shouldn't we attempt to free them? He didn't mention Emily. He couldn't. If Crew knew he had a favorite, a weakness, he'd use it against him. He was that kind of man. Crew leaned forward in his seat, resting his hand on the arm of his chair and looking at Oz for several seconds. Worrying about anyone besides our human cannot be the priority, he reiterated. Is that clear? Oz wanted to argue. He wanted to challenge Crew. He glanced at Crows, and unsurprisingly found no support there. Axe offered him a half-smile of sympathy, but he was the newest guy on the ship, and unlikely to say anything. Jory was always smiling, and always up for a fight, so if Crew gave the word, he'd go in strapped from head to toe and ready to bust heads, but he wouldn't disobey an order. Oz would have to find a different way to play this. It's clear. Chapter 5. She'd twisted her ankle coming down on her final spin. Emily winced with every step, but she didn't want the aliens to notice. She didn't think it was broken or sprained, but it was the worst it had felt since she started performing a few months ago. Darn it! It had to get better. She'd seen what happened to the humans who got taken off the performance roster. They were cycled through every test and treatment the aliens could throw at them and left as hollowed-out husks in a matter of weeks. She'd thought she needed gymnastics to survive when she was a kid, but now that was actually true. Luckily, she didn't have handlers shepherding her back to the resting area tonight. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But things must have been too busy to pay any mind to her now. She'd take it. The place did seem quieter than normal. She could hear the audience cheer as whoever was performing did something particularly eye-catching. Normally, she would have run into another human and more than a few aliens. But today she felt almost alone. Was something going on? That question was answered when she got to her destination. She opened the door and Joel Gibbs was waiting. She didn't know him as well as Lena or Zach, but she knew he was part of the escape crew. He was older than Lena, possibly in his 40s, and had dirty blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He was also only 3 inches taller than Emily, but unlike other short men she'd met, he didn't have a complex about it. He'd had a beard when she first met him, but not anymore, and he'd been just as desperate as the rest of them to get home. Is it? Yes. Joel led her out the door and down the hall. He walked with confidence, as if they weren't in the middle of a long-planned escape, and Emily tried to do the same. She didn't need to be told that they couldn't attract alien attention. Lena would leave them behind. She'd have to, and Emily couldn't hold that against her. But whatever was keeping the aliens away let them cross through the backstage area to where Lena, Lucy, and Zach waited. There would be no one else escaping with them. Lena had chosen this group, and Emily was happy to be invited. She tried not to feel bad about leaving everyone else to their fates. They'd never make it out with everyone. No one said anything. Silent anticipation lacing the air. Whatever the plan was, Lena was the only one who knew all of it. And even now Emily doubted she'd reveal it. If this thing went sideways, she'd want as much preserved for a second attempt if the chance ever came. Wait. It was barely more than a whisper, but Lena's command sank into Emily's bones. Someone screamed. Now. Lena moved and the rest of them followed her. Emily couldn't tell if the scream had been human or alien, and she could ask later. Clearly this distraction was going to be used to get them out, and it worked. By some miracle, Lena led them to a door, and they were out in the fresh air of the alien night in a handful of minutes. They walked into a parking lot that would have looked human if not for the alien vehicles. They didn't have the same shapes as the cars and motorcycles back home, but she was sure they served the same basic function. Head for the blue vehicle. Lena pointed to something that sort of looked like a van. Keep Lucy in the center. The girl tried to protest, but none of them would let her be harmed. They moved as a unit, jogging through the lot. Emily's heart beat rapidly, sure this was going to go wrong at any moment. They weren't hiding what they were doing. If there were cameras out here, someone had to see them. As far as she knew, this planet didn't exactly have humans roaming around, and while the aliens didn't look that different from humans, it would be obvious up close. A door banged open behind them and someone yelled at them to freeze. They didn't. The van was getting closer. If they could get there, they could get out. That had to be the plan. There had to be one safe place for them on this entire planet, and there had to be a way home. Emily hadn't come this far to fail now. She felt electricity crackle in the air. Oh, hell no. Move, she yelled. She didn't want any more electricity sizzling through her veins. She knew exactly what these aliens could do with it, and she was sure they could make it hurt even more. Lightning struck, but not from the sky. Lucy gasped, but they all kept moving. But when more sparks crackled at their sides, it became clear that they wouldn't be making it to their destination anytime soon. The group ducked between a vehicle and some bushes, careful not to touch anything that looked like metal. Emily met Lena's gaze and she saw the fear there. They had no weapons, and the plan had hinged on making it to the van before they were caught. We're not giving up, Emily said. We're outside. We can do this. She would have suggested they duck through the bushes and take their chances on foot, but the bushes backed up to the building they'd just escaped from. There was no hope of escape there. They had to make it to the edge of the lot. How many of them are there? Zach asked, craning his head back but not quite far enough to get a good look. Lena leaned further and looked for longer than Emily would have been comfortable with. The woman's nerves were made of steel. 4, but only 2 are wielding lightning. Only. Joel muttered. He had a point. 5 on 4 might have been decent odds, but not when 2 of those 4 had magical powers. Lena took a deep breath and seemed to come to a decision. Emily's stomach sank as she realized what the other woman had to be thinking. Lena reached into her pocket and held her fist out to Emily. Emily took the small device and shoved it in her own pocket. Directions, she guessed, and maybe a way to get into wherever they were going. Make for the van, Lena said, getting into a crouch. You won't have much time. What? Lucy clutched Lena's arm. No, we go together. Lena gave the girl a sad smile. I'll meet you when I can. Now go. Emily didn't think they could make it out without Lena. She'd put the whole thing together and she deserved to make it out. But she wasn't going to let the woman sacrifice herself for nothing. Come on, she urged the others. We can make it. Zach, Joel, and Lucy didn't seem so confident, so Emily did her best to make up for it. It was just like performing through the pain. Slap on a fake smile and pretend everything was okay. She could do this. She had to. The air behind them rustled, and there was a shout from the guards. Lena was drawing them away. Emily moved along with her companions. They kept low, dodging between the vehicles to stay out of sight. If the guards realized they'd split up, they'd never make it out of there. Lena's first scream almost stopped them in their tracks. That kind of pain tore at the soul, but Emily took it inside herself and used it to push forward. They couldn't fail Lena now, not when she'd given them this chance. The van was within sight. They could do this. They had to. Electricity was heavy in the air, so thick Emily could barely breathe without feeling the crackle in her lungs. When they made it to the van, she was almost afraid to touch the door for fear of the shock. But she slid the door open and urged the others in. Then she looked back. Lena wouldn't want it, but she couldn't stop herself. If there was any hope of going back for the woman, Emily would do it in a second. But she didn't see Lena. She didn't see the guards. What had happened? She took a few steps away from the van, trying to figure it out. She could hear the others calling for her, just as nervous as she was. Every second exposed was a second this thing could go even more wrong. She was 2 vehicles away from the van when she saw the hulking figure, shoulders way too broad to be a single person. Emily hadn't seen an alien shaped like that yet, and she didn't want to get a better look. She stumbled back, making her way to the van, but by the time she got there, the figure had stepped out of the shadows. Grace? What the hell was she doing here? And why did she have Lena slung over her shoulders? Come with me if you want to live. Grace dumped Lena in the back of the van and opened the driver's door. We don't have time. Emily scrambled inside. Maybe this was a bad idea. Maybe Grace was about to betray them, but there was no fighting it anymore. The doors slammed shut and they were off. Emily rolled Lena over to look for wounds. Her skin was a bit bruised in places, but there were no cuts. She was clammy and cold, but her chest rose and fell. She needs medical attention, Emily called forward. Obviously, Grace muttered back. Helpful. Emily held Lena's hand, hoping it might help, and settled in next to Zach. He was whispering something to himself, and she was pretty sure it was Harry Potter. What's that for? She asked. He swallowed and gave her a wan smile. Lena said to have a goal. I'm going to finish the series when I get home. You haven't finished Harry Potter? She could remember sneaking the books after lights out when she was little. She'd wanted a flying broom so badly. Zach gave her a strange look. Who has? Had she somehow missed one of the books? Before she could ask, Lena moaned and Emily leaned forward to see what she could do to help. The drive took forever, and at the same time was over in a blink. They arrived in front of a squat building that didn't look special, and Emily wondered why Grace had chosen it. Come on, said Grace. Time's running short. She hustled them up the front walk and knocked on the door. Lena was held up between Zach and Emily, not quite conscious but able to keep her feet under her. But when the door opened, Emily almost let go as shock ripped through her. Oz? Six humans, one of them Grace. This wasn't the plan. Oz couldn't take his eyes off Emily for a moment. But when she almost dropped the woman she was half supporting, he rushed forward to help. Emily flinched and shielded the dark-haired woman from his grasp. You'll be safe here, Grace assured the humans. As safe as you can be, at least. And then she melted back into the night before Oz could try and stop her. He looked back to find Solon watching him, a curious expression on his face. They didn't have anywhere to store injured humans, and Crew had made his thoughts on the matter clear. but they couldn't exactly leave them sitting on the front stoop. Vannon was a free city. They didn't need to worry about guard patrols catching them, but they had neighbors, and a pack of humans was bound to be noticed, eventually. "Please, come in," he said, stepping out of the way. Emily stared at him. Well, no. She glared at him, and Oz couldn't blame her. She'd heard him try to buy her the day before. Why would she trust him now? But she clearly didn't have any other choice. Was Grace getting the humans out? Or was this some other plot that she'd stumbled upon? Whatever it was, it meant that they'd have to work faster. The Absins didn't want escapees. They were sure to be upset at losing nearly half of their stock. What happened to her? He asked, as he led them to the spare bedroom. The injured woman needed a doctor, but both he and Solon had basic field training and their med kit was well stocked. They'd do what they could to help. Emily pulled the covers over the woman and studiously ignored him. "She fought the guards," the other woman said. Oz looked over, and he should probably be disappointed in himself that he hadn't paid much attention to the others. It had been a split-second thing. He'd looked at the group, assessed they weren't threats, and split his focus back between Emily and the injured woman. The one speaking seemed young, with delicate skin and a slight frame. Her dark hair was cut short, making her cheekbones stand out even more from her light brown skin. She looked fragile. "Keep away from him, Lucy," said Emily. "He's not our friend." That hurt. It hurt more than he knew it could. Oz had to swallow around the sudden lump in his throat. He shouldn't expect any less. He'd tried to do something despicable, and he needed to earn Emily's trust back. No, not back. He'd never had it in the first place. "We won't harm you," he said. He tried to meet Emily's eyes, but she wouldn't face him. Solon bustled into the room, carrying the med kit. "There are too many people in here. Let's get something set up in the storeroom. We can't have you bunking down in the main room just in case we have visitors." "Your friends won't like us?" The taller man scowled. "None of the Zulir in this city are our friends," said Oz. It was a risky thing to reveal, but they needed something to get the humans on their side. "Zulir?" asked the shorter man. Oz and Solon shared a look. "Perhaps you know them as Absins?" Oz asked. "We know you as stupid aliens," said Emily. "Never needed anything else." "And it's not like they told us anything," muttered the girl, Lucy. This was worse than he thought, but he should have expected it. Absins didn't see others as people. Why would they give their test subjects a history lesson? "Let Solon tend to your friend here, and I can explain some things," Oz offered. He could see that Emily wanted to fight. There was a fire in her eyes that he never wanted to see extinguished. But the others were looking to her, following her lead. If he couldn't convince her that he truly wanted to help, that he meant her no harm, then the others would never trust them. "I wanted to help you," he said. "I saw no other way to get you out of that situation." Solon looked at him, and Oz knew any hope of keeping the secret was long gone. "What did you do?" he demanded. "He tried to buy me," Emily spat. "Wanted me for his own. I'm a person, not property." "Yin stit," Solon scowled. If he'd been any closer, he'd be slapping Oz or worse. "You jeopardized all for—" Solon sucked in a breath. Then he turned to Emily and her friends. "Neither of us are supporters of the slave trade, no matter what my companion did. I realize you have no reason to believe me, but I promise you we mean you no harm. Now, your friend needs medical attention. You're welcome to stay and observe as I treat her, but there are too many people in this room." He reached into his belt and pulled out a knife. "This is the only weapon I have on me. He held it out to Emily. "Please." She glared but took the knife. Solon looked at Oz expectantly, and Oz reached for his own, handing it off to the taller human man. "Would you give us your names?" he asked. He was sure Emily would say no. Why would she agree? But she surprised him. She nodded at the woman on the bed. "That's Lena. Lucy is the other woman. Then Zach." That was the taller man. "And Joel, the shorter one." "How do you know Grace?" That was information they couldn't give. Not when the asset had run back to the facility, probably to put her final game into play and smooth over whatever trouble Emily and her friends had caused. "Let Solon tend to Lena, and I'll answer what I can," Oz promised. Emily looked at Lena and then at Solon and the med kit in his hand. Finally, she stepped from around the bed. "Okay, but I'm feeling really stabby today, and none of these people will stop me if you screw up. Got it?" She was going to kill him if he smiled. Oz knew that, and still his lips wanted to betray him. She was fierce, this fearless acrobat. He would give her that. "I will keep that in mind." He led the rest of the group to the storeroom at the back of the apartment. It was big enough to set up beds for each of the humans with room to spare. He and Solon didn't have much to store, seeing as they weren't supposed to be in the city for long. The windowless room wasn't exactly homey, but it was safe. It would have to do. Lucy stood close to the shorter man, and the taller one reached over and patted her on the shoulder. Fear was coming off the three of them in waves, and Oz wasn't sure how to fix that. If he could find a way to get through to Emily, then maybe they would feel better. But she had every reason to distrust him. This wasn't going to go well. There were blankets on the shelves, and Oz reached for them, handing the fluffy piles over to each of the humans. Joel took Lucy's blanket for her, and she didn't look at Oz while she sat down and wrapped herself in it, leaning against the wall. "I'd set up more comfortable beds, but unfortunately our supplies are limited." Inspiration struck. "My bed can fit two, so if you'd—" "What the hell?" Emily's eyes were on fire again, and the air crackled with her anger. She took a step towards him, ready to do violence. And Oz realized how she had heard what he said. "Two of you." He held his hand up in surrender. "I can sleep in here or in the main room. Not with me." She stopped advancing on him, but he didn't know how long it would last. He had to start explaining before things got even worse. "Please, sit. Let me tell you a story." Chapter 6. Absin, Synnr, Zul'Lir. It was all alien nonsense as far as Emily was concerned. But her mind latched onto Oz's words and rearranged them until they were clear in human terms. Once upon a time, the Zul'Lir lived in peace as one group. They followed their monarch and built up their civilization, happy and whole. Sure, there were fights, disagreements, but nothing that could shake them to their foundations. Until contact came. For the longest time, they were alone in the universe. Some scientists and philosophers pondered the stars, but the Zul'Lir didn't know what might be out there, and Emily could feel sympathy on that count. But she kept quiet. Contact came and the Zul'Lir changed, not because of anything the first aliens did to them. In fact, the first aliens were one-celled beings on a distant planet that their probes picked up, nothing like what was to come. The sentient contact came, and Zul'Lir split. The aliens they met wanted to share the universe with them, wanted to teach them everything. The Synnrs wanted to learn. They wanted to grow and join with the stars and discover all the sky's secrets. The Absins wanted the aliens gone. The Zul'Lir had flourished for a long time with no help from the outside, and they would not lower themselves to communing with beasts. Then came war. Absyn versus Synnr. Families split. Friendships turned to ash. At the end, the king lay dead and the planet was on the verge of collapse. The war had lasted decades. Then came unsteady peace. Synnrs took the moon, Absyn's the planet. One kingdom became two. 20 years of peace, of regrowth. And now this. The Synnr queen lay in a coma in her palace. The Absyns claimed no knowledge, but they were the only possible culprits, and war was coming once again. It was a fascinating story, one Emily might have let herself get wrapped up in, but what does this have to do with us? Zack asked the question for her. The 4 humans were huddled together in their blankets, sitting along one cold wall while Oz sat on the other. This little storeroom looked more like a cell than anything the aliens, the Absyns, had held her in, but she was pretty sure that he'd let them go if she insisted. Not 100% positive, but as close as she could get these days. "Which one are you?" she added to Zack's question. Apparently they were on the planet Kilrym, in the city of Vannon, but Oz wasn't acting like the people who had held them prisoner. Maybe if she was in a more forgiving mood, she'd think about how factions worked on Earth. Sure, she was an American, but that didn't mean she agreed with everything her country did. Maybe it was the same here. Maybe. Oz glanced at the open door and hesitated. Why would he hesitate? Unless he wasn't one of the Absyns. "Do Synnrs keep human slaves?" she demanded. "Is that why you wanted to buy me?" "What?" It ripped out of Lucy, and Emily had to put a hand on her leg to keep her from launching herself at Oz. The girl seemed fragile at times, but she had an inner fire of her own. She wouldn't have survived this long without it. "No." Oz's eyes widened. He shook his head and waved his hands around as if he could ward off the accusation. "I know it was a stupid move. I get that now. I was complete yinstead. I only wanted to get you out of there." She almost believed him, which was probably stupid on her part. "Answer Zack's question, and mine. We're Synnrs, and it's a secret." Oz stared at them, trying to impress the importance upon them. "Things are in play. The upcoming war." Joel asked. Oz nodded. "So why did the Absyns want us? What were all those experiments about? I thought they wanted nothing to do with aliens." It was hard to think of herself as an alien, but she was the one on a foreign planet right now, so that might have been technically the case. "Did they tell you about matching?" Oz asked, and Emily was getting even more frustrated. "They told us nothing. At all. Assume we're a bunch of ignorant humans who didn't know aliens existed until a few months ago. We just want to get off this planet and go home." A strange look crossed Oz's face, and he opened his mouth before a shadow fell across the door. "Solon." "How's Lena?" she asked the other alien. "Synnr, Zulir, whatever." "Resting," he said. "She took a real beating and needs medical attention. I've done the best I could." Emily's heart sank. She couldn't lose Lena, not after all they'd been through together. She couldn't. "Can we help? Is there a way to get a doctor here?" Solon gave her a sad look. "Not here. There may be..." He seemed to have a second thought about what he was going to say. "We'll do our best." Your best had better be good enough. These were aliens who could travel across the galaxy. They should be able to fix Lena. They had to. "We should let the humans use our beds," Oz said. "We can sleep on the floor. They've had a rough time of it." Solon nodded. "Good idea." Emily didn't want to be split up, but there was still more for Oz to explain. "What did you say about matches or whatever?" Lucy groaned. "Oh, I'm tired. Can we please just sleep, Em? They can tell us in the morning." Both Joel and Zach nodded along with her. Emily wasn't sure she'd ever be able to sleep again, but she was outnumbered. "Show us to the rooms, then." Oz did. Emily and Lucy were in Solon's room, while Zach and Joel took Oz's. There wasn't much character to the rooms. The walls were a light blue, and a window looked out onto the twilight lights of the city in the distance. Emily could almost believe she was just in a hotel room in an unfamiliar city. She could pretend that her nerves were just pre-competition jitters, and that when she woke up she'd be ready for practice, ready to impress her coaches and the judges. And then some little piece of alien tech would catch her eye and she'd be reminded that this wasn't home, that she didn't belong here. It sucked. She and Lucy lay down, Lucy slinging an arm around her and succumbing to sleep almost immediately. Lucky girl. Emily couldn't. She squeezed her eyes closed and counted to 273 sheep before giving up on that. Lucy turned over, her arm falling off of Emily, and she sighed in her sleep. If Emily stayed in bed another minute, she was going to suffocate. It was strange sitting up. The mattress was harder than she was used to back home, and the bed was low to the ground. She practically fell to her knees before standing up, but made it. Oz and Solon had offered different clothes to sleep in, but Emily had opted to stay in her own, even her shoes. She didn't know if they'd be running anytime soon, and she didn't want to get caught off guard. Oz hadn't told them that they couldn't go anywhere in the apartment, but Emily wasn't in an exploring mood. She ended up in the little room where they were treating Lena and sat on the stool by her bed. Lena looked younger in unconsciousness, the tightness of her face slack with rest, but she'd lost color, and there was a certain vitality missing. "You've got to get better," she told her friend. "I'll never forgive you if you die." A shadow fell over her, and she somehow knew who it was. "How bad is it really?" she asked Oz. He sighed and remained in the doorway behind her. "She's in stasis. It can hold for weeks if need be, but she won't heal until we get her medical attention." A coma? She didn't need fancy alien words. She wanted home. "Not quite, but close." Oz finally stepped inside and sat on a second stool. They were beside each other, and she watched him out of the corner of her eye. He didn't look alien, and yet he did. If she'd seen him back on Earth, she never would have guessed. The small differences might have been passed off as body modifications. His ears were more pointed than round, and his skin seemed to shimmer. It wasn't that different. But when he opened his mouth wide enough, she spotted the fangs. Those had her pausing to think. Just how sharp were they? How was any of this possible? "We're not sure how the similarities came about," he said. "For God's sake, please don't tell me you can read my mind." She slumped forward. No one said anything about mind powers. He smiled and huffed out a laugh, and she couldn't look away from his fangs. She might have gone through a brief vampire obsession as a child. Brief. "Nothing like that," he promised. "But you were looking at me." "No, I wasn't." It rushed out, and Emily felt her cheeks heat. Thank God for the dim light. He couldn't see, she hoped, unless he had super sight. Ugh! He kept smiling his stupid smile at her, and Emily's stomach flipped over. No, stupid, no, not happening. He tried to buy her as property. And he was an alien. She'd barely been able to get attracted to guys back on Earth. And between gymnastics and then college and law school, hadn't managed to keep a boyfriend for more than a week or two. She wasn't suddenly going to get hot for a freaking alien. Yeah, her body was having none of that. It liked what it saw in Oz. Ugh! His smile faded. "I really am sorry about trying to buy you. Our captain is focused on our mission, and that doesn't include, well, I didn't see another way. She shouldn't believe him. He had every reason to lie, right? So why did she? No, she didn't want to deal with this now. What was that matching thing you were talking about? Why do you think they wanted us? She could tell the others in the morning, but she didn't want to wait another minute to know. Her mind was too wired to sleep, so she might as well do something with the energy. Oz sighed. I don't know all of it, but we've made some guesses, and there's some that I can't tell you. Not now. Then tell me what you can. She didn't like being in the dark. The look he gave her burned her down to her toes. Emily told her body to get under control. Her body ignored her. She hoped he couldn't tell. You've seen our wings, right? She nodded. Can I see yours? Then her eyes got wide. That's not offensive or anything, is it? It's not like I asked you to show me your... She cut herself off at the last second. Oz leaned in and she caught a hint of his scent, clean with a hint of something smoky under the surface. She didn't breathe deeper. She wasn't going to go around and sniff someone. My what? He asked. Oh, he knew. They might have been from different ends of the galaxy. They might have been different species. But he knew what she'd almost said. An awareness sparked between them, and Emily would have given almost anything to make it go away. She couldn't do this. Not now. Not with him. What about your wings? She asked. Between one blink and the next, they filled the room. Glorious electric things made of blue and red and purple. It was magical, and she wanted to reach out and touch them. But she'd felt the brush of electric wings, and it had singed her to the bone. She didn't want to get burned again. They're amazing. She breathed. He was careful not to touch anything with them, and after another moment, he pulled them back into himself, and it was like they'd never been there at all. All Synnr have them, along with an affinity for electricity. I figured that part out. It came out bitter, and Emily didn't even try to disguise it. Not when she had dealt with the tortures that came with their powers. Oz seemed ready to respond, but instead pressed on. We can't quite fly, but the wings allow us to stay airborne for a time and glide. He shook his head. You were what? She soaked up this information and needed more, anything he could give her. It's what drew me to you. The way you flew without wings. Fearless. He leaned closer but didn't touch. I'm afraid of plenty of things. Spiders, super murky water, dying alone. But she wasn't about to share all that. You say you can't fly, but what you can do sounds so cool. I wish I could do it. There was a freedom in soaring through her routine, and she could just imagine what it would be like if she didn't have to worry about coming down hard. Their gazes locked, and that awareness came back. She wanted to close those inches between them and taste him. She yanked herself back. So what do wings have to do with anything? Oz sat up straighter. Nothing, I suppose. Or not much. I just wanted... It's not important. Were you showing off? She laughed. She couldn't help it, and she wouldn't admit it, but those wings were impressive. She didn't know if aliens, Synnr, could blush, and if they could, the dim light of the room hid it, but he did duck his head. Anyway, he cleared his throat. Matching. We all have a spark, as I said. That's what we call the lightning inside of us. But it's nothing compared to that of a matched unit. Usually 2 people, though there are rare cases of larger groups who fit. They're bound together and can amplify their power. I've heard legends say that there were matched units who could take out warships. Usually the matched are both Synnr, but we've found other compatible species. Humans, for one. But the Absins are opposed to such matches, despite the fact that a bond should be sacred. It's not outlawed outright. Even they wouldn't go that far. But in the extremely rare circumstances that a human or other alien is mated to an absent, the alien is treated like a pet, not a person. I can't imagine how it works. It's an abomination. The treatment, he was quick to add, not the match. Emily thought of the times she'd been strapped down, when other aliens were brought in and used their powers against her, and an idea began to form. They wanted to amp up their powers, didn't they? That's what they were doing. Oz nodded. That's what we suspect. And if they succeed, matches are rare. It goes beyond any regular sense of compatibility until everything fits. Thoughts, feelings, molecules. If the absence can harness that power without need for matches, we're finished. And if it takes humans for them to do it, I can't begin to imagine how many they'd be willing to sacrifice. Oz left Emily to watch over her friend after that. He could see she had a lot to think about, and he didn't want to crowd her thoughts. He'd done enough damage already. But he wished he could stay there beside her. He'd answer any question she had, talk about anything just to snatch one more second with her. He wanted her. He'd wanted her from the first, but this went deeper. Something in her called to him, settled him. It made him wonder if he'd finally found something he hadn't even realized he'd been looking for. They were still deep in enemy territory, and he couldn't get hung up on that. Solon was sitting in the main room and fiddling with a small device. When Oz took a seat next to him, he sat it on the table and it gave off a faint orange glow. Privacy mode. Solon explained. The humans won't hear us. Good. He would tell Emily anything, but that didn't mean she was ready to hear what he and Solon had to say. And he suspected the call they were going to have to make wouldn't go well. She said she just wants to go home. It had been eating at him for hours. Emily hadn't brought up the desire again, but it hadn't needed to be stated. Wouldn't you want the same thing? Solon asked. I would if it weren't impossible. He pushed himself up from his seat and paced, careful to stay in range of the privacy device. She thinks that it's been months since she and the others were taken. To her, it has been. Humans are barely capable of space travel. They have no idea about all the universe has to offer. Why would she know just what it took to bring her here? Solon said it all so calmly. He had no emotional connection to the humans, not beyond compassion for their wounded friend. And Oz should have been the same. Maybe he would have been capable of that if Emily weren't there. But she was, and he didn't want to take this last thing from her. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's just call crew. He needs this update, and this is going to force the asset to move. Things are falling into place. We'll be off planet soon enough. Soon enough, but the humans would still be stuck far from home with no hope of getting back. What do we tell them? He asked. What we need to. We keep them safe and do our job. What else can we do? Now, are you going to snap at crew? Solon asked at him in challenge. Oz shrugged. He couldn't promise how this conversation would go, especially when crew learned how Oz had almost screwed everything up. Let's get this over with. It was clear they'd caught crew by surprise. His uniform looked a little ruffled, and the rest of the crew wasn't with him. What's this about? He demanded. It was loud enough that it would have woken the humans if not for the privacy shield. News, Solon said. He was the one that talked during these things, most of the time. He handled crew better. Came from having the same aristo blood running through his veins. What happened? He glanced at Oz but didn't say anything. Oz stayed silent. Solon relayed the events for the most part. Grace brought the humans to them. One was injured. They needed medical treatment and safe haven. He didn't reveal what Oz had almost done. Crew furrowed his brow for several seconds, thinking over what Solon had said. This can change nothing. Dump the humans. Finish the mission. We've... for... The feed cut off. Did you do that? Oz asked. He leaned forward and waved his hand over the holo projector, but it didn't do anything. No. Solon looked concerned. He stood up and went to the window, looking out into the night. Nothing's lit up. Not that we know where the ship is, but doesn't look like any fighters have been deployed. Absence might be amping up their security, scrambling signals, or there was a flare somewhere. Plenty of reason for comms to cut out. His communicator beeped and he pulled it out of his pocket, looking relieved as he read the message. Axe confirms it was a signal scrambler. The ship is fine, but they need to reroute some relays before we can speak again. Any worry the message was intercepted? They were using the highest level of encryption the Synnr techs had to offer, but mistakes could be made. Accidents happened. Not from Axe. Solon put his comm away but didn't disengage the privacy screen. And now that one crisis was averted, anger flowed in Oz's veins. How could we just dump them? He demanded. They're people, and they need help. He couldn't fail Emily again, not when he'd already done it once before. Solon was thoughtful. He didn't say where we should dump them. What? Oz was too angry to think straight. He wanted to hop onto a shuttle and go throttle crew for even suggesting it. It's possible that he meant to get the humans out of the way so that they're safe, Solon proposed, testing out the theory. They both knew crew too well to think that was his meaning. But the call had cut off before he could clarify his order. What are you thinking? There's no place on Kilrym that would be safe for long. That's why we don't leave them on Kilrym. And where do you suggest they go? They can't exactly board a public shuttle. Oz had racked his brain, trying to think of an easy way to get Emily off the planet without making her pose as his property. Nothing obvious had presented itself. We take them to our ship. He said it so simply with a clever little smile that Oz wanted to punch off his face. Where they will be at crew's mercy? Maybe that was unfair, but Oz could still remember the captain's cruelty when they were boys. And he knew crew was barely better than absence when it came to non-Zuliers. Could he really trust him with Emily? Solon glared. He's not the best man for the job, perhaps, but don't make him out to be a monster. If we can get them to the ship, he'll keep them safe, and we can take them to Osei's. At least back home they'll have a chance at a life. Solon had a point. There was nothing for the humans here, and any other path they took would have them abandoning their duties. They couldn't do that. They weren't deserters. He'll punish us for going against orders. His companion shook his head. I can handle the captain. What about the rest of the humans? Emily and her friends weren't even half of who they knew were being held by the Absins. Solon frowned and looked away. We can't. Going back for them will compromise everything, and it could get the asset killed. Do you want to be the one to tell her parents that? He very much did not, but that wasn't reason enough to sacrifice those lives. What else could they do, though? I don't want to just leave them there. We'll do what we can. Let's worry about these humans first. We can't take them all at once, not with the size of our shuttle. And we can't leave whoever is left unguarded. What Solon wasn't saying, that whoever got left on the ground might be forbidden from joining the other humans on the ship. There would be no dropped connections when crew met them in person, and his orders would be final. Let's figure out logistics. We can't be gone when the asset needs us, and I'm ready to go home. What would Emily think of it? Would it be enough to make up for all that she had lost? Would she be willing to look at him a second time, to see him for who he really was and not the role he'd been playing? He shouldn't get caught in hopes. They'd only hurt when they came crashing to the ground. But his heart beat faster at the thought of showing her his world. She'd be safe, and if that was all he could give her, he hoped it would be enough. Chapter 7. Emily's back hurt and her head ached. At some point in the night, she'd fallen asleep slumped over next to Lena, and it hadn't exactly been restful. She looked at her friend but saw no change in her condition. Oz had said she shouldn't expect it, but that didn't mean she wouldn't wish for a magical recovery. Her stomach growled. Emily couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. Dinner? Had they been fed before they fled? The aliens, Absons, hadn't been the best cooks. At least she hoped the bitter gruel they'd subsisted on was the result of bad cooking and not some Zulir delicacy. What did aliens eat? Her stomach demanded she find out now, but first Emily had to check on everyone else. If she could find them. She ducked her head into the room she and Lucy had been given, but the bed was empty. Joel and Zach's room was empty as well. She checked the storeroom where they'd first huddled together and didn't see anyone there either. But when she listened, she could hear sounds coming from the main part of the apartment. She followed her ears and found humans and aliens all gathered in the kitchen area, standing at the counter and watching as Oz put down a steaming plate of something. It didn't smell like gruel. He looked up and smiled at her, and Emily wished her body didn't respond. Even if the whole buying her thing had been a misunderstanding, he was a freaking alien. One of the same species who had been performing experiments on her for months. She couldn't trust him. That's not fair, her thoughts whispered. She'd be outraged if someone thought the same about her just because some human somewhere did shitty things. She wasn't going to be some alien racist about this. But she could still remember what it felt like to be strapped down to that bed while they pumped her full of electricity. She still remembered the despair when Oz offered a paltry sum to buy her freedom. "Are you hungry?" he asked. His smile had dimmed a little, as if he could look into her head and read the shape of her thoughts. The hint of fang peeking out from under his lips was a reminder of just how alien he was. She didn't want this to become a thing. Oz and Solon were helping them now, and they didn't have to. Hopefully they'd be able to find a spaceship and send them home. She didn't need to let this toxic resentment grow within her until it poisoned her against everything. So she forced the emotions down, forced it all away. She could do this. And she was hungry. "What are you eating?" she asked, walking up and slinging her arm around Lucy, holding her close. The girl groaned as she ate half of what looked like a dumpling. "It's so good," she said, or that's what Emily thought she said around the glob of food in her mouth. "It has actual texture," Zach added, eating a bit more delicately, "and spices." Joel was too busy wolfing down his portion to say anything. Oz put some of the dumpling things on a plate and pushed it toward her. Emily looked for a spoon or something, but everyone else was eating with their fingers, so she dug in. Oh God. It was better than sex. Okay, it was better than she assumed sex was like. She'd been too busy to get around to it back on Earth, and she'd been a bit preoccupied since then. Flavor exploded in her mouth. Juice and meat and delicious. She stuffed the rest of the thing in and barely bothered to chew. Then she took another, trying for a bit of decorum. It didn't work. She only realized that there was something dribbling down her chin when Oz offered her a napkin. Her cheeks flamed and she quickly wiped away the evidence of her animalistic eating. The next dumpling she ate like a civilized person. And even though she was still hungry when that one was done, she forced herself not to immediately reach for another. She dabbed daintily at her lips and gave Oz a grin. "Those are good." He smiled, and it was like the sunrise, bright and a little overwhelming. "It's nothing. I figured you could use a meal." "It's something," said Joel, coming out of his own alien dumpling-infused haze. "The they were feeding us barely counts as food." Emily shuddered to think about it. Oz made more dumplings. It was a good breakfast. Sure, there were no bacon and eggs, but Emily could live with that. especially if Oz had culinary skills like this. But eventually they had to face reality. She explained what Oz had told her about the matching stuff and how he thought Absins wanted to somehow steal those capabilities from humans. He watched quietly as he cleaned up the kitchen, neither interrupting her nor contradicting her, though he did add some context when she didn't know the full story. The others had questions. Emily couldn't answer most of them. Oz did what he could, but the fact remained that they were still a group of escaped humans, one of them comatose, a long way from home with no way to get back. Yet. Emily remembered what her little law school apartment looked like, and she wanted it back so badly she could cry. The walls had been paper thin. Her neighbors seemed to breathe pot smoke rather than air, and she had to studiously ignore the scratching she heard in the walls. But it had been hers, and she'd earned it. Oz's hand covered hers. "Are you all right?" he asked. The others were talking amongst themselves, not intentionally giving her and Oz privacy, but it happened nonetheless. "I had a life, you know." She shouldn't dump this on him. He didn't need her baggage, but now that she was feeling safe for the first time in months, it wanted to burst out. She'd been too focused on survival to really think about all that had been taken from her. "As soon as I passed the bar, I was supposed to become an associate at the firm I clerked for. A real job, a real life." Oz came around the corner and stood next to her, his hand landing on her shoulder. "I'm not sure what all of that means, but if I could give it back to you, I would. I'd do anything for you. To feel safe." That last bit was tacked on quickly, and Emily decided not to dwell. "Do you have lawyers here?" she asked. "People who study the law?" She couldn't imagine a world without it. How could people protect themselves if they didn't know the law? "We have lawyers," Oz assured her, "but I'm not sure what bars have to do with anything." She couldn't help the little laugh that escaped. "So far, there's been a lot of drinking involved." He squeezed her shoulder gently. "How does a lawyer in training learn to do the tricks you performed? I can't say that I see how the two go together, though I'm not particularly familiar with Earth's customs." "Trials would probably be more entertaining if we had to flip our way through them," Emily mused, though she couldn't imagine all the training necessary on top of her soon-to-be required billing. "No, I was a gymnast when I was young. All through my childhood. I wanted to be an Olympian. Never quite got there. Though I did medal in state in high school, even made it to nationals once, but never the top of the top." She shouldn't feel bad about that, she knew, but even her parents hadn't been able to hide their disappointment at her constant failure to go all the way. "There are more words in there I don't understand," Oz said, "but it sounds like this was something competitive for you? That you loved?" Did she love it? She'd felt so free when she gave it up, when she realized her body didn't have to hurt all the time and she could actually have free time. But then she remembered what it was like to soar through the air. That was another kind of freedom. "I did love it," she said, "but I couldn't do it forever." Solon called Oz away and Emily was relieved. She didn't want to get in too deep, but the longer he was around, the more she was sure it was going to happen. She snagged another dumpling and had just taken a bite when Zach came up to her and bumped her hip. "So," he said, "is that going to be a thing?" "What?" It came out garbled around the food. Zach nodded to where Oz had wandered off. "Are you going to be distracted by a certain smoldering warrior?" "Smoldering?" She took the last bites and wiped her mouth. "Sounds like I'm not the one who's distracted." "I've got eyes," he laughed. "But you're the one who's practically cuddling against him." "Do you really think we can trust them?" It wasn't a warning. She knew that. Zach was asking a genuine question. "I don't know," she responded, "but I think I want to." Crew tried to call them again. Solon and Oz ignored it. If their captain got a hold of them, he could end their scheme before it began, and neither of them wanted that. But it meant they had to act fast. It was one thing to dodge a call for a few hours, and another entirely to dodge for days when they were on the cusp of an important mission. Solon was the better pilot, so it made the most sense for him to take the humans, and Lena had to go with them since she was in need of the most medical attention. Then came Lucy. The girl was holding together, but Oz knew Emily would want her on the first flight out, so she got a spot. Only one of the humans had to stay behind. It would be selfish to ask Emily just so he could spend more time with her, and he wouldn't put her in more danger. But the thought of 2 days alone, just the two of them, held a certain sort of appeal that Oz would never admit to out loud. They'd gathered the humans in the kitchen after they'd had time to eat and clean. They already looked better than they had the night before with a bit of rest. Oz hoped they could make a life in Osei, or one of the other Synnr strongholds on Eorsa. It wouldn't be the same as Earth, but they'd have an opportunity to live. It was better than whatever they'd put up with over the last few months. Emily met his gaze when him and Solon stood in front of them and he could see a question in her eyes. It would be answered soon enough. "We want to get you out of here," he said. Something caught between relief and fear pulsed through the group. "Get us out of here how?" asked Emily, ever the doubter. He couldn't exactly blame her. "We have friends on a ship orbiting the planet. They have medical equipment that will allow them to see to your friend, and can eventually take you to our home city of Osei. There's a small human population there and a growing community. You should be welcome." He could see they didn't like that, and he kept talking before they had time to object anymore. "One problem, though, is that our shuttle can only hold 4 passengers. At least one of you needs to stay behind until we can make a second trip." They all started talking at once. Oz couldn't make sense of any of it, but he made no effort to interrupt. Not yet. After a moment, they quieted. "Lena and Lucy are guaranteed spots on the transports. Solon and I thought it would be best if you decided how it would work out for the rest of you." "Can't we just squeeze an extra person in?" Joel asked. "You should have seen how many people we could get in my minivan when I started driving." "You drove a minivan?" Zach laughed. "Okay, soccer mom." Joel rolled his eyes. It worked. "There's no way to secure an extra person," Solon answered. "We tried to think of the logistics, but because we'll have to transport your friend in stasis, she'll already be taking up more room than normal. Maybe we could fit an extra person under other circumstances, but not these." "I'll stay," Emily offered before anyone else could. It was what he wanted to hear, and yet Oz wanted to argue as Emily's voice cut through. He wanted her safe. Punt all wanted her on that ship and far away from grasping absent hands. "No," Zach jumped in. "I should be the one to stay. I'm a man." "And what does that make me?" Joel demanded, arms crossed and face dangerous. "I mean, you're... Zach stuttered. "Short?" Lucy remained quiet, huddling between Zach and Joel. Emily crossed her arms and glared at the other humans. "You need to go and keep Lucy and Lena safe. I'll be okay by myself." "We're not leaving you alone," Oz rushed to assure her. "Solon will be taking you all to the ship. I'll stay behind." Emily blinked. She opened her mouth, then closed it. After a quick sigh, she nodded once. "I'm staying, guys. The longer we argue, the more danger we put ourselves in." Both men looked ready to fight, but Emily held firm, and before long it was settled. Lena, Lucy, Joel, and Zach would head out with Solon, while Emily and Oz would stay behind. Then it was time to get the humans ready to go. Luckily, their shuttle was located on top of their building, so getting the humans to it wouldn't be too risky. But to be safe, they waited until darkness fell, and then moved quickly. It took all hands to get Lena safely strapped in. But almost before Oz knew it, Solon and the humans were taking off, leaving him and Emily alone on the roof. It was a beautiful night. a slight breeze moving the fragrant air around them, stars dotting the sky. With the rest of civilization hidden off in the distance, it seemed like he and Emily were the only two people in this sector of the city, and Oz wished he could keep it that way. They stood close enough to touch. All he'd have to do was move his hand the tiniest bit, and he'd be holding hers. Did humans do that? Most of the humans he'd met had either been raised away from Earth or gone for so long that they'd adopted Synnr customs. But Emily still acted like she was on Earth. He wanted to hold her hand. He wanted to put his arm around her. He ached to kiss her, and more. But he'd wounded her once, and even if he could find a way to recover from that mistake, he doubted she'd ever want more from him. How could she when she wanted to go home? "When will he be back?" she asked. "A little less than 2 days. There are patrols and security measures he'll need to circumvent, which makes the trip take longer, and... No, she didn't need to know about crew. He didn't want to worry her. But he'd already said too much. And... He turned completely toward her and let his hand brush against hers, but pulled back before she could think he was trying to take advantage. "Our captain may not be happy with this. He won't harm your friends, I'm sure of that. But he can be... loud." Emily was silent. She looked out into the night. "What's going to happen to us?" The question was so silent, it was almost swallowed up by the darkness around them. "Do you think we'll be able to go home?" Oz's heart hurt, and he didn't know how to answer her. At least not the second question. "I'll do whatever I have to keep you safe," he promised. Whatever orders he had to ignore, however many captains he had to scoff at. He'd make sure Emily and her friends had a chance. It might not have been the life they expected, but they'd have freedom and safety. A few minutes later, they headed back inside. Oz would have offered Emily a book or something to entertain herself with, but the translator she'd been outfitted with only worked for spoken language, not written. But she seemed content to sit and look out the window for a long time. He thought it would be a peaceful night, that they could wait for Solon to return and get Emily to the ship without issue. Then the siren went off, and all Braz broke loose. Chapter 8. The siren gave Emily an immediate headache, and she could barely make out what Oz was saying. Braznon's bowels? Sounded messy. She would have asked what he meant by that, but he'd morphed from her polite host to an alien warrior between one blink and the next. Was there a fire? A tornado? Were they under attack? She kept her questions to herself and sprung to her feet, ready to do what Oz told her to. She wasn't sure she fully trusted the man, but he was the one with the electric wings and fangs who was supposed to keep her safe. For now, that was enough. "Away from the windows!" Oz barked, and Emily jumped back. He didn't take his own advice, but he crouched down and peeked out, not making himself much of a target. "Punting Braz!" He spat. And yeah, those were definitely alien curses. Why didn't her translator handle them? That was a question for later. He stumbled back from the window and looked at her from head to toe. There'd been heat in his gaze before, but now there was no lust, just assessment. He nodded once. "Shoes on. Good. We need to go." "What's going on?" Emily would do what she needed to do to survive, but she couldn't do it silently. "Sweep coming through," Oz said, moving quickly and picking up things that didn't seem too important. He shoved them into a bag and pulled it on. "Come on, we can make it to the... punt. Solon's got the shuttle." Yes, he did. Did that give us away? Maybe it wasn't the time to ask, but Oz just shrugged. Can't worry about that now. He grabbed something else off the counter and shoved it into his pockets. There's a vehicle downstairs we can use. No flight, and they might see us leave, but we can't stay here. Emily was regretting volunteering to stay. It hadn't occurred to her that something like this might happen. Maybe it should have. They were fugitives from a research facility, and apparently these aliens didn't like humans all that much. Back home, she'd never even gotten a parking ticket, and now she was on the run from alien soldiers. What had her life become? What are we waiting for? The need to move flowed in her veins. She didn't want the Absins getting their hands on her. She wasn't going back to that terrible place where they treated her like a lab rat. She didn't want to die as someone's science experiment. Oz took a final look around the room and they headed towards the door. The night seemed peaceful. The alarm had stopped ringing, and though Emily could hear the sound of vehicles, she could pretend it wasn't evil aliens racing through the night to come and get her. But pretending for too long would get her killed, and she wasn't going to die today. She didn't know where downstairs was. The apartment opened right to the street, and there was no obvious entrance to a lower level. She hadn't even realized they had roof access until they had to carry Lena up there. But it seemed the building had secrets of its own. Oz moved swiftly to a recessed door that Emily would have never noticed. He opened it with a wave of his hand, and a narrow staircase led down into darkness. "A light?" she asked. She couldn't see a thing, but could imagine all kinds of monsters lurking in the basement of this alien planet. They might see it. Oz whispered, "Here." Energy crackled, and she looked back to see those magnificent wings of his stretching out overhead, dimly illuminating a path out. Emily wanted to reach out and touch them so bad that her hands hurt, but she'd seen the destruction wings like those could cause, and she wasn't going to let curiosity hurt her even more. The metal staircase banged and clanged as they moved downstairs to the garage. There were a few vehicles, but Oz passed them all by until he came to what basically looked like a motorcycle. The wheels looked different, solid in a way rubber wasn't, and it gleamed with an inner glow, but there was room enough for two people sitting astride. Emily was ready to climb on behind Oz when he motioned for her to get on first. "Do you expect me to drive this thing?" she asked. She'd never been on a motorcycle back home. "I can handle the controls, but I need to be behind you to use my wings." He gave her an encouraging smile. Emily closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said a little prayer. When she opened them, a giant armored truck hadn't magically appeared, so she climbed on the alien motorcycle and decided to trust that Oz would do what he could to keep her safe. He waved his hands in front of the controls, and it all appeared in front of her like a hologram. "Hold on to this bar," he told her, breath rushing by her ear. Shivers raced through her body, goosebumps breaking out on her arms. Thankfully, they were covered by her jacket. She didn't want Oz to know the effect he had on her. She couldn't let herself get hung up on an alien. She had to keep her focus on getting home. But she still leaned into the heat of his body. For safety. And warmth. Yeah, right. She tried to understand what he was doing with the controls, but it was all symbols she didn't recognize. Shouldn't there be handlebars or something? How do you steer? She knew that much about bikes, and the bar she was holding was fixed in place. His breath brushed against her again. "The steering controls are along the side of the bike. Our bodies tell it where to go." That sounded complicated. But Emily wasn't going to argue. He seemed to know what he was doing. She hoped. Something crashed overhead and she could hear pounding footsteps. "They're here." She breathed out. Oz started the bike, and they were off. Punting patrols. How had they found them so quickly? Solon was a better pilot than that. He knew how to get them the braz off the planet without alerting security. He could curse Solon out later. Right now, he had his arms wrapped around Emily, and needed to get through the city without anyone noticing. At the last moment, he handed her a helmet and made her put it on. His wings could protect him from most injuries, but it was difficult to protect someone else. and she'd be less likely to be identified as human if she were wearing the helmet. Sure, she didn't have wings, but it wasn't like every Zulir had theirs out all the time. Oz wanted his own wrapped around the bike to deflect anything the patrol shot at them, but he retracted them. The bright, swirling electric colors would be a beacon, and they needed stealth for as long as they could manage. There was only one way out of the garage on a vehicle, and the patrol was sure to have someone near the door. Oz held on tight to Emily as he pushed the bike forward. If they were fast enough, they'd lose the patrol quickly. And he loved to ride. They burst through the garage entrance and barely had time to see the first patrolman signal for him to stop. Oz ignored it and tore down the street, leaning his body and guiding the bike down the narrow lane. The vehicle became an extension of himself and Emily. He'd been worried for a moment that she would resist the controls, but she leaned into him and let him lead. But it was more than that. She didn't surrender to him. She moved with him, like she knew what he was doing even before he decided. It couldn't be that she knew where he was going. He hadn't decided on a path, and she didn't know the city. But one turn after another she was flowing with him, letting the bike become a part of her, and they danced together as they drove. It would have been perfect, even romantic, if not for the sound of vehicles in hot pursuit, sirens blaring. Soon, it would be more than sirens. Blasters, bullets, lightning from their wings. It all depended on why the patrol was after them. Did they suspect he was a Synnr? Did they know Emily was human? Or was this just a random patrol that had gotten lucky? No time to stop and ask. And Oz couldn't really care anyway. If they got a hold of them, it would be over for Emily, and maybe for him. He wasn't going to let that happen. A sharp turn had him and Emily almost scraping the ground as they sped down an alley almost too small to accommodate them. He thought they were lucky, that they'd managed to shake the patrol. But when he popped back out onto another street, one of the patrol cars was there. Punt! More driving, more evading, more flowing perfectly with the human in his arms. And then the patrol got serious. The first blaster shot went wide, taking out the window of a nearby building. It was a warning. They wouldn't rely on blasters for long. The weapons could hurt if they got hit, but they weren't usually fatal. That was saved for the projectiles and the lightning. The second blaster shot would have hit them if Emily hadn't jerked the bike to the side. The patrol was determined to stop them. Oz let his wings out. Energy crackled in his veins, and he could feel the lightning within him flow. There was a sudden freedom to it, one he couldn't quite explain. The wings didn't weigh anything, and yet he could feel them simmering in the air, ready to strike out, ready to shield, ready to fly. He absorbed the next blaster shots and turned the bike towards one of the roads that would take them out of the city. The land around Vannon was unforgiving, but there were places to shelter if needed, and if they could lose the patrol, they'd be able to hide. He didn't want to get stuck in the city where the patrol would have almost unlimited resources. They just needed a bit of space, a bit of speed. They could do this. He had to keep Emily safe. More blasts shot after them, and Oz spread his wings wide, but Emily froze up in his arms, her body stiff as a board. She quickly relaxed back, and he didn't have time to check to see what had happened. Had she been hit? Was it something else? They had to get out of this, now. He turned his whole self to it, and Emily followed. They got the space he needed, and when an exit onto the local highway came up, Oz passed it by, letting the patrol vehicle speed along before slamming his bike to a stop, rearing backwards and climbing the ramp. No one in the patrol was on a bike like this, so they didn't have the same maneuverability, and that bought him almost a minute. Just enough time to put distance between them and speed down the road to safety. Well, relative safety. They ditched the bike as quickly as possible, and he stole a different vehicle, this one with 2 seats and doors. He took the time to pull out the vehicle tracking system. Emily walked stiffly to the door and got in when Oz was done. "Are you all right?" he asked. He pulled them back onto the road and wished he could let the auto-nav take over, but it was tied into the vehicle tracking system, and it wouldn't work without it. Emily nodded. "Don't worry about me. Just get us out of here." "I can multitask," Oz assured her, but she was talking, she was breathing steadily. She didn't look gravely injured, so he had to trust that it could wait. The patrol didn't find them again. The highway took them out of the city, and Oz turned to the dingier roads for cover. He debated ditching the car again, but unless they went into one of the small villages and stole another one, they wouldn't have a way to get back, and he didn't want to draw more attention to them. Not yet. Not unless they had another choice. So that left one more question. "You look like you're thinking too hard," Emily said. Oz shot her a grin, some of the tension leaking out of him. "I have enough untraceable credits to rent a room in one of the travel inns along the road. They don't ask questions, seeing as their clientele—" "Rent by the hour?" she asked. Oz furrowed his brows. "I'm not sure what that means. Prostitution or other seedy business?" Was that common on Earth? He'd heard stories about the planet, but they'd been about exploration and technology, about the great feats of humans. Nothing seedy. He'd wondered if humans who came from Earth would be different from the ones he'd met, if they'd have impossibly high standards, or be horrified by the darker parts of Zulir society. But it appeared humans had problems of their own. "Something like that," he said, "though I'm fairly certain we have to rent for the whole night. Our other choice is to sleep in the vehicle." Emily looked around and sighed. "I feel like the safer choice is to avoid people, isn't it? I'm sure we can make do. And it's not that cold outside. We can always sleep under the stars. People think camping is fun for some reason. Maybe I've been missing out." This woman. This wonderful woman. Oz pulled the car over and turned toward her. Whatever he was going to say was lost when she leaned over and sealed her lips against his. Chapter 9. She was kissing him. She wasn't supposed to kiss him. Whoops. No, screw that. This was awesome. Emily gripped the sides of Oz's face so he couldn't pull away, a little desperate to keep hold. And when his mouth opened under hers, she moaned. He let her lead, let her explore and taste and do anything she wanted to him. For half a second, she was scared to cut herself on his fangs, but it turned out they weren't quite as sharp as they looked. She could ignore the aches in her body, the pain shooting up from her calf. She wanted to climb across the car and straddle him, then keep kissing him all night until she forgot what it was like not to kiss him. It had taken her suddenly, this urge. No, that was a lie. Riding that bike together had been a revelation. Never had her body been so in sync with another. He hadn't told her when to move. She'd just known. And they'd evaded the guards, sped down streets, done it all without talking. They hadn't needed to. Kissing him was just an extension of that. They were alive. They were alive! God, Oz tasted so good. He was the one to pull back, and after a second, Emily let him go, even if he did have to pull his face out of her hands. Electricity seemed to crackle in his eyes, and she wanted him to let his wings out and wrap them around her. She wanted to feel all of him. Her friends had talked about attraction before, had discussed the men and women they wanted, and Emily had never quite understood it. Sure, she saw that people were attractive. She understood it in an academic sense, but what she was feeling for Oz was anything but academic. She could feel him in her blood. Oz licked his lips and Emily almost launched herself back at him. Okay, she'd gone crazy. She didn't want to be sane. Oz took in a breath and reached for her hand, brushing his lips against it. I'm not sure about humans, but that means something to a Zulir. We don't kiss just anyone. Emily's heart fluttered. He was looking at her so intensely that it was like he could see into her soul. What did he want her to say? She wasn't sure what it meant. She knew she wanted to kiss him again, to crawl all over him until she didn't know where he ended and she began. She wanted more. She wanted him to look at her like he was looking at her now, like she was something special, like he couldn't look away. But it wasn't like she was ready to declare her love or anything. It was a kiss, not a proposal. But she couldn't leave him hanging. It means something to me, too. She said, I'm not sure what, but something. And then she forced herself to look away. If she didn't, she was going to rip his clothes off and have her way with him on the side of the road. And she didn't want her first time to be in the passenger seat of an alien car on an alien planet after escaping from alien police. Emily slumped forward. That brought her back down to Earth. Or, well, Kilrym, technically. She could feel Oz move, but she didn't look over at him. She didn't trust herself. Either she'd launch herself at him, and they'd be right back where they were, or she was going to burst into tears. One option sounded much better than the other, but she really couldn't do either. A kiss. He cut himself off, and Emily still refused to look at him. Let's make camp, he said instead. She wanted to ask what he'd almost said, but she held the question back. Nothing was going to come of anything between them. It couldn't. They belonged on different planets. This whole thing was a confusing nightmare, and she just wanted it to be over with. He started the vehicle again, and Emily stayed quiet. Eventually, he turned down one road and then another before finding a dirt trail and leading them even further away from the main road. Emily had been lost as soon as they left the apartment, but now there was absolutely no way of finding her way back to civilization. If Oz wanted to abandon her, but she knew he wouldn't do that. He could have abandoned her to the patrol in the city if he wanted to be rid of her. Instead, he'd risked his life and his mission to keep her safe. She was in danger, her body from the things the Absins wanted to do to it, and her heart from the protective Synnr warrior who kissed like the devil. She'd lost track of the time when they finally stopped, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. She didn't care that they were outside. It wasn't that cold. She'd live. Check the storage unit for any supplies, he instructed as he unbuckled his safety harness and got out. Emily looked in front of her for anything that could be a storage unit, but this wasn't a human car. There wasn't a glove box or a center console. She started pressing against random surfaces, hoping maybe she'd trigger something. Then she looked behind. There was a space behind the seats, but it was empty. Was there a trunk? Was that what he meant? He knocked on her window and shot her a confused look. Is everything okay? He asked, his voice muffled by the glass. Emily opened the door and got out of the car. Of course, she said, trying to sound confident. She wanted him to think she could pull her own weight, even if she was floundering. The storage unit. He nodded towards the back of the vehicle where she would have expected a trunk to be. Emily walked back there like she'd been planning to the entire time. Or she would have if her leg hadn't suddenly decided that whatever it had been hit with earlier had done enough damage to make her pay. She stumbled and caught herself on the side of the car, holding back a yelp and biting her tongue in the process. Before she could get her feet back under her, Oz was there, scooping her up like she weighed nothing, and with a lifetime's worth of gymnastics muscles she was actually heavier than she looked, and carrying her back to her seat. He set her down gently and ran his fingers over her pant leg. Emily couldn't hold the hiss of pain back. His fingers came away wet with her blood. Oz reared back when he saw, and his own hand smacked against the side of the door, bringing with it its own cut. Emily shouldn't have found it funny, really. She was bleeding, and must have been for some time. Maybe it was the blood loss that was making her feel a bit loopy. "Sorry," she gasped around a laugh, and then without thinking she reached out for his wounded hand. Their blood touched, and white exploded behind her eyes. Oz's fingers tightened around Emily's hand as awareness bloomed with him. A match. Emily was a match. For him. He looked at her, blood smeared against his. Without thought, his wings flared out bigger than he'd ever felt before. He could feel the energy pulsing inside of Emily, and he was sure that if he reached out he could join it with his own. Was that a faint outline of wings behind her? What would they look like? His blood fizzed with the power of this thing between them. He'd listened to the matched people tell what it was like, but he'd never understood until now. Nothing could have prepared him for this. The ground seemed to shift beneath his feet, a realignment of everything he thought he knew. He'd known from the first that there was something about Emily, but he'd never imagined that it could be this. Matches were rare enough among the Zulir, and rarer still with alien races. Had the Absins known? Emily jerked her hand back and the connection between them broke apart. And yet, not completely. They weren't bonded. They couldn't call upon one another's power or amplify each other, but he could feel the whisper of her in his blood, her spirit singing in his veins. What the f... Emily clutched her hand close to her chest, her gray eyes wide and breaths coming in fast. He tried to tell himself it wasn't rejection. Emily didn't know what a match might feel like. How could she? But the fear he saw within her scared him. She couldn't run. Not only because it wasn't safe with the patrols surely looking for them. He couldn't lose her. Not this time. "Remember what I said about matching?" he said. There was no holding the truth back from her. Not that it had even occurred to him. This could change everything. If only he could find a way to get Emily to choose him. Her tongue darted out to wet her lips, and Oz's twitched. Now was not the time. But the taste of her was imprinted on his memory, and he'd carry it with him for the rest of his days. He wanted more. After a long moment, Emily nodded. She let her hands fall to her sides, but didn't reach for him again. He couldn't exactly blame her. "We're a match," he said. He tried to keep his voice matter-of-fact, tried to hide just how much this could mean. She couldn't know how much this affected him. Not if he wanted her to keep her cool. Blood-to-blood contact is how to tell. That was our match flaring, telling us we could bond. She shifted her shoulders and glanced behind herself. When she looked back, her expression was blank. "So, do I have wings now? Where are they?" She reached out before dropping her hand, and Oz realized his wings were still flared out. He didn't want to retract them, especially when he saw the way she kept tracing over them with her own eyes. He liked that. He wanted more. "No, you don't." When her shoulders sank, he added, "Not yet. We'd have to bond for that to happen." "I thought you said we were." She looked confused. Maybe this was all confusing for a human. To Oz, it made perfect sense. But he'd known about this his entire life. The match flared and told us we have the potential to bond, but we'd need to make the conscious choice to complete the bond. "Is that a sex thing?" she asked, her tone strange. A laugh burst out of Oz. "By Brasnon's bowels, no." "Oh." She looked down and her cheeks went red. Oz could have slapped himself. He leaned in close and used his clean hand to cup her cheek, tilting her face up. He wanted to devour her, but settled for something he'd seen humans do once. He brushed his lips against her forehead and then rocked back, still holding her face. The relationship between a matched unit often has a romantic element, but it's not a requirement. If something like that happens between us, I want you to know that I wanted you long before there was any hint of a match. You're an amazing woman, Emily. Her cheeks got even more red, and her pupils widened until the black seemed to swallow most of the gray. Really? Even crouched as close to her as he was, he could barely hear the words she breathed out. Really, he promised. But if he didn't back up, he was going to kiss her again, and they'd never get this conversation over with. He took a deep breath and continued. Completing the bond happens when we call upon each other's powers and use it as our own. How? She pushed off her seat, limping past him. I can't keep sitting. She limped a few paces before leaning against the vehicle. Oz wanted to insist she was injured, but there was no sign of pain on her face. Either she was very good at hiding it, or the injury wasn't as bad as it looked. And he could understand the claustrophobic feeling of not wanting to be enclosed during this conversation. I don't know what it's supposed to feel like for a human, he admitted. I do know matched humans, but we never talked about that part. I can introduce you when we get back to Osei's. She opened her mouth and then closed it, and Oz's stomach dropped. She was going to say she wanted to go back to Earth. He had to tell her the truth, but when he tried, he found he couldn't. Not yet. For me, I can feel this presence inside of me, something sparking and begging to be used, but it's not my own. And it's not like my power. There's a protection around it. I'd need to consciously reach for it to use it. That's you, the match. And I think that if I used that power, and you did the same for the power that must be in you, that protection would go away, and we would be bonded. Our potential would flow through both of us, and we'd amplify each other, and you would have wings. He could see the way her eyes lit up, and it felt almost wrong to tempt her that way. But if she wanted to stay in Osei's, maybe it wouldn't hurt as bad when she found out she had no other choice. Emily closed her eyes and tilted her head back. A moment later, she opened them again. Yeah, I guess I can feel something. Is it weird to say that it kind of tickles? Did it? Oz wasn't sure he'd used the exact same words, but maybe there was a slight discomfort. But the knowledge of what it could be was too great for him to care. How is your leg? He asked. Emily's face scrunched up, and then she glanced down to where her pant leg was torn and the skin stained red. I think the bleeding has stopped. It's more annoying than anything. Do you have something I can clean it with? He wanted to offer to tend it for her, but Emily had scooted another few inches away from him and seemed to be silently screaming that she wanted time to herself. He opened the med kit and grabbed items, handing them to her, bandages and cleaning solution, and then he grabbed a small blue vial. Healing cream should help the wound close fully. Thanks. She took the items, careful not to touch him. I'll get cleaned up, then help set up the camp. There was no need for that, but she walked away before Oz could say otherwise. His heart was heavy and full to bursting at the same time. He'd found his match, but how was he going to keep her? Chapter 10. Emily ended up ripping off half her pant leg to get her wound cleaned. It looked bad. It felt worse. She'd already sweated through her shirt and jacket from the pain. She didn't know if she would have been able to walk without crying if not for the decades of practice she had working through the pain. The stupid cut was a surface injury. Hurt like heck, but nothing she couldn't handle. She couldn't stop her gasp when she ran the cleaning pad over it and wondered if there was some kind of alien disinfectant on it. It stung. But when she slathered the healing cream on the angry red skin, she immediately felt a cool, soothing sensation. Neosporin on steroids. She'd take it. She wrapped the bandage around her leg and then looked at the scraps. She wasn't going to litter, but the walk back to the vehicle seemed so far. Emily gave herself 2 minutes to rest, and then another 3 when that didn't take long enough. By the time she walked back to the camp, Oz had it all set up. All it needed was a blazing fire and roasting marshmallows and they'd be set. Of course, the fire would probably give away their location, and she doubted marshmallows were something the Synnr knew about. Pity. She found a small bag to dump her trash, and then all that Oz had told her rushed up to remind her just what a screwed-up situation she'd been thrust into. Matched. What did that even mean? Sure, she understood the broad strokes of what he told her. They had some sort of genetic compatibility that would give her superpowers if she accepted it. But what did it mean for her future? Could she bond with Oz when she still planned to go back to Earth? And should she ask him the logistics about that? Every time she got close to approaching the topic, it seemed like something else came up. Was he trying to keep her from asking? Why would he? Did Emily want to ask right now? That brought her up short. For the past 6 months, her one goal had been to find a way back home. It had kept her going through the darkest times, and she'd used that goal to keep others going as well. She had a life back home. There was supposed to be a job waiting for her, though she had no idea if it would still be there after a 6-month-long disappearance. But even if it wasn't, so what? She could find another firm to work for. Though how would she explain her disappearance? Abducted by aliens wasn't exactly going to go over well with the cops or any future bosses. And if she went through with the bond and still went home, would she keep the wings? What would happen to Oz? They'd met a week ago. She couldn't even begin to think of asking him to go home with her. But what if? No, that was crazy talk. It didn't matter that he was the first man who ever made her want like this. He technically wasn't a man at all. Not a human, anyway. And yet, she'd kissed him. And she wanted to do it again. And he wanted her. Emily shivered, and not from the cold, though that was starting to seep in. Oz wanted her, not because of their match or anything like that. He wanted her. And it was nice to be wanted. Had she really needed to travel to another planet to find out what that was like? There'd been guys back home that seemed to like her well enough. She'd even gone on dates with a few of them, but when it came time for anything more, something had held her back. She hadn't needed them, hadn't felt like she couldn't take her next breath if she didn't get close to them. She could see herself needing Oz, and it terrified her, and turned her on. What would she do if she fell for him and then had to leave? How would she recover? Emily let her head fall against the body of the vehicle and didn't even wince at the feel of the cold metal. She was supposed to be focused on getting home. She couldn't let a guy derail all of that, not even if he came with wings and made promises about what she could be if she accepted him. But he hadn't pushed. If he had pushed, she would have pushed back, and she knew she wouldn't be all messed up inside. But Oz had just given her the facts and allowed her to walk away. She knew he was the one in control here. If he wanted to turn evil on her, there wasn't much she could do. But he seemed to care more about making her comfortable. Even in her mind, the curse felt over the top. But she had a feeling she'd be much more adept at cursing before this whole thing was through. Maybe she'd even adopt a few Synnr sayings. What was it that Oz had said? By Brazon's bowels? Well, that sure was evocative. She couldn't hide out by the vehicle all night. Eventually, Oz was going to come find her, if only to make sure that she hadn't been eaten by bears. Space bears. Whatever the Synnr equivalent to bears was. She walked over and took a seat beside Oz, grabbing at one of the blankets he had laid out. "Do you have bears here?" Maybe she should be asking something else, but now that it had occurred to her, it was going to eat her up inside, especially since she didn't want to think about bears eating up her outsides. "Bears?" he asked, saying it like he'd never heard the word before. Big, furry, brown animals, teeth, claws, sometimes eat hikers. She remembered an English gymnast being horrified by the fact that they could stumble across bears in the wild in America. It had seemed funny at the time, but now that she was contemplating vicious wildlife that might come out under the cover of darkness, it wasn't so funny. "There are no large predators in this sector," he assured her. "We have nothing to fear from the wildlife." She hoped that was true, but she wasn't going to make Oz promise. It wasn't like he had some sort of power over space bears. At least, he would have mentioned that by now, right? She clamped her mouth shut to keep from asking. Clearly, the blood loss and shock from the matching was making her loopy. She couldn't be held responsible for what she said right now. Or did. Because it would be really unwise to do something right now. Something like crawl onto Oz's lap and wrap her arms around him. Or to cover his mouth with her own and pick up where they'd left off. She really shouldn't do that. Really. She shouldn't. It would just complicate things further. And things were complicated enough. And yet, she found herself leaning into Oz's side, nuzzling her head into his neck and breathing deep. How could he still smell good after everything they'd gone through? Something rumbled in his chest. Was he purring? It wasn't exactly like a cat, but it was close enough. And maybe the strange sound should have turned her off, but Emily found herself splaying a hand across his chest to see if she could make it louder. Yup, she could. She couldn't pinpoint the moment she decided to move, but before she knew it, she was sitting on his lap, her hands on his shoulders, looking right at him. Lightning crackled in his eyes, red and blue just like his wings. She wanted him to bring them out and wrap them around her, but she couldn't quite bring herself to ask. It felt too intimate, even though she was sitting on him, a breath away from kissing him. She couldn't do it. She didn't need to. His wings flared out behind him and then wrapped up in front of her, the electricity raising the hair on her arms. Can I touch them? She barely resisted it before. She couldn't do it a second time. Not after all that had happened in the last hours. She was at the end of her emotional rope and out of discipline. What she wanted, she was going to take, and she couldn't stop herself. She didn't want to. But Oz took it a step further and moved one of his wings, brushing it against her back. Emily gasped, her nipples tightening and her body writhing where she sat. Her core coiled with need. "That feels good," she said, voice full of awe. "How?" It looked like it was as deadly as a live wire, but she wanted more and leaned into his touch. "We're matched," Oz said, as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. They were in sync on some unknowable level. Bodies, minds, molecules all lined up and ready to bond together. Emily could feel Oz's well of power, and it wouldn't take much to reach for it. But she forced herself to back off. She wasn't going to do that now, not in the heat of the moment, not when she didn't know if it could be taken back. She didn't need to take his power to feel him all around her. Tonight she could have him, bond be damned, and she wanted. Why should she wait? She leaned in, pressing her lips against his, the kiss almost gentle compared to the swirl of need going on inside of her. When she'd kissed him in the car, it had been an acknowledgement that they'd survived. This was something else entirely. This was a promise of pleasure. On some level, she'd known that kisses meant different things, but she hadn't known they could be so specific. But lips and tongues were involved, Of course this would be a language of its own. His wings were driving her crazy, touching her like extra arms, and Oz seemed to be able to extend them even farther than his hands. Tendrils of power wrapping around her legs and covering her from head to toe. It was too much, and yet she wanted more. His pants were thick, like something meant for rough work, or to deflect weapons of patrols coming after them. But despite the material, she could still feel his hardening length pressing against her. Emily rocked forward, seeking out contact. Even if she'd never done this before, her body knew what it wanted. Him. "You're eager, aren't you?" It came out more a growl than words, and Emily shivered. Her body coiled even tighter. How did people live with this kind of feeling? It was at the edge of painful, and she wasn't sure how much more she could take. And he was barely touching her. She was going to go mad if he gave her more. "I don't see you complaining," she managed to shoot back. She wished she had wings so she could wrap him up in them and give back exactly what he was giving to her. But she wasn't going to reach for that power now. She kissed him again and pulled at his shirt, trying to get it off, the chill in the air forgotten. Oz pulled it over his head and grinned at her. Emily's heart stopped. Damn, he was a well-made man. The iridescence of his skin was laid on top of strong muscles that rippled under her fingers. And tattoos. She hadn't known he had tattoos. The patterns swirled and danced in dark lines along his arms. But there seemed to be something missing, a swath of unmarked skin waiting to be colored in. She was about to ask, but he pulled her forward and they were kissing again. When he tugged at the hem of her own shirt, she stiffened. She tried to hide it, but it was impossible to shield her body's reaction to him when she was sitting on his lap. She wanted this. She wanted him. It didn't have to be a big deal. So why did taking her shirt off feel like one? She'd performed in front of thousands in skin-tight leotards and it never bothered her. She yanked her shirt off and threw it to the ground, but the cool air made her shiver and she wrapped her arms tight around herself. Not to cover up. She insisted to the little voice in her head that insisted she should take her time. No, it was just about temperature. Though if Oz kept looking at her like that, she wasn't going to stay cold for long. Oz's blue eyes raked up and down her naked torso, taking in her muscles and small breasts. She knew what she looked like. It wasn't a romantic ideal. Too short, too muscular, too flat, but it had been exactly the body she needed for most of her life. No need to hide. His voice rumbled over her, making her skin break out in goosebumps. Let me see you. Chapter 11. This felt monumental. It couldn't be. Emily had to find a way to maintain some sort of emotional distance, or she was going to fall apart. So why wasn't she moving? Oz placed his hands on her arms but didn't make an effort to pull them away. There's no need to rush, my little flyer. He reached down with one hand and came back with his own shirt, offering it to her. Little flyer? Emily smiled even as the words unfurled something in her heart. Now it was Oz's turn to look down. Was he blushing? The tinge of his skin and the darkness around them made it difficult to tell. You're magnificent in the air, he said, flying without wings, without fear. I hope you let me see it again one day. The praise washed over her and Emily couldn't stop her smile. She'd always loved performing, but she'd heard so much hollow feedback in her life it was difficult to trust. Oz wasn't a coach, he wasn't her parents, and she believed what he said. It made her just as warm as the heat in his gaze, and gave her the final courage needed to drop her arms to her sides and be on display before him. Have you done this before? He asked, voice even rougher. He seemed determined to maintain eye contact, but he wasn't made of stone, and she caught the split second he glanced down to see what she was offering. She wanted to lie, wanted to pretend to be some wanton minx who knew every trick in and out of bed, but she doubted she could keep up the charade, and she didn't want to lie to Oz. Not here. Not now. But the words were hard to say, so she shook her head and hoped he understood. If the way his wings coiled even tighter around her were any indication, he did. "I want to make you feel good," he said. "Will you let me?" She'd let him do a lot more than that. "Yes?" she whispered, and she almost didn't recognize the sound of her own voice. Had it ever been that needy before? Good little flyer. Emily shivered. She couldn't help it. And Oz couldn't help but notice. "You like that?" he asked, lips pressed against her ear. Was it the name? The absence had denied her a name and given her a new one, and she'd hated it. "You're doing so good," Oz said again. "Now lay back and enjoy it. No need to rush," he whispered as his lips found her skin again. "Yes," she begged. "Please rush." Her body was on fire, and he was the only one who could put it out. Why did he insist on torturing her? He was a barbarian to revel in the idea he was the only one who'd ever been allowed this close to her. He wanted to be the only one she ever let into her bed, if he could find them a bed. But he had to keep those words tightly caged inside for now. She wasn't ready to hear them, and he refused to make her run. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep her. He didn't think he could survive being parted. Chapter 12. A heavy arm draped over Emily's middle told her things weren't like normal. Then the smell of fresh air tickled her nose and a cool wind burst over her, jolting her fully to wakefulness. She could feel Oz's beard tickling her naked shoulder. Naked. Oz. Last night. Wow. She curled tighter into him, mostly for warmth, and a bit because she liked the way his hard body felt against hers. If someone had told her a few months ago that she'd have her first sexual experience on an alien planet with an alien warrior, she would wonder what on earth they were smoking. But she wasn't on Earth anymore, and she could still remember how it felt to have Oz feasting on her like there was no tomorrow. Her sex tightened, and she knew if she stuck her fingers down there they would come back wet with need. Could they do all that again? Soon? She'd gone 24 years just fine without having sex, but now that she knew the things that Oz could do to her, she didn't know that she could go another 24 hours. Something buzzed overhead, and Emily looked up. The sky was just as blue as usual, so much like Earth that she could pretend she was back home for a minute. But when she saw something fly directly over them and pause, something that definitely wasn't a bird, she knew their night was over. Oz sprang up before she could wake him, head tilted up. He saw what she had and cursed. "We need to move," he said. All traces of the lover from the night before were gone, and in his place was the warrior determined to keep her safe. Emily found clothes and put them on as quickly as she could, then scooped up the bits and pieces that made up her camp. She only remembered her wounded leg when she was running to the vehicle. It didn't even twinge. The healing cream must have done the trick. She slid into the passenger seat as Oz fired up the engine. What was that thing? She asked. Part of her mind was still stuck on what she and Oz had done the night before, but she was trying to ignore that in favor of survival. It should have been easier. He sped out of their hiding place and down a path that might have been considered a road if they were being generous. "Looked like a surveillance drone. Standard procedure is to call in a patrol unit to check it out," We might only have a few minutes depending on how close the nearest one is. Hold on.
Emily did. The ride was bumpier than before. With the sun up, it was so much easier to see, and that meant he could go faster. Emily caught glimpses of a deep canyon through the trees. What other secrets did this area hold? Had they been in danger of going off a cliff the night before when they could barely see? She trusted Oz, but he'd said himself that this wasn't his home planet. She had no idea how familiar he was with the terrain. She almost wished she'd gone to safety with Solon and the other humans. Almost, because even if safety had been an option, she wouldn't have given up last night with Oz. Something flashed in front of them and Oz cursed again. The vehicle stuttered and coughed until it powered down, rolling to a gentle stop in the middle of the road. What's happening? Emily looked around, but she didn't see anyone out of the window, and there was nothing in the sky.
EMP.
Oz punched at the controls.
Kills all the electronics.
Can you use your powers to jumpstart it? He had electric wings. Weren't those like a battery?
Good idea, but no. I'm more likely to fry the engine. Come on, we need to keep moving before they find the car.
He got out before Emily could argue. Are they close? Once outside, she looked around, but they might as well have been the only two beings on the planet.
Close enough, but an EMP has a wide range, and lucky for us they had to keep their vehicles back while they used it. We have a head start, and our best shot is to find cover and hope I can pick them off.
He didn't sound confident, and Emily couldn't blame him. They walked quickly and the trees thinned until they disappeared altogether. No cover, just the edge of the canyon, and she didn't want to get too close. She wasn't afraid of heights, she couldn't be, but that didn't mean she was stupid. She didn't know how sturdy the ground was around the edge, and she wasn't going to find out.
Let's go.
The sound of an engine cut Oz off, but she could see his lips forming another curse.
We're out of time. Stay with me.
He gripped her shoulders tight and pressed a hard kiss to her mouth before pulling back, face utterly serious.
If I fall, don't fight them. They'll want to return you to the lab. My people will get you out. Trust Grace.
Emily narrowed her eyes. You better not die. I'm not letting them take me alive. The memory of what they had done to her was enough to make bile rise in her throat. She wasn't going back, not while she breathed. She saw the reluctant pride bloom in his gaze, and he kissed her once more.
Then I guess I'm surviving.
He let his wings shoot out. Emily gave him room, even knowing they wouldn't hurt her. She didn't want him distracted. She wished she had a gun or something, even if she didn't know how to shoot. She didn't want to be some damsel in need of protection. Her foot kicked against a large rock and she picked it up. It was better than nothing, not that she had much of a throwing arm. She expected an army, but maybe she'd seen one too many movies back on Earth. A single vehicle pulled through the trees and stopped at the edge. 6 armed soldiers stepped out, covered head to toe in body armor. The armor made them look identical. It was scary, and Emily's fingers tightened around the rock. She wanted to chuck it straight at them, but she doubted it would do much good. 2 soldiers remained by the vehicle, taking cover behind doors and holding up nasty-looking guns. The other 4 let their wings out. 2 were bigger than the rest, twice the size of Oz's wings, and she heard her warrior curse again. He really liked to curse. She didn't know if she should try and stop him. Why are their wings so big? She asked.
That's a matched unit. Those 2 have more power than the other 4 combined.
I don't... He trailed off, unwilling to admit what Emily sensed must be true. 6 on 2 were terrible odds. The matched unit made it all that much worse. She knew what she had to do. Emily didn't ask. She didn't offer. She didn't want Oz making some noble sacrifice. Instead, she closed her eyes and reached deep inside of herself for that well of power that wasn't hers. She didn't know what she was supposed to do, but from what Oz said it wasn't too complicated. She let her hands scoop it up and pulled it toward herself. Oz gasped and his wings flickered. "What are you doing?" he demanded. She could see in his eyes that he knew. He just didn't believe. Emily grit her teeth and grabbed even more of his lightning. "Saving our asses. Now take my damn power and save us both." He looked at her, eyes wide and flashing with lightning. Then he grinned. "You're amazing, Emily Saint." She felt something tug deep inside of her, and then she stumbled back as Oz's wings doubled in size. That wall between his power and hers dissolved, and she felt wildfire in her veins, sizzling through her. Energy sparked on her fingertips, and she could almost feel wings against her back. But when she looked, there was nothing there. She'd figure out the wings later. Right now, their bond gave them a fighting chance. She wanted to see what Oz could do. There was no time to celebrate, and the joy flowing along with energy through his veins was out of place with the 4 guards coming towards them. Even matched, he didn't think they stood a chance against another matched unit and 4 other soldiers. But he would fight to the last to get Emily out of this. He didn't doubt her when she said she wouldn't be taken alive, so he would do everything within his power to make sure they didn't get her. She'd already given him the greatest gift he could be given. He had to make it worth it. He knew the range of his wings under normal circumstances, but with the power of the match it had to be greater, and he was testing it live. Yesterday the soldiers would have been out of range. Today he didn't know. Time to find out. He didn't wait to see if the soldiers would let them surrender. He called on the spark within him, his own mixed with Emily's until it became something greater than both of them. And he struck. The closest soldier went down and lay still. Not only did he have range, his strength had grown exponentially. The soldiers behind the car opened fire, but Oz expected it, pulling his wings in to shield himself and his match. Nothing would touch her as long as he breathed. They had no cover, no place to run, and the shots kept coming until suddenly they stopped. Oz didn't take a second to be grateful. The only reason they would stop was if the other soldiers were in the way. Lightning crackled around them, and this time it wasn't his own. It wasn't Emily's either, not that she'd figured out how to summon hers yet. No, this was something foreign, something bent on destruction. It was hard to see through the shield he'd made of his wings, but he managed, and saw just how close the soldiers had gotten. Too close. Far, far too close. Oz pulled his power inward, letting it build. It was a risky move, one that left him and his match exposed in the seconds it took to ready the trick. But when he sent it outward in a blast, the soldiers went flying back, only one managing to catch his fall with his wings. Oz latched on to Emily's hand and started running. They had nowhere to go, not really, but moving was better than staying still. Electricity sparked where their hands met, the first hints of the power Emily had within her manifesting. He wanted to see her use it. She'd be a magnificent sight. But there was no time to instruct her. He threw his power behind him, blindly lashing out at the soldiers he couldn't see. There was no way to know if he struck true, but their run was cut short. They had nowhere to go. The soldiers were between them and any road out of here, and he might be able to glide by himself down to safety in the canyon below, but he couldn't carry Emily. The soldiers were advancing slowly, and Oz felt like an animal caught in a trap. "See if you can climb down," he commanded. "I'll cover you." Emily glared and opened her mouth to argue before snapping it shut. She shuffled closer to the edge before scrambling back. It's not a sheer drop, but it's at least 30 feet before the first ledge, and it's tiny. Brasnon's bowels. That wouldn't do at all. The power surged, but it wasn't anything he did, and Emily let out a triumphant yell. Yes! He spared her a glance and grinned madly when he saw electricity arcing between her fingers. Beautiful, he said. He wanted to kiss her, wanted to revel in her newly learned power, but one of the soldiers took that moment of distraction to lash out, and Oz barely got his wing up in time to shield them. When he dropped it, Emily sent out her own bolts beside him, but they weren't strong enough to connect. She was raw power and instinct right now, and it needed to be honed into something stronger if she was going to use it in a fight. But it was enough to confuse the soldiers for a moment. They knew she was human, and though they'd seen his wings grow when she bonded herself to him, Absins weren't used to human matches calling on their powers. Oz pressed the advantage, gaining a little ground as they fell back. He took out the other unmatched soldier and dared to feel a lick of hope. And in that moment, he lost everything. Between one breath and the next, the matched soldier closest to him lashed out. Oz threw up his shield a moment too late and braced for impact. He knew what it felt like to have another spark rip through him, and he could stand strong. He had to. For Emily. But it wasn't him the lightning found, and his wings didn't reach far enough. He hadn't noticed Emily step a little too far away, and when her scream ripped through the air, his heart cracked in half. He turned, throwing up his wing to make sure they couldn't strike him, and saw her stumble back. She waved her arms wildly and her eyes widened as the ground below gave way. He rushed towards her, reaching out, pulling with his power and his wings, with everything inside of her to get there in time. It all happened in a second, but it was an eternity in his mind. She seemed to fall in slow motion, unable to find her balance and footing despite all those amazing twists and turns he knew she could do in the air. And then she was falling. And then she was gone. Chapter 13. Pain ripped through Emily where the lightning had struck her, but it was only a little stronger than what she'd endured in the care of the Absins who'd been experimenting on her. Still, it was enough to make her lose her footing, and between one breath and the next she was soaring. No, not soaring. Falling. She pulled her limbs in tight as if that would give her some form of control. She didn't see the ledge she'd spotted fly by. But as fast as she was going, she didn't want to hit it. How far away was the ground? Was this really how she died? She hadn't even seen Oz's bed yet. The ground was rushing up fast, and if she didn't act, she was gone. She didn't think. She closed her eyes and breathed deep, letting her instinct take over. But they weren't her instincts. She could feel Oz's power, her power rushing inside of her. She'd been able to call sparks, but nothing like what she needed now, and if she thought about how it had to be done, she'd never do it. So she just did it. Wings shot out from her back, and she felt the air slow around her. She let them spread as wide as they could, slowing her descent into a gentle glide. The ground still rushed up, but not nearly as fast as it had been. And she was able to turn away from a cluster of trees that looked guaranteed to break something. She crashed down to the ground, but nothing snapped. Her bones jostled, but they didn't break. She looked at the nearly sheer cliff and couldn't believe she'd made it. She looked over her shoulder to see the red and blue wings so much like Oz's, and then she saw a similar pair of wings soaring down. Emily held her breath, waiting to see if it would be followed by the soldiers, but as Oz glided down there was nothing. He was alone, and he wasn't landing anywhere near her. She wanted to call out to him, but was concerned that it would call down the soldiers, so she stood up and shook out her legs, ignoring the minor twinges from the rough landing. Retracting her wings didn't exactly work. She concentrated hard on pulling them back into her body, but nothing happened. After more than a minute, she gave up. They weren't really extra weight, more like a phantom limb in reverse. She couldn't really feel them, but she knew they were there. They disrupted the air around her and made her shift her weight oddly, but they had no mass themselves. She left her wings as they were and started walking to where she'd seen Oz come down. The base of the canyon was beautiful and green, and she wondered if it flooded when there was rain. She glanced up and was relieved to see no clouds in the sky. That was the one thing they didn't need. Oz wasn't exactly where she expected to find him, but an anguished cry gave his location away. She rushed towards him. Was he hurt? Was he dying? Would she feel that? The bond between them was only a few minutes old, but it was like he was a part of her now, and she didn't want to let that go. When she found him, he was searching frantically around for something she couldn't see. Had he been hit at the top of the canyon? Had his brain been scrambled? She had no first aid, no way to care for him, but they were both alive and she was determined to keep it that way. She must have made a sound, though she didn't mean to. Oz swung around, wings flashing out as if he meant to hurt her. Emily's own wings rose of their own volition, shielding her from a strike that never came. Emily! It tore out of him on a sob, and he rushed towards her, holding his arms out but pulling back before he touched. "You're alive." He whispered it, his eyes raking over her like he couldn't believe what he saw. Then he looked again and took in her wings. "I'm alive," she said, "and so are you. And if you don't kiss me, I'm going to go crazy." He didn't need a second invitation. His lips crashed down on hers and he devoured her. Emily let him. She needed to feel him all around her, needed to be completely consumed by him after what they'd just been through. A kiss wasn't enough, not when he'd almost been ripped from her before they could see what could really happen between them. All thoughts of returning home dissolved under the strength of Oz's kiss. She couldn't even remember why she'd wanted to when his tongue was in her mouth. She let her hand wander, but when she reached his waist, Oz tore himself away. His eyes sparked with lightning, and she wondered if hers did the same now. "I'm giving you a bed," he said, voice gravelly with lust. Emily thought she saw a particularly inviting rock that would do the trick, but Oz was resolved, and as her heartbeat leveled out, she realized he might have a point. She looked back up at the canyon wall and wondered where the soldiers were. Oz must have read the question on her face, or her thoughts. Did this bond thing mean he could read her mind? "I fried them," he said. "I thought you were gone, and I..." His breath shuddered and he closed his eyes for a moment, trembling. He seemed to be reliving it, and Emily wanted to pull him out of it. She put her arms on his shoulders and rested her forehead against his. "I'm here," she promised. "I'm alive. We're alive." He nodded but didn't pull away. "It was unbelievably risky. My captain would have me whipped for even trying. It could have backfired and killed me. But I didn't care. I had to make them pay. I have never called down that much power before, and..." His breath shuddered again, but this time it wasn't from grief. He sounded exhausted, and now she noticed that his eyes were bloodshot. And was that dried blood under his nose? Emily moved her hands from his shoulders to cradle his face. She looked closely but didn't see any more injuries. "Are you going to be okay?" "Yes, of course," he said quickly, but Emily just glared and he relented. "I don't think I'll be able to use my spark for a while. Or my wings." It hadn't seemed strange to see them retracted, but she hadn't realized he couldn't use them. No more cliff jumping, then? She tried to lighten the mood. "Not for a little while." Then he grinned. "I knew your wings would be magnificent." She preened. Now was not the time to let the praise go to her head, but she couldn't get enough of it from Oz. Then she remembered her problem. How do I make them go away? He looked confused. "What?" "I can't retract them." She tried again and was pretty sure they shimmered around her for a second, but they didn't disappear. Realization dawned. He stepped close and placed a hand over her heart, but there was nothing sexual about it. Not that the rest of her body realized that. If he relented on that whole bed requirement, she was ready to go. "Your heart is racing," he said. "You're on guard, ready for threats, and your wings are your shield. You need to calm down before they retract." She'd been so flushed with adrenaline that she hadn't noticed the racing heart, but now that he mentioned it, she could feel it pulse in her temple. "So my wings are going to come out every time my heart races?" He smiled and kept his hand where it was. It was comforting, grounding. "No, not once you learn control. But they'll likely flash out when you feel threatened until you learn how to stop it." Emily took deep breaths and let herself sink into his touch. With Oz right there, she felt safe, even knowing he had tapped out his powers before coming to find her. "How did you use your wings if you used up your lightning?" She still wasn't sure how all this worked, but she wasn't complaining that he'd found her. "Sheer force of will. If there was any chance you—" He cut himself off. Emily kept breathing deep, and little by little she calmed down. It took several minutes, but finally her heartbeat slowed to its normal rate, and her wings seemed to dissolve. It wasn't what she expected. She thought she'd be able to feel them inside of herself, or at least feel some increase of the electricity, the spark, as Oz called it, in her veins. But it remained the same, so she had to hope that the wings would come back when she needed them. "So what do we do now?" she asked. They had no vehicles and more soldiers were sure to come, and they'd be mad about what Oz had done to their brethren. He hugged her close. "We find a place to rest, and then head back to the city." The city? The same city they had escaped? Why there? That was where the bad guys were, though the soldiers at the top of the canyon were proof enough that there were bad guys everywhere. "Solon will be returning soon, and then we can regroup." Emily hoped he was right. She didn't think she'd survive another match with soldiers. Oz led the march through the canyon. He didn't know this area well, but at least he'd seen maps. Emily made it very clear that she wasn't a fan of the outdoors, and he couldn't blame her. The sun beat down hot overhead and sweat poured down over both of them. "I'm going to be so burned tonight," she grumbled, hugging her arms around her. Oz stopped and looked her up and down. Her pale skin looked just the same as it had before, though a few bruises marred it. If the soldiers weren't already dead, he would have killed them for what they had done to his match. Burned? There was no fire, and his own spark couldn't harm her. She looked at him like he was the imbecile and jabbed her finger upward. "Sunburn?" Sunburn? Under certain conditions, the heat and light could cause fires, of course, but he had no idea what she was talking about. She waved her finger between pointing up then back at her skin. "Sunburn? Reddens skin? Makes it blister? Hurts and causes chills? Can cause cancer over a long time? The reason we need sunscreen? Anything ringing a bell?" A bell? He was still confused. None of the humans he'd met before had mentioned this affliction. What kind of harsh planet is Earth that your own sun injures you? He'd always thought it was a fairly benign place, but how could the very thing that gave them light cause them injury? How does that work? Was it the sun itself? Or would he need to find some way to protect Emily? Surely Grace or one of the other humans he knew would have mentioned it if it was a concern. UV rays or something. Emily shrugged. "I just know that if you go in the sun without sunscreen, you get burned. Well, when you're as pale as I am, you do. And it's not pleasant." What burn was? The atmosphere of Kilrym filters out many things, he assured her. "I've never heard of sunburn, but we will find healing cream somewhere in case you are afflicted. You have my word. When will it begin to appear?" He needed to fight it somehow, but he couldn't slay the sun. Emily rubbed her hand over her arms and furrowed her brow. "We've been walking for a while, but my skin isn't red at all. That's She glanced up at the sky. No sunburn. I could get used to that, and no one will tell me that I need to tan. Tan? She must have read the confusion on his face. For a lot of people, their skin darkens to a browner color before it turns red. For people who are pale like me, that doesn't really happen. Doesn't stop anyone from commenting on how pale I am in the summer. People willingly injure themselves to change their skin? Earth sounded stranger and stranger. Now Emily laughed. Are you telling me those tattoos on your arm just magically appeared? She stepped closer and ran her fingers down the fine lines of his ink. Oz's stirred and he wanted to pull her closer and let her know what she did to him. But from the way her eyes sparkled, she knew. That's different, he insisted. And I know humans have tattoos as well. She ran her fingers down his arm until she could lace their fingers together. They continued walking with the threat of the sun mitigated. Do you know a lot of humans? She asked. Some, he said. He wasn't sure what constituted a lot. Grace's mother, and she has her human friends in Osays. Synnr welcomed people from other planets. We have humans from Earth and other colonies, along with half a dozen other sentient races. I can't say that I've ever left this system, so I don't know what else space has to offer. And I thought I was well-traveled from all the competitions I competed in. She shook her head. It took me all over the world, but you talk about traveling between planets like it's nothing. Not between planets, he insisted. Just between planet and its moon. Traveling between planets. He cut himself off. Now wasn't the time to talk about that. And Emily didn't seem to sense what he wasn't saying. How could she? Wait, does that make me the more cultured one here? She laughed. I've technically seen more planets than you. He shrugged. He didn't want to talk about this. Not now. I suppose you have. But tell me more about Earth. Your son attacks you. What else is there? Does the ground shake under your feet? Does fire rain down from the sky? He laughed as he said it. And Emily laughed back. Sort of. I mean, there are earthquakes in places, and I guess volcanoes spew magma. Does that count? He'd been joking, but now he was alarmed. What kind of disaster planet are you from? She laughed again. Really, it's usually pleasant. No earthquakes where I live. No hurricanes either. Just the occasional tornado. That settled it. Even if it had been an option, he wasn't letting her return to Earth. It was far too dangerous. What's that face? She asked, nudging his shoulder gently. He could almost pretend they were courting, that this walk was nothing more than a gentle stroll, but that would mean ignoring the way his blood sluggishly moved in his veins. His spark diminished almost to the breaking point, and he would never be able to forget watching Emily tumble off that cliff. But he pushed that away. They were both alive, and he had every intention of keeping them that way. Your planet sounds terrifying, he admitted. Sure, Kilrym and Eorsa had storms and weather events, but the things Emily was describing were once-in-a-decade disasters. He couldn't imagine living with the ever-present threat of his life and livelihood. It's really not as scary as it sounds. You could... She clamped her lips shut, as if she were about to suggest something that couldn't be taken back. He had to tell her the truth. The longer this went on, the longer he let her believe that there was some path to the home she once knew, the more she would hate him when she found out the truth. Emily, But now it was his turn to shut up. The clearing in front of them should have been nothing special, just another bit of open space where wildlife could rest. But the vehicle sitting on the dirt path was certainly not any kind of animal he'd ever seen. Stay here, he told his match. Emily didn't protest, though he could feel her spark crackle, as if she was ready to defend him from whatever threat an abandoned vehicle could pose. Oz couldn't stop his smile. His match was a ferocious woman, and he couldn't wait to see what she would be like when she had a little training. He circled around the vehicle before getting too close. Nothing looked out of place. They were quite a distance from the nearest settlement, so he had no idea why the vehicle was here. They hadn't passed any dwellings as they climbed up the trail leading out of the canyon and found a path. But someone must have made the path. Satisfied the vehicle wouldn't suddenly explode if he got too close, Oz opened the door and slid inside. The thing was dead. He tried every button, every switch, but it wouldn't power up. Brazon's bowels. He reached for his spark, hoping he could power the vehicle himself, but his spark was sluggish and wouldn't give him the power he needed. He thunked his head against the navigation panel as hope drained out of him. But he wasn't the only one with a spark. He waved Emily over and she sprinted to meet him. "What is it?" she asked. "Is it out of... Do your cars run on gas?" "Gas? No. There is a rechargeable battery. Unfortunately, this one has lost its charge. I'd guess the vehicle's owner plans to have it towed away. But getting a truck out here may take some time." It also meant that they probably weren't as far away from civilization as he thought. "So it's dead? Damn." Emily leaned against the body of the vehicle and hung her head. "It needs a bit of electricity," Oz admitted, "and I'm still burnt out." His match perked up. "But I'm not." "You are not," he confirmed. "So want to help?" She nodded eagerly. "What do I do? And why couldn't the person who owns this car do it? Didn't you say you'd likely fry the engine of the other car?" Good questions. Some people don't have much control over their spark, especially those without military training. Whoever owns the vehicle was just as likely to fry it beyond repair as fix it. Or it's possible they didn't understand the inner workings enough to know where to apply the power. And we were in such a rush earlier that I couldn't take the time needed to finesse my spark. She blinked at him twice, her lips pursed. "I'm pretty sure that describes me. I'm not even familiar with the workings of cars on Earth, let alone alien vehicles." It was strange to hear his own planet referred to as alien. Emily was the alien here, but he wasn't about to correct her. "That's why you have me," he told her. "Theoretically, I should be able to draw power from you, and if not, I can tell you what to do." "Then why didn't you just do it?" She climbed into the passenger seat beside him and turned herself to face him. Seemed rude not to ask. She shrugged. "I'm still new to this whole thing. Take what you want." Heat surged through him. He'd take everything and anything she offered and more, but not yet. Not now. Patrols could be scanning the area, looking for them, and they needed to get somewhere safe. Fast. He concentrated until he could feel the connection he now shared with Emily. While their power was mostly mixed together, they still had their own personal reserves. He tapped his out while facing off against the soldiers, but she was brimming with it. It took almost no effort to call on her power, and she gasped and jolted in her seat, leaning in close to him. "That feels weird," she whispered. It did. The power they shared before had all melded together until he didn't know where hers ended and his began. This power was completely hers, but he'd been invited to use it, and he'd treasure the gift. It was a dangerous thing he was doing, and perhaps he should have explained that if he wasn't careful, he could tap into her life force and leave her a vacant husk. But he didn't need much power, and he saw no reason to scare her. He directed the power in front of him and found the vehicle's battery, jolting it back to life with a controlled flare of Emily's spark. It took 2 more jolts for the vehicle to wake up, but once it did, Oz let go of his match's power and felt it drain out of him. But those few seconds of borrowed power had been enough to jolt his own spark back to life, right along with the engine. He smiled over at Emily, and then he was leaning over and kissing her, joyful for the fact that they had a way out. "Let's go back to the city," he said when he pulled away. "I'm ready to get off this planet." Chapter 14. Emily had never been so happy to be inside a car in her life. She gazed out the window as they bumped slowly along the dirt path. "No flying cars?" she asked after a while. Oz glanced over and took her hand. They'd been doing that a lot, sharing little touches as if they couldn't bear to go 10 minutes without contact. She liked it. No one had ever been that desperate for her before, and she'd never felt the same.
Flying cars?
He asked. All the sci-fi stories back home have flying cars. I mean, you have spaceships. Shouldn't you have flying cars? Sure, Kilrym wasn't exactly the Jetsons, but Emily wanted a little more technological advancement. What was the point of traveling across the universe if the place reminded her so much of home?
Some vehicles are outfitted with hover, he said, but the anti-grav on this unit is busted. We'll need to rely on the wheels.
He paused for a moment and then shot her a glance.
They didn't have space travel when you...
He cut himself off. He'd been doing that a lot. At first, Emily hadn't noticed, but now that they had a moment to breathe, she was starting to catalog his weirdness. Every time they talked about Earth for more than 30 seconds, Oz seemed desperate to find another topic. She had no idea why. No, that wasn't quite true. She had a suspicion. He didn't want her to go back, but he wasn't ready to tell her that because he was afraid she would run. Would she? What would she say? Could she really imagine staying on Kilrym, or wherever it was Oz lived, and giving up on going back to Earth? She was supposed to be starting her life back home. She'd spent a lot of time and even more money to get an education that would be basically useless on his planet. It wasn't like they had a lot of need for a lawyer from Earth, or a gymnast. Then again, she didn't know much about the Synnrs. Maybe they had a robust legal system and she could learn about that. Hadn't Oz said that they had lawyers? She could be an alien lawyer. That almost made her laugh out loud. Define space travel, she finally said. What would Earth's limited mission sound like to a man who treated going back and forth from planet to moon like she treated a regular plane flight?
That I have to define it at all means it exists, right?
He grinned at her, fangs flashing. It made Emily's stomach flip over, though that was about half of what existing around Oz did to her. Was this a crush? Could it still be called the crush after what they did the night before? She wished she knew. She wished she weren't stranded alone on this stupid planet and that she had a friend to talk to. Not that Oz wasn't a friend. She was pretty sure he could become her best friend if she let him. But that didn't mean she wanted to tell him everything, especially when it was about how much her feelings for him confused her. Was that even the right word? She wasn't confused about liking him, about being attracted to him, but she'd spent all her life so focused on other stuff that now that she had relationship questions, she was just as lost as a gymnast at her first practice. "Do you think we'll make it back to the city today?" she asked. She wasn't exactly excited to get there, but it was one step closer to getting away from the Absins who wanted to capture her. Oz peered out the window. The dirt path had slowly given way to something resembling a paved road. She'd lost track of time. Not that she'd really ever had track of time, as the car didn't seem to have a clock she could read, and couldn't be sure how long they'd been driving. An hour or so? She couldn't believe it was less than that.
I hope so,
Oz answered.
These smaller roads should take us all the way to Vannon, and there's no reason for this vehicle to be under any sort of surveillance. I checked for a tracker before we drove off, and there's nothing. If all goes well, you'll be sleeping in a bed tonight.
Will I be sleeping alone?
If Emily had thought about what she was saying before the words came out, she would have never said it. As it was, her cheeks flamed, but she didn't say anything else. Didn't try and walk it back. Oz sucked in a ragged breath and looked at her for longer than was safe given that he was driving. Would she see lightning dancing in his eyes if she could look at him any way but out of the corner of her eye?
That all depends on you, he said in that same gravelly, sexy voice he used when he was thinking about them together. Well, it's not like I want to sleep in Solon's bed again. She meant it as a joke, But if the predatory sound that came out of Oz's mouth was any indication, he was not a fan. Was he flashing his fangs? She should probably not find it really hot that he was acting possessive. So, if you're my other option, my bet is yours. He said with the gravity of something much more serious. Emily was sure he was about to make another declaration, but he didn't say anything else. The rest of the ride went smoothly, but as they pulled off the small side roads and onto the highway, Emily's anxiety kicked into high gear. She was certain some patrol would spot them and stop them, and they'd be apprehended long before they made it to the city. Day turned to night and no patrol harassed them. They pulled between tall buildings, the city seeming to spring up suddenly around them, and no one paid any attention to them. Still, she slumped in her seat as if that would make her seem less like a target, less obviously human. Of course, from a distance no one would be able to tell. And she had wings of her own now. That would fool them for a minute. She didn't recognize the streets that Oz turned down. They weren't near the club, the lab, or his old dwelling. But the city was big, and she wasn't surprised. A few minutes later, he pulled their stolen vehicle into a parking space. I'm going to take you inside. Then I need to ditch this vehicle somewhere else. If it's reported stolen, I don't want it tracked back to us. That made sense. Emily wasn't eager to be left alone, but she could manage. I'm guessing it's safer if I wait inside? I'll need to walk back, he said, or possibly hop a bus or two to confuse the trail. It's best if we're not seen together. She knew that. It didn't make her feel any better. Unlike the last place Oz and Solon stayed, this one was a standalone house with a bit of yard. It was big enough for 10 people, and if rent on Kilrym was anything like rent on Earth, she didn't want to think what the place could cost month to month. Was her match loaded? Not that she'd like him any more if he was rich. Besides, if he was here on some military thing, it was probably the military that was paying for it. They didn't go in through the front door for some reason. Oz led her around the side of the house into a small exterior staircase that descended below the street level. There they opened a door and entered into the cold basement. It was dark and dank, and Emily didn't want to stick around for long. There was no telling what kind of bugs were lurking, and she didn't need to find out. Oz had just flicked the lights on when footsteps came running. He shoved her behind him and flared out his wings. Emily tried to call on hers. She could feel the spark deep within, but was still working on triggering them when she caught sight of another set of wings wrapped tightly around their would-be attacker, ready to protect him from whatever Oz could throw his way. But they weren't in any danger. Malson Ozar, came Solon's relieved sigh. You're alive. Malson? Was that Oz's real name? She stored it away for later. Oz retracted his wings. We ran into a bit of trouble. He took her hand and led her across the basement to the stairs where Solon was waiting. Solon looked them both over. Whether searching for injuries or something else, Emily wasn't sure. He looked to be in good health, except for the bags under his eyes. He'd been run ragged. I found the safe house. I was certain you'd been taken. Or worse. He shuddered as if he was still imagining it. We are well, but I need to hide a vehicle. Will you watch Emily while I'm gone? Oz squeezed her hand. Solon looked down at their joined hands and then back up, a question in his eyes. But Oz didn't seem eager to answer it, and Emily wasn't sure what to say. How was this match thing going to go over among his people? He'd said the Synnrs weren't opposed to non-Zulir matches, but was that the whole story? What was his captain going to think? His family? Did he even have a family? Things had made a lot more sense when it was just the two of them. Or maybe she had just been able to ignore reality. May your return be swift, said Solon, and Emily wondered if she'd missed anything. They were at the stairs, but Oz didn't seem to be headed up. He squeezed her hand once more and she turned to him. They looked at one another for a long moment. no words passing between them. Then Oz reached up with his free hand and pulled her toward him, kissing her soundly, possessively, silently marking her. He could keep going for as long as he liked. But after a moment he pulled back and nodded once before turning and leaving her in Solon's care. The other Synnr cleared his throat and looked at her for a long minute, but he also seemed to have nothing to say. He led Emily up the stairs. She hoped Oz returned soon.
It took Oz almost 2 hours to get back to the house, and time had never moved so slowly. Of course, he'd never left his heart behind before. That was what Emily had become in the short time they'd been together. He trusted Solon, knew he was a good man and a capable soldier. But Oz wouldn't be well until he saw Emily once more. Feeling her spark in his veins wasn't enough. Not now. Would the need ebb? Did he want it to? Oz couldn't answer either of those questions. But when he arrived back at the house and saw Solon and Emily sitting at the kitchen table and eating a delicious-smelling meal, he could breathe easier. She was okay. And so was Solon. Good. "It seems you had quite the adventure," his friend said, "though Emily hasn't told me everything." There was an accusation there, and Oz bristled. Emily gave him a tentative smile. "I thought you should be here before we talked about what happened." Oz smiled back, nothing tentative about it. "Thank you, though I trust Solon with my life. And yours. You can tell him anything." Her eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. "Anything?" Before Oz could say anything, Solon set a plate of food down heavily in front of him. "Eat," he commanded. "And if the two of you are trying to hide that you slept together, you're failing. Miserably." Emily's cheeks got even redder, and Oz glared at Solon. "Let's leave the private matters out of this." "Because crew won't have questions?" he shot back. Oz really didn't want to think about what his captain would say. Crew was an asshole at the best of times. He couldn't punish Oz for falling for Emily. Not really. And he didn't think Crew would hold their match against them. But there was no telling until they were back on the ship and talking to him for sure. "Is something wrong?" Emily asked. Her bowl was mostly empty, and she pushed it away instead of eating the last few bites. Oz shoveled food in his mouth to give himself a moment to think. Solon didn't seem eager to answer either. Then again, he didn't have all the relevant information. And Emily must have realized it since she didn't take her eyes off Oz. Chewing his food could only take up so much time, and though he was tempted to take another bite, he resisted the urge. "Our captain, Krubok Skofoil, can be a bit..." How could he say it without edging into slander? He didn't think Solon would turn him in, but even his friend had to have limits. "He can be set in his beliefs," Oz finally settled on, "and we have clashed from time to time. I'm not certain he'll be happy about our match." Solon sputtered. "Match?" "I hadn't gotten around to telling him that part," Emily admitted. "If your captain will have a problem with it, do we have to tell him? It's not like he'll know if he doesn't see my wings, unless I shock him on accident." "Wings?" Solon was even more indignant. "Shock?" He snapped his gaze to Oz. "So not only is Emily your match, you bonded with her. Does she know?" "We were going to die," she cut him off, "and I knew what I needed to know. I can't say that I understand every nuance, but Oz explained it to me, and it was my choice." Solon looked at her, then at Oz, then back to Emily. When he looked back at Oz one last time, Oz knew they'd be talking about things in private. "You shouldn't hide a match or a bond from our captain. He may be resistant, but there's nothing he can do about it, and it's relevant information. Hiding it would be imprudent." Oz was afraid of that, but he wasn't surprised. "When are we heading back to the ship? Did he give you any trouble?" Emily answered for Solon. "He got Lena hooked up to your med...
thing. She grimaced as if she'd forgotten the word. And he said the others would be safe. The timing worked out well, he said. The captain was in a meeting with the high command, and Jory was acting captain. He promised to look after the humans and run interference. We leave in the morning. If this guy is such a bad captain, why is he in charge? Emily asked, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. It doesn't seem like either of you like him too much. Family connections, money, good scores at the academy. It all adds up to a captaincy and a small crew. He's competent. Oz had to grant him that. Crew got the job done, most of the time. And there were enough people who thought like him in the high command that he wouldn't risk his position by stating some of his more Synnr-centric views. You shouldn't need to interact with him too much, Solon added. He's very busy and he won't have time to watch a bunch of humans. At this point, anything is better than where we were, said Emily. She stood up. I'm in need of a 3-hour-long shower. I'll see you later. She didn't kiss Oz, but she did run her hands over the back of his shoulders as she left the room. Solon waited until they heard the door to the bathroom close and the water begin to run before he spoke. There's no way you had time to explain everything about matching to your human. She would not be nearly so calm. You speak like it's a death sentence. Oz shoveled food into his mouth, no longer caring about manners. Does she know she may be conscripted? That if you want to rise in the ranks, you'll need her? She's no soldier. Solon glared at him. She is a fighter, Oz shot back. And she has more spirit than 10 soldiers. Any decision we make going forward will be made together. Even if it means giving up your career? Solon didn't look convinced. He'd known Oz for years, known how determined he was to maintain his position. Yes. Oz hadn't thought about it that closely. Not yet. It was all still too new, but he couldn't just think of himself now. Emily would be part of those decisions, if she could forgive him. The humans were speaking of returning to Earth, Solon observed. What does your match have to say about that? Does she know the truth? She doesn't know enough about space travel to have figured it out. The words were sour on Oz's tongue, and he was quieter than he needed to be. She couldn't hear him over the sound of the water in the shower, but he didn't want to risk it. The lives they know are over, Solon said. We can't return them. Why are you telling me something I know? He scowled. Because a life built on lies is bound to crumble. Your match needs to have all the information. I'll tell her, Oz promised. Eventually. We have been a bit busy. He scooped up his bowl and Emily's and took them to the kitchen to clean them. I'm going to help Emily harness her spark. We'll be working in the basement. Oh, is that all? Solon gave him a dark grin. At one time, Oz might have joined in on the laugh, but all his emotions were simmering too close to the surface, and what he felt for Emily was no joke. He left Solon alone. It was that, or punch the man. Chapter 15. Okay, when you said you had something to show me in the basement, this is not what I expected, said Emily, looking at what Oz had set up. When a guy invited a girl to hang out in his basement, he could only mean one thing. Or so she thought. Then again, murderers probably invited people into their basements, so maybe a guy could mean 2 things? She'd really been hoping to make out. Not whatever this was. There was old furniture set up at intervals across the entire basement. It wasn't a setup she'd ever seen, and it didn't look comfortable. Though, considering some of the chairs looked half rotten, she couldn't imagine anyone wanting to sit there anyway. Why are we down here? She asked. Oz leaned against the concrete, or at least it looked like concrete. She wasn't sure if Zulliers used the same material, wall, and nodded toward the first chair. I couldn't exactly put together a regulation training range, but
This will be good enough for tonight. I want us to try using our powers, and I want you to learn how to use yours."
I don't have any power. Sure, she'd been able to call up those cool wings once, but if she had lightning powers, surely she would have triggered them at some point in her 24 years. A few sparks in the heat of battle didn't count. She didn't think Oz was so special that he could make her spontaneously develop superpowers, but there was no telling him that.
"When we bonded, our sparks melded," he said, "and while you couldn't call yours forth as an unbonded human, now you should be able to. If something happens again, I want you to be able to defend yourself."
He pushed off the wall and stalked towards her, placing his hands on her shoulders and looking down at her. His expression was open, encouraging, vulnerable. No one had ever looked at her that way before, and Emily could go a little crazy if he continued. She liked it. A lot. And if summoning superpowers she was pretty sure she didn't have would keep Oz looking at her like that, she'd steal lightning from Zeus himself. Not like anything bad had ever come of that. What am I supposed to do? She opened up her palms, stretching out her fingers and curling them into claws, like she'd seen in superhero movies. Thor made this look easy. Then again, he did have the hammer. Oz laced their fingers together and brought her hand up, kissing her knuckles, before letting go and stepping back to give her space.
"Your spark is a part of you," he explained. "You need to find it and let it rise to the surface. Don't try to contain it."
Emily closed her eyes and tried to make sense of that. She could almost feel something fizzing inside her. Something she'd never noticed before. Maybe that was her bond to Oz. Her spark. She concentrated, trying to make it develop into something more, but it was as insubstantial as air, and when she tried to grab onto it, it dissolved into nothing. She opened her eyes and dropped her arms, though she hadn't realized she'd been reaching out. Oz didn't look disappointed, but his expression grew thoughtful.
"Tell me what that felt like."
She explained it as best she could, but words didn't seem to be enough. "I can't even figure out how to get my wings out again. How do you expect me to use lightning powers?" She didn't expect the grin or the way his eyes lit up.
"Good point,"
he said. Was it? Emily tried to hide her smile, but at least she could do one thing right.
"Let's start with your wings. You know you can do that. You've already done it. So bring out your wings."
"Oh, yes, well, it's as easy as that," she grumbled. She didn't know what had gotten into her. Emily would have never talked back to her coaches like that. And wasn't that what Oz was in this situation? A coach? The thought made her shiver. She'd never had naughty thoughts about a coach before. But right now she was wondering just what trick she'd have to pull off to get Oz naked. Now there was incentive. That. Oz snapped his fingers.
"What did you do? I felt your power flare."
Emily's cheeks heated and she didn't want to say. But what was the point of this exercise if she couldn't? "I might have been thinking of you instructing me and what incentives you could offer to make me do well." She wanted to find a hole to hide in. She might have been a little bold and flirty in the car, but that bravery had clearly deserted her. Admitting what she was thinking felt like stripping naked and standing there, waiting for him to judge her. Her fingers twitched, and this time she could even feel the spark of power. What if she was naked before Oz in nothing but her wings? How would he look at her then? Would his lightning flash in his eyes?
"You're thinking something," said Oz. "Tell me what it is. It's working."
Emily's heart beat madly and her body tightened with want. Could she really tell him? Was this what it was going to take every time she tried to summon her powers? Was she going to end up summoning them when they were in bed together? She didn't want to set the house on fire with the power of her lust. "I don't think this will work," she said. "Let me try something else." She could feel the heat of Oz's body near her. All she would have to do was reach out a hand and she could touch him. She wanted it, wanted him, and she knew that he wanted her. Would it be so bad to taste him?
Keep thinking what you're thinking.
Oz husked out.
Now, summon your wings.
It was a command that left no room for argument, and that sizzled through Emily. He wanted to see her wings? Fine. She would show them to him. She closed her eyes again and thought of what Oz would look like looking at her while she was naked except for the wings. Her nipples tightened and they had to be pressing through her shirt, and it had nothing to do with the chill in the basement. She shifted her hips, her legs brushing together, but she wanted to feel Oz between them. He had awakened something in her and it wasn't going to sleep again. Wings. She needed her wings. And there they were. She could feel them unfurl, though it wasn't exactly a physical sensation. There was a whisper of air behind her, like a gentle breeze wafting against her clothes, but the wings themselves had almost no weight. She could feel them. She knew they were there, but only because they were an extension of herself. She stretched them as far as they could go, but they kept expanding, not bound by any physical body. She only stopped when they brushed the walls on either side of her, reaching at least 10 feet in either direction. Oz looked at her in wonder and licked his lips. Emily's own lightning crackled. She looked at the targets he'd set up and focused on the closest one. Now that she could feel her power, she was starting to understand what Oz meant by reaching for it. She let it rise to the surface and aimed. It wasn't perfect. It was actually a little sad. But a small lick of lightning flicked away from her and scorched the rough wood of the old chair, making the room smell of ozone and kindling. Not good enough. If that had been practice for competition, she'd never make the team. She tried again. The spark was stronger this time, more than the little static shock she'd managed before, but still not good enough. Not if she was going to impress Oz. Emily dug deep until her hand itched with the power crawling over and through it. Then she let it go, watching as it arced across the room and incinerated the chair. Hands came down on her shoulders before she could do anything else, and her power rushed out of her in a whoosh. Swirling and mixing with Oz's, she could still feel it, was sure she could still reach for it and use it if she needed, but it was no longer sparking in her hands, ready to blow up one of the targets. And given the way the chair was smoldering, that was probably a good thing. Oz spun her around and his eyes were full of lightning, more than she'd ever seen before. His chest heaved. "Good job," he said, voice full of desire. Emily's body burned under his gaze, and it had nothing to do with their powers. She wanted him, needed him, had to have him. If she didn't, she was afraid she was going to go mad, and before she could second-guess herself, before she could worry that she was acting rashly or that this whole thing was something she should ignore, she wrapped her arms around Oz and pulled his head down, capturing his lips. He tasted like the power sparking between them, and she knew she'd never get enough. Emily wanted to fall asleep with the contentment of having made love to a man she could see spending forever with. But then she started thinking about the day to come, and sleep eluded her. "Is everything going to be all right when you take me to your ship?" she asked. "Are you going to be in trouble?" Oz sighed and pulled her even closer.
"I can't say whether I'll be in any trouble, but you'll be safe. That's what matters."
She didn't ask if he'd find a way to send her home. Lying in his arms, she couldn't think about leaving. And where did that leave her?
Chapter 16. Solon gave Oz a look when he caught him sneaking into the shower in the morning. There was no way his fellow soldier hadn't heard him and Emily last night. Oz would gladly stake his claim for all to see. His arm felt empty and he was ready to get it marked, displaying for all that he was a matched man. But that didn't mean he would let Solon or anyone make comments about his match, and Solon didn't. The morning was too sedate, and Oz wanted to do something about that. But after a quick breakfast, he and Solon did a sweep of the house to make sure there was no incriminating evidence left behind. And after Emily was ready, the three of them made for the shuttle that would take them to the ship. Emily was quiet, too, but they'd woken each other up to gentle kisses and touches. And if it had been any other day, there would have been another round of lovemaking as well. Once his match was safe, he'd keep her in bed for a week and teach her every pleasure he knew. Then, they'd discover more together. But they had to get off the planet first, and then Oz and Solon had a job to finish. Grace had to be ready to get out, and they couldn't stay on Kilrym for much longer. No patrols flew overhead, and he didn't see anyone on the ground either. Solon flew straight for the sky, and after a few rocky minutes they broke through the atmosphere. Emily gasped. Oz looked over and smiled when he saw the look of wonder on his match's face as she took in the open space all around them. He'd traveled like this dozens of times, not to mention all the training runs he'd done at the academy. But she'd never been conscious for any spaceflight, so even one as simple as this was something to marvel at. He reached over and laced their hands together and gave her a squeeze, sending a hint of his spark through their bond. It wasn't enough to spark outside their bodies. Given the heightened oxygen levels in the shuttle, that would ensure an explosion. But it was an acknowledgement of what she was seeing, what this meant for her. "I never thought I'd see something like this," she said. "There are wonders you could never imagine that I'd like to show you." She smiled, and then it dropped. She must have remembered why she was in space in the first place. He had to tell her the truth. "Emma, docking in 2 minutes." Solon's voice broke through. "Begin checks." He might have thought the man was doing it on purpose, but there were safety procedures they needed to go through to make sure they didn't get hurt, and no damage came to their shuttle or the ship. He kissed his match's hand and then got to work, confirming with Solon that everything was prepared for docking. It would all turn out fine, he told himself. Crew might be upset, but he wouldn't do anything to actually harm Emily or her fellow humans. He was a bully, cruel and petty, but he still had a line. Oz hoped he had a line. They pulled into the dock, and any hope for a reprieve was dashed the moment he, Solon, and Emily stepped out of the shuttle. The ship was nothing special to him, a standard orbiter built to absent specs. It was registered to a company on Kilrym that allegedly monitored communication satellites. But if anyone bothered to search through all the layers of companies and identities, it would become clear that no one actually used the communication company, but it gave them the freedom to sit in the sky without fear of an absent patrol blasting at them. It also meant they had no exterior weapons and only a weak shield, but that was a worry for another time. Emily was looking all around, her eyes wide, but her gaze snapped forward when Crew cleared his throat. Captain Scofoil was the prime example of the Synnr military. He stood as straight as a rod, and his expression gave away nothing. Back home, plenty of people wanted to be on his arm, and Oz knew that he'd been offered more than one marriage contract based on his looks alone. But Oz didn't think anyone who spent more than 5 minutes with the man would want to be tied to him for life. Oz pitied whoever ended up matched with him. "You've brought another human," said Crew. He wasn't scowling, he was too professional for that, but his face was pinched, as if he smelled something unpleasant. "Jory informed me of your excursion. Would you care to tell me why you have refused my calls?" The promise of violence lay heavy in the air. As captain, he could discipline them how he saw fit, and his whip lay heavy on his belt. Oz stayed quiet. If he spoke, a whipping would be a good outcome. Solon knew how to handle Crew. Most of the time. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his communicator. It was damaged. Hasn't picked up a call in 2 days. Crew narrowed his eyes as he took the communicator from Solon. He studied it for a moment before looking away. "I'll have our tech look at it." That shouldn't have been a threat, and yet his free hand rested on his whip. "Take the girl to the others, then meet me on the bridge." He turned away and left the three of them alone. Emily waited until he walked through the door and it closed behind him to speak. "So he's your captain?" "I can buy you 10 minutes, Solon told them, "but don't delay. He's already upset and he won't get better." He didn't give Oz any time to answer, instead taking off after the captain. "What's going on?" Emily asked, biting her lip, her brow furrowed with worry. Oz wished he could hold her close and kiss her until that worry disappeared, but nothing he could say would fix things he couldn't control. "The captain will have things to say to Solon and I. Let me take you to your friends." "How do you know where they are?" "It's not that big of a ship." He led her down the hall to the sick bay and was unsurprised to find all 4 of Emily's friends sitting in the hallway outside of where Lena was hooked up to the machines that were keeping her alive and hopefully healing her wounds. The 4 humans sprang to their feet and mobbed Emily. Oz wanted to stay around them. It would be much preferable to what he'd have to put up with from his captain, but the minutes were ticking down and he couldn't keep crew waiting. He tried to get his match's attention, but she was listening intently to something Lucy was saying, so he turned and left. She'd be okay. He'd sacrifice anything to make sure of it. Oz seemed to disappear between one breath and the next. Emily looked up when Lucy took a breath while explaining the flight from Kilrym to the spaceship and found that she'd been left alone. She tried not to feel hurt. She failed. But the hurt couldn't last long, not when Zach, Joel, and Lucy each had plenty to say. It was like they'd been separated for weeks rather than 2 days. "What happened with you?" Zach asked. There were bags under his eyes. None of them looked like they'd slept well. Given Lena's condition and the turmoil of the last months, that was hardly surprising. Emily blushed. She couldn't help it when her first thought went to where she'd spent the night before and what she'd been doing. Joel nudged her shoulder and grinned. "Sounds like you have something to share." They'd all sat on the floor once they finished their hellos. There was a small bench, but it wasn't big enough for any of them. And, apparently, they'd been given a room with 4 bunks to sleep in, but they wanted to be near Lena in case something happened. Emily looked down at her hands. She could feel the spark under her skin, could remember Oz's touch, the taste of him. But admitting all of that felt like some kind of betrayal. She'd grown closer to Oz in 2 days than she had to any of the humans in 6 months. The feelings she had for him were growing so quickly that she was seriously considering giving up any opportunity to go home. What would her friends think of her? "What's wrong?" Lucy asked when Emily was quiet for a long time. "Nothing's wrong." Emily forced a smile. "Not now that we're all together. Oz and I ran into some trouble down on the planet, but we managed to make it here in one piece, so I'll count that as a win. I may not be the valedictorian of the class of 2013, but even I am smart enough to hear that you're holding something back." Lucy crossed her arms and gave her a hard look. But that wasn't what Emily caught on to, and neither did Zach. 2013, they both sputtered. Lucy's face scrunched up. "My graduation year? This year?" "I graduated in 2013, said Emily, and she'd been through both undergrad and law school. "It's 2007, said Zach. All 4 of them looked at each other. "I graduated a long time ago," said Joel. "But last time I checked, it was 2016. 2019, 2013, 2016, 2007. What year would Lena think it was? And how was that possible? Emily stood up and started pacing. She needed to move. The spark in her veins flickered and she knew it would take almost no effort to set something on fire. What a difference a few hours made. Now that she knew what it felt like, it seemed she could summon her new powers at will. "It's only been 6 months since I was abducted.
I thought we were all taken 6 months ago." If she knew the layout of the ship, she'd storm the bridge and demand answers from Oz. But Oz wasn't the one who had abducted her. He might end up being just as confused. "Have you all been prisoners for longer? How long have the Absents had you? Had Zack really been at their mercy for more than a decade?" But the others were shaking their heads. Emily had more questions, but movement through the window into Lena's room caught her eye. She was moving on her bed. Zack was the first to move, and the rest of them followed close behind him, rushing for the door and into the room. There was a heavy antiseptic smell, not unlike hospitals back home. If Emily ignored the fancy screens and what looked like a robot in the corner, and if she let herself forget they were on a spaceship, it was almost like a hospital back home. Lena's eyes were open by the time they circled around her, and for a moment she didn't seem to recognize anyone. The fog cleared and she tried to sit up. Both Emily and Joel held her down as gently as possible. "You're okay," Emily told her. "You got hurt during our escape, but you're fine. We're all fine." Well, some level of fine. She wasn't forgetting the temporal conundrum they were facing, but those were questions that could be answered later. Right now they had to see how Lena was doing. "What year did you graduate high school?" Lucy asked. Emily glared at the girl. "Not the time," she hissed. Lena looked even more confused and she didn't answer. Probably a good thing. "The last thing I remember is getting out of the facility?" Lena's voice was raspy, and before Emily could look around for water, Joel was handing a bottle over. Lena took a few grateful sips before putting it down. "Thanks." That sounded a lot better. "A lot has happened," Emily said. "We're on a spaceship," Lucy added. Lena looked even more confused. "What? How?" They all tried to explain at once, spitting out words like Synnr and Absent and Zulir and Kilrym and Osays, and Lena just looked lost. 4 people could not explain this all at once, especially when they all had different parts to say. "Wait," Emily put her hands up. "I'll talk, then you all can add in whatever you want when I'm done." Lena looked grateful and the others didn't argue. Emily did her best to start at the beginning, explaining the conflict between Absents and Synnrs as she understood it, and letting Lena know that the Synnrs were their friends. She went over matching, and that she was actually starting to understand, and the theory that Absents were experimenting on humans to reap the benefits of a match without the bond. By the end, her own throat was sore, and she almost asked if she could have a sip of Lena's water. But then Lucy took over, talking about the ship and blushing when she mentioned a Synnr soldier named Axe. Interesting. Zack and Joel didn't have much to add, and by the time they were done, nearly half an hour had gone by. "Is there a doctor or something?" Emily asked. "Should we be telling someone that Lena's awake?" "No doctor," said Joel. "Jory said she'd wake up when the machines were done with her, or..." He cleared his throat. "She's awake, so that's good." "Sounds like you all had quite the adventure," said Lena, "and I'm sick of laying down. I want a shower, and then I want to meet these so-called nice aliens." She sat up, and this time no one stopped her. Emily looked her over. Her color was good, and she didn't seem to be in pain. And even if that hadn't been the case, Emily doubted anyone could stop Lena from doing what she wanted when she was conscious. "We're not supposed to bother them," Lucy warned. That got both Lena and Emily's attention. "Who told you that?" she asked. Oz might have left her on her own, but she didn't think she was supposed to avoid him now. "I think his name was Jory," Lucy shrugged. Her face scrunched up as she thought about it. "He wasn't the captain, but he was in charge when we got here." I've heard things about the captain. Oz didn't like him, so Emily wasn't exactly an unbiased source. He's not supposed to be great, so be careful if you're talking to him. "Did Oz tell you that?" Zack asked curiously. "Why?" Emily didn't want to sound defensive, but it came out that way. Didn't you hate that guy? I don't hate Oz, Emily said, but how would the humans know that? They hadn't been on the best terms when Solon took them away, even if they had come to an understanding. I don't. You sigh every time you say his name, Lena pointed out. I don't think you hate him at all. Emily's eyes widened. I don't know what you're talking about. $10 says he kisses you the next time you see him. Lena bet. I don't have any cash, Zach complained. You're all being weird. And this conversation had gotten off the rails. Let's go find the aliens. I have questions. Chapter 17. It took Oz 9 minutes to make it to the bridge, and Crew glared at him when he walked through the door. Apparently, Solon hadn't been able to buy quite enough time. Give me a reason I shouldn't have you thrown in a cell for disobeying a direct order, Crew demanded. Everyone was there. Solon, who was favoring his left leg as if something had happened to the right. Jory and Crows, who were standing off to the side and out of Crew's sight. And Axe, who had his arms crossed like he was ready to hit someone, though Oz wasn't sure who. Tension hung thick in the air. If this had been a bar, there would have been a fight. It could still end that way, but no matter who threw the most punches, Crew would win. Unless he was dead. But not even Oz would go that far. He scrambled to think of an excuse and swallowed hard when he realized that Crew had his whip out and was running it through his fingers like some sort of toy. Oz didn't want to feel the smack of leather on his skin, but he knew it was coming. And before he could get an excuse out, Crew struck, flicking the weapon at his leg until it whipped against his pants and tore a small hole. It hurt. And Oz was a proud man. He didn't want to give Crew the satisfaction of seeing him ache. But he was also a smart one, who'd been under Crew's command for months. Giving in to a little humiliation was the quickest way to appease the captain's temper. His legs stung, but it probably wouldn't even bruise. Crew saved his severe beatings for places far away from the bridge, where there were no cameras and no witnesses. But Oz was already on edge from the last few days, and he couldn't stop his wings from unfurling to defend himself. He didn't realize his mistake until gasps went up around the crew. You've bonded. He was pretty sure it was Crows who said it, though he'd be a fool to take his eyes off the captain. Oz wasn't ashamed of it. He wanted everyone on the planet and on the moon to know Emily was his, but he hadn't thought through how to break the news to the captain. Bondings didn't normally happen so quickly. Who? Crew demanded. I didn't realize you'd gotten so chummy with your absent friends. My match is no absent. He would have spit at the thought, but that would have earned him another smack from Crew's whip. Crew was confused, though he tried to hide it, and after a moment he realized what Oz had to mean. A human? One of the unauthorized humans on the ship? Which one? Give me a name. Oz wanted to protect Emily. He'd tear Crew's whip out of his hands before he let the captain harm her. But there were only 5 humans aboard, and it wouldn't take much for him to figure it out. Emily, he admitted, the one I arrived with today. Crew coiled the whip up and placed it back in its holster. He was quiet for several moments, quiet enough that Oz was worried. He wouldn't harm her. He couldn't. Right? Crew turned away from Oz and looked at Jory, a calculating look on his face. Have the humans tested for match compatibility, Jory-san. Perhaps they can be useful after all. Oz looked over at Jory, whose face had drained of color. Sir? He asked, voice cracking. You heard me, the captain snapped. I want their DNA in the system before dinner. It may take days to transmit the data. He took his seat, then called up a file on the holo player. We're retrieving the asset tonight. She sent word that she's ready. Oz and Crows, you'll accompany me. Let's see we have no more mishaps, yes?
The last thing Oz wanted was to go on a mission with his captain, but there was no getting out of it. Once he was dismissed, he followed Jory out of the bridge and ran to catch up. "Wait!" Jory waited. He looked pained. "Think before you tell me to ignore the captain's order," he said. Oz didn't speak immediately. Jory was right. His first thought was to demand that the other man ignore Crew and do the right thing. But actions had consequences. We can't just put them in the system without their consent. Matching is a serious matter, says the man who apparently matched and bonded in a day. Jory shot back. No one but he and Emily knew the exact timeline, and now was not the time to explain it. "This isn't how we do things," Oz insisted. "We give people a choice. If we take that away, we're no better than the absents we're fighting." He had to cross his arms to keep from gesticulating madly. His spark was ready to shoot out, to hurt whatever threat was out there, but he couldn't attack Crew. And Jory didn't have a choice either. "Testing isn't matching," said Jory, "and matching isn't bonding. No one is saying that the choice will be taken from them." But he didn't sound convinced. They both knew how insistent people could become about potential matches, and how precarious the human's position might be once they reached Osei's. He took a deep breath and glanced back over Oz's shoulder as if Crew would appear out of nowhere. "I'll go as slowly as possible, but this is going to happen. Given how long it can take to get results from the lab, though, we probably won't know about any match potential until we're back home." It still left Oz unsatisfied, but he had no other choice. Not unless he was going to physically incapacitate Jory. "Do what you must. I'm going to say goodbye to my match before I leave." Last I heard, all the humans were congregating in the med bay near their wounded friend. He paused and then spoke deliberately. "I'm going to check their quarters first. Let them know that I'm looking for them." He walked away while Oz was still parsing what he was saying. So maybe Jory was more willing to work around orders than Oz thought. Oz rushed to the med bay and was surprised to find Lena sitting up with the rest of the humans surrounding her. They all stared at him for several seconds as if they were shocked to see him. "We were just coming to find you," Emily finally said. "The others have some questions." "A lot of questions," Lucy added. "Like, what year is it?" "Lucy!" Zach cut her off. She looked unrepentant. "I'd answer whatever I can," he said, "but I'm afraid my time is short. I'd like to speak to Emily for a moment." He didn't know why he phrased it as a request. It must have been talking to Crew that put him in a weird frame of mind. He grabbed his match by the wrist and tugged her down the hall a bit so they couldn't be seen through the window. "Is something wrong?" Emily asked, face a mask of worry. Oz couldn't have that, even if she had cause. He kissed her gently, but it quickly transformed into something hot and desperate. He wanted to push her up against the wall and have his way with her. He wanted her imprinted on his skin when he went back down to the planet. But he forced himself to pull away, though he couldn't stop the smug grin on his face when he saw the way Emily's eyes had darkened to a stormy gray. "That was nice," she said, tongue darting out to lick her lips. "But what's going on?" Business. He had to be all business. "I'm going back down to the planet on a mission. It should be quick." She grabbed onto his hands and held tight. "So soon?" "Yes, I'll be careful," he promised. He couldn't give her anything more than that, even if he wanted to say he was sure he'd return uninjured. Emily seemed to realize that. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath while nodding. "Never thought I'd fall." She trailed off, and he had no idea what she'd been planning to say. "This sucks. I don't want you to go, and I don't want you to get hurt. Does it get any easier?" I wish I could answer that. He kissed her again, but this time he kept it gentle. "I need you and your friends to do something while I'm gone." "What?" She sounded confused, but willing to go along with him. Split up. Maybe Oz couldn't stop all of the humans from being put into the matching system against their will, but he could make things difficult. Now she looked even more confused. Oz's communicator beeped and he saw that crew wanted to meet before they left for their mission.
"Why, Oz?" she asked. "Are we in danger?"
No. Before he could explain further, it beeped again. Crew would be getting impatient. Jory has been assigned to take some information from you. I want you all to understand better before he does the test. But even if he finds you, you'll be unharmed. It's just... His communicator beeped a third time. Split up. Make it hard for him to find you. He's going to your quarters now. He kissed her forehead and left. If he waited any longer, Crew would be reacquainting him with his whip again. Oz hoped he'd given her enough information, but judging by the confused look she gave while he walked away, he'd only made things worse.
Emily watched Oz walk away, her mind a whirl of confusion. What the heck was that about? Testing? What did they need to be tested for? And why did he want them to avoid it? She could sit around all afternoon and question it, or she could do as he asked and get the group to split up. And since Oz had no reason to lie or trick her, she decided to follow his confusing instructions. For now. They'd have words once he got back from his mission. And she didn't want to think about the danger he was running into. Getting her friends to follow his instructions would help. She rushed back to the medbay and found everyone basically where she'd left them.
"What was that about?"
Lena asked. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a gray robe that must have been procured from somewhere, it would have been impossible to tell that she'd just been in a 2-day-long coma. Something weird is going on. We're not in danger, but Oz said we should split up and try to avoid Jory. He's been ordered to do some kind of medical test on us, and Oz says we shouldn't do it. Or that's what she thought Oz had said. Judging by the looks of her friends, they were just as confused as her. And when she saw Zach get ready to speak, she knew everything could get out of hand quickly. I know it's weird, and I know you don't have much reason to trust him, but I do. Whatever's going on, he'll explain when he gets back.
"From where?"
asked Joel. He's been sent on a mission, back down to Kilrym. You saw we only talked for like 2 minutes. I don't have a lot of information. So will you trust me? She was desperate. What if they didn't?
The 4 shared a glance. Then Lena took charge. "I don't want us on our own, but we split into 2 groups. Zach, Joel, Lucy. You 3 stick together and try to avoid Jory. Emily and I will do the same. Take an opportunity to explore the ship, but don't cause trouble. We don't want to get locked in our room."
Relief flooded through Emily. Lucy looked ready to protest, but her companions were already moving, leaving Lena and Emily alone. Once Lena was certain they were gone, she seemed to shrink a bit, slumping down and leaning against her bed. Emily rushed over to her. "Are you all right?"
"I am," Lena said through gritted teeth. "Just a bit winded. Let's move."
Maybe it would have been better to leave Lena in the med bay, but Emily knew if she suggested it, Lena would do whatever it took to hit her with something. "Something weird is going on," Emily said.
"You're just realizing this now,"
Lena shot back. They walked down one hall and then another. It was all gray and blue, boring and disorienting. Emily had no idea where they were going or who they might encounter. There was probably a map of the ship somewhere, but no one had shown her how to find it. "When were you abducted?" Emily asked.
"About 6 months ago, you know that."
Lena shot her a strange look before pausing when they came to a split in the hallway. Everything looked the same to Emily, so she let Lena choose her path. They walked past several identical doors before Lena stopped and tried to open one. Locked. "But when was 6 months ago?" Emily prodded.
"April. Why is this important?"
Lena kept trying the doors and finally one opened into what looked like a small lounge area. No one was in there, so they both entered and shut the door behind them. We can hide in here for a while. No need to keep walking. She must have been tired, if the sweat on her brow was anything to go by. But Emily knew Lena wouldn't say it unless she was a breath away from falling over. April what? What was so difficult about this question? I can't remember. I had just filed my taxes, so maybe the 7th. Lena sounded frustrated. What year? Emily wanted to shake her, but that was probably not great for a woman who'd just been in a coma. Oh, 2006, of course. Why? Because it was 2019 when I was taken. 6 months ago. And that was another year to add to the mystery. They were both quiet. Emily was beginning to realize that she might have woken up on Kilrym 6 months ago. But she no longer had any idea how long it had been since she'd left Earth. And she had no idea if there was even a home to return to. Chapter 18. Oz had never been on a mission with crew and crows alone before, and discomfort sat heavy in his bones. At least Crew had traded in his whip for a blaster. Crows was from the same class as Crew. Their families knew each other well, and the same hands had been shaken to ensure Crows had a good placement at the academy. From everything Oz had seen, the man was a decent soldier, but he couldn't forget that connection he had to the captain. He couldn't tell if Crew and Crows were actually friends or if they simply relied on their shared family history for social connections. But Crow's connection to Crew made it so that Oz would never say a word against the captain to the man. No, he reserved that mostly for Solon, who he knew well enough, and occasionally Jory. The shuttle ride was tense. Oz was certain if he put one foot out of line that Crew would find a way to punish him, and he knew how to make it stick. A whipping would be the least of his worries if the captain submitted a terrible report to headquarters. But he couldn't worry about that when they were on their way to collect the asset. She was what mattered now. A tense shuttle ride led to a tense wait near the rendezvous point. His nerves were on edge, but everything should have been fine. This was as close to routine as missions got. Grace was doing the hard part, getting herself out of the facility and journeying across half the city to find them. Still, he kept his spark at the ready. Trouble was coming. He could feel it. But something felt off about his spark as well, like he had to reach farther than usual to find it. It was his first time using his powers when he was away from Emily, and that was probably it. But Oz would need to practice in the future to make sure nothing went wrong. The first sign of trouble was the distant whine of sirens. It might have been something to ignore. They were in the heart of the city, after all, and the patrols were looking for more than just Grace. But Oz could feel in his gut that they were headed his way, and the others seemed to sense it as well. A running figure broke out through the space between two buildings and began waving madly at them. "Get down!" she cried, a moment before something exploded behind her. Oz dove and so did Crows, but Crew wasn't fast enough, or he didn't like taking orders from a human. A piece of debris hit him in the shoulder, and another crushed his other arm when he went down. He cried out and then went eerily quiet. The sensors they all wore to monitor their health warned that he was injured, but he was still alive. Barely. Oz and Crows unleashed their wings, or tried to. Crows was successful, but Oz could barely get a flash before they retracted. He tried again and again to no avail before finally giving up. Grace crawled the rest of the distance between the alleyway and the rendezvous point. Dirt was smudged on her face and a nasty bruise covered half her neck. She'd definitely seen better days, but her eyes shone with determination. That should hold them off for a minute. She breathed heavily. "That was you?" Crows asked. An explosive, I said. Yes. Her eyes fell on Crew and she grimaced. "Dead?" "Injured," said Crows, voice utterly devoid of emotion.
We will be too if we stick around. Is the shuttle close? She looked around, but they'd hidden it well. Can you cover us while we get the captain and the shuttle? Oz asked Crows. He had the most reliable power now, and though Grace looked beat up, she was still capable of carrying a man. He hoped. Crows nodded and they didn't waste any more time. In the shuttle, Oz grabbed the first aid kit from the wall and attached the portable medbot to the captain. It would begin the work that the more sophisticated machines on the ship would continue. They didn't have a doctor on board, but these machines could fix a lot. Crew didn't stir at all while Oz worked on him. His breathing was so shallow that Oz had to pause and check a time or two to make sure it was happening at all. Is the captain secure? Crows called from the pilot seat. Yes. Oz would have to leave the medbot to do its job. He secured himself next to the captain and made sure that Grace was safe as well. In seconds, Crows had the shuttle started, and they were lifting off. Oz couldn't breathe easy. Patrols had been close behind, and if the sensors caught them, they could be followed into orbit. The shuttle wasn't made for battle, but they had speed on their side, and Crows seemed an adept pilot. No one followed. What happened back there? Oz asked Grace. I was spotted after I made it out of the facility. I had a feeling something like that might happen, and I took the explosives when I left. She glanced over at the captain. How's he doing? Not well. Oz didn't need extensive medical training to know that, but our ship is well equipped. Medbots are no substitute for doctors, she said quietly. Oz knew that, and while Crew was the last man he wanted as his captain, he'd never actually wished death on him. He had his limits. The ride back was somber but quick. As they prepared to dock, Crows communicated that they'd need a stretcher. And once they were in the ship, Solon was waiting with Axe. Both had worried looks, but their faces went blank when they saw it was the captain who was hurt. Oz helped them secure him to the stretcher, but then Jory took over. I'll get him hooked up. Solon nodded at Crows. Go with him in case he needs help. And just like that, Solon took command of the ship. Something was wrong. Oz had been gone a couple of hours, and Lena and Emily had stayed hidden the entire time. But now Emily could feel tension in the air like it had infected the ship. She couldn't stay in their cozy little hiding place another minute. Lena didn't need to be convinced. They were both up and out of the room with no conversation necessary, and Emily followed some unspoken instinct until they made it to the bridge. The second she saw Oz, she jumped into his arms, relieved he was okay. A second later, she realized that Grace was there. She didn't fully let go, leaving one arm around his waist, afraid that if she wasn't touching him, he would somehow disappear. It was nonsense, but she needed him, and she wasn't going to question it. Not now. Grace gave Emily and Oz a piercing look, but she said nothing. Emily wanted to ask her what she wasn't saying, but it didn't matter. I heard Jory had trouble finding you and your friends, said Solon. Oz stiffened, but no one was looking at him. We wanted to explore the ship, Emily responded. She didn't think she sounded too defensive. Solon glanced at Oz, then over at Lena. Your friends can come out of hiding. Jory is busy right now, and we've got other priorities. I'm still not entirely sure why we were hiding in the first place, she muttered. Oz's arm tightened around her. What's going on? Lena asked. Do they need to be here for this? Grace glared. Wonderful. Maybe she'd misjudged where Grace's loyalties lay when they were being held by the Absons, but that didn't make her a pleasant person to be around. It's fine, said Solon. Emily was still a bit confused. Since when was Solon in charge? Wasn't there supposed to be an evil captain somewhere? She kept those questions to herself, sure that if she spoke too much, she was going to get kicked out of this meeting. And she was sure Lena would never forgive her if they missed out on the action because of some unwise questions. The new facility is complete enough to begin moving the subjects.
Grace said. "Can you call up a map of the great Kilrym desert?" Solon nodded at the man whose name she didn't know.
"Do it, Axe."
Axe. She committed it to memory. The desert took up half a continent. The holographic map gave details that Emily couldn't read. If she was going to stick around, she really needed to see if there was some kind of translator for the written word like she had for the spoken. Or she was going to have to learn a new language. She really hoped for the space translator. Just beyond the Sunrise Dunes and past Rygor's Valley, they've created their facility. It's not served by any roads, and the land is owned by the Apson government. Anything gets taken there, we're not getting to it. At least not with a lot more preparation. So, if we're going to try and extract the test subjects, we have to act now. The whispers I've heard have the scientists close to a breakthrough. Grace's posture was held tight, and only at the end of her report did emotion leak into her voice. She didn't want to leave the humans behind. Emily wondered what her story was. How had a human woman ended up a spy for an alien race against their alien enemies? If things weren't so tense, she might have asked. The door to the bridge opened and another alien entered. Not Jory, and not the injured captain. "Crows," said Solon.
"The captain?"
Crows was silent for several moments before he gave a small shake of his head.
"He's hooked up to everything we have. But without a doctor, I'm not sure he'll make it. Even then."
Emily watched Solon, but his expression gave nothing away. Would he find a doctor for the captain instead of rescuing the humans? Would he risk his captain to pull off a risky mission? "Were you injured?" At first, Emily didn't understand why Grace was looking at Oz when she spoke. He seemed fine to her, but she raked her eyes up and down him, looking for anything she missed. Oz looked equally confused.
"No injuries to report."
"Then what happened with your wings?" That turned the attention from the plight of the captain.
"Oz?"
Solon asked. Oz flashed out his wings and held them extended for several seconds, letting one hug around Emily before he pulled them back.
"I had a slight control issue on Kilrym. Given my new status, I may need to relearn a few things. But as you can see, everything is all right."
Grace narrowed her eyes. "You're matched? Since when?"
"About 2 days ago,"
someone muttered. Emily wasn't sure who or why they sounded so disgruntled. "And you attempted to perform a mission at a distance. Are you mad?" She rounded on Solon. "Are you mad?"
"Crew sent me down there,"
Oz retorted before she could do more than speak.
"And you should watch your words," Solon warned. "You are part of my crew until we return to headquarters."
"Yes, sir." She bit out the words, and even Emily could hear the unspoken curses. "Permission to speak."
"Don't do this," Solon said. "You know how to act properly."
"After..." She cut herself off with a deep breath. "You're right. What I was going to say was that separating a matched pair soon after bonding has consequences. Until they understand the nuances of their bond, their sparks will only work in relatively close proximity."
"How do you know that? Aren't you human?"
Lena asked before Emily could. Grace looked affronted. "My parents are bonded," she said with an air of superiority. And that tone reminded Emily why she didn't like Grace in the first place. But maybe she had to put that aside since she might be the best source of information about Emily and Oz's bond.
"Any other surprises we might be looking at?"
Oz asked. Grace shrugged. "Every bond has its own surprises. I'm surprised you didn't know about the distance. It's well documented."
"This is all very interesting,"
Axe interjected. But we can't stand around here all night going over the intricacies of matching. What are we doing, Captain?"
Solon jolted at the title, but that was who he was until the other captain recovered. If he recovered. Then he seemed to come to a decision, some of the tension leaking out of his shoulders and a determined look crossing his face. "If this is our best chance to recover the test subjects and strike a blow to the absins, then we recover the humans. Grace and I will discuss a plan of attack. Then Axe, Grace, Crows, and I will go planet side to recover the humans." Grace made a sound but didn't say anything. Still, it was enough to grab the attention of the room. "What?" Solon asked. "You have a matched pair, the strongest weapon a Zulir warrior band can have. Why would you leave them behind?" Grace demanded. "Because Emily is no warrior," he explained as if he were talking to a small child. That shouldn't have made Emily bristle. She wasn't a warrior, and she was anxious to run into battle. But if Oz was their best chance of recovering the humans, didn't she have an obligation? "I'll go," she said. "I may not be a soldier, but I'm pretty nimble, and I can follow orders." Oz stiffened beside her, but before he could object, she placed her hand on his arm. She didn't want to have this argument, and they had to both know this was for the best. Solon stared at her like he could see deep into her soul. Then he nodded. "You will join us." "And me," Lena added.
"Brazen's bloody bowels,"
she heard one of the soldiers mutter, but Emily was looking between Sola and Lena and didn't catch who. "No," Solon said flatly. "I was a soldier on Earth," Lena insisted, "and a DEA agent. I've seen my fair share of fighting. I'd be an asset. And whatever that medbot did to me was like magic. I'm ready to kick some absent ass." She shifted on her feet, thrumming with energy. "And I'm sure your Earth military was happy to have you, but..." Solon choked off his response when Lena attacked. But she didn't attack him. Axe was standing closest to her, and he didn't see it coming. She struck out, hitting him in the throat and then kneeing him in the stomach when he doubled over. She came back with his blaster and had it pointed at Solon in the blink of an eye. Oz had his wings out, ready to strike, and Crows looked equally ready, but Solon had his hands up to hold them off. "Impressive." He turned to Grace. "You know the sum of their forces better. We must leave a soldier on the ship for our return. Could we use this human's assistance?" "We could use everyone we have, and it still would be risky." "Yes." "Very well. Crows and Axe, I want you preparing our shuttles. Grace, Lena, and I will review Grace's intel once I've informed Jory of our plans. Oz, take your match and practice what you can. We rendezvous in 2 hours." It was time to prepare for war. Chapter 19. Oz knew he should be following orders. He was about to lead his match into battle, and if he didn't give her as much training as he could be the reason for her demise. But 2 hours wasn't long enough to learn much of anything. And there was something much more important that they had to do before they risked death. They had to remember they were alive. Emily was quiet beside him, but she linked their hands together. He liked that. The way she seemed to want to touch him as much as he wanted to touch her. He didn't know if he'd ever get enough. The door to his quarters slid open silently, and he led her inside. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Emily grinned. I'm not sure that whatever kind of training Solon was talking about could take place in a bedroom. There were words he should give her, promises and vows, but at the moment he found them choked in the back of his throat. So he did the only thing he could. He pulled her close and covered her mouth with his own. Emily wrapped herself around him, draping her head against his shoulder as he took all of her weight. He carried her from where he'd held her and laid her down in his bed. She looked right there. Perfect. and he wished he could leave her there while he ran off into danger, but he knew she'd never forgive him. He cleaned her off and found her another set of clothes from the quartermaster machine that doled out clothes for all the crew. It already had measurements for the humans recorded and was able to construct battle gear with the press of a few buttons. Oz set them down beside Emily on the bed.
"Lay with me for a little while,"
she said, patting the bed beside her. "We don't have much time," he warned.
"I want to hold you before we go,"
she confessed. It was a request he couldn't resist. He held tight to his match and tried to prepare himself for war. He couldn't lose her. He couldn't keep her safe. And the conflict tore him apart inside.
Emily's hands were shaking. She didn't want Oz knowing how nervous she was, so she was glad he was caught up in conversation with Solon. Lena gave her a sympathetic look. When Solon had instructed the others to prepare shuttles, she thought they'd be going down in 2 vehicles, but it turned out they used some sort of technology to bind them together like train cars. It meant they all traveled together, and if she freaked out, everyone would witness it. So Emily wasn't going to freak out. They had a plan, and her only role was to stay close enough to Oz to make sure he could use his powers. She didn't have to fight. She was safe as could be. Ish. She was still heading into battle, and accidents happened. No one was eager to talk about the captain's prognosis, and that mission had been much simpler than what they were running into. But Emily had to hope everything would turn out all right. She just found Oz. She didn't want to lose him now. The journey down to the planet happened faster than Emily would have wished, but once they landed in a safe location, they split up. Oz, Emily, Grace, and Crows would enter through the south, while Solon, Axe, and Lena took the north. It was just before midnight and the streets were quiet. But the facility wasn't. Vehicles and people were in the lot out back, packing up for their morning journey. It should have been impossible to infiltrate, but the Apsons were so focused on getting things ready that they didn't notice a few strangers sneaking inside. "Those aren't guards," Grace said. "Hired movers and scientists. The place is in chaos right now, and they aren't paying as close attention as they should be." Perfect. But Emily's nerves were still frayed, and she didn't want to think of what could go wrong. Something had to. She was too pessimistic to consider otherwise, and as she walked down familiar halls, she felt bile rise in her throat. She hadn't considered what it would feel like to come back here, to be faced with what had been done to her and her friends. She wanted to burn this place to the ground with all the researchers inside. She wasn't some animal to be experimented on, but they'd done their best to strip her of her humanity until there was nothing left. It hadn't worked. She was still herself, and now she had Oz, too. Things had worked out well, but she knew she'd have nightmares about this place for the rest of her life. How could she not? The South Dorm was guarded by electronic surveillance. The Apson guards did their rounds multiple times an hour. Their group was almost caught in one of the sweeps, and if it hadn't been for Crow's fast action, they would have been caught in a fight. But he pushed them back and kept them quiet, and the guards passed them by. The video surveillance had been taken care of before they entered the building. Grace had infiltrated the system early in her captivity and figured out how to loop the feeds. Unless they were unlucky, that subterfuge wouldn't be discovered until they were well on their way back to the ship. The humans in the South Dorm were confused when Grace walked in with 2 aliens who looked so much like their captors, and even more confused when Emily followed behind her. It took fast talking to convince them that Oz and Crows worked for the good aliens and that they were breaking the humans out. But eventually, they followed. Evading the guards with 3 extra humans in tow was even harder, and when a woman named Julia asked for a gun or something, grumbling started among them. They didn't want to be helpless. Emily understood,
but that didn't mean she didn't want them to be quiet. They just had to make it back to the ship. They could do it. It was going to be okay. But clearly some malevolent force in the universe had heard her optimism and decided to ruin Emily's day. The fastest way to get back to the shuttle meant going through the labs. Emily didn't want to do it. The labs were full of traps and built like a maze to make sure that if humans ran, they couldn't escape. But Grace had insisted that as late as it was, the labs were their best bet. Besides, it would give them an opportunity to sabotage anything they came across. Emily hadn't had the clout to change the plan, so she was forced to go along with it. She recognized the hallways. They were imprinted on her mind, but it was a little less terrible to walk through them knowing it would be the last time. Whatever issue she was having, she had to get over it. Then, the alarm blared. They all froze and looked at each other, but no one had done anything. The loud noise echoed down the hallway, and Emily looked back to see the doors closing.
"Run!"
Crows yelled.
"Get through the doors or we'll be trapped."
They ran. There were only 3 doors left and less than 100 feet until safety. Or, well, relative safety. They passed the first one just as it started to descend. The second one was even closer. But when they made it to the third, Julia tripped. She cried out and Emily was the closest. She stopped, yanked her to her feet and kept moving, but those precious seconds meant the door had dropped another foot. Emily pushed Julia through the crack, but it closed too quickly for her to roll through. She felt something reverberate through the door and knew it was Oz trying to use his powers to blast through. Emily thought of him and called up her own spark. She aimed her lightning at the door and let it loose. It left a mark, but the door didn't budge. She searched around for a switch or a panel, something that would open the door back up. She even found one, but the commands were written in the Zulir language, and she still had no idea how to read it. She punched things at random and managed to turn the overhead lights on, but it did nothing to the door. She aimed her powers at it and fried the thing. The door in front of her remained stubbornly shut. The door behind her opened. Emily looked back. There was a corridor behind her she could take and maybe find her way out. Or she could wait and hope that Oz found a way to open the door. He wouldn't want to leave her. She knew that to the depths of her soul. He needed her, even if he wanted his powers to work. Though she wasn't sure that a few 100 feet would make that much difference. That was another thing they hadn't tested, but she couldn't regret how they'd used their time, especially if she couldn't find him again. No, Emily wanted to wait to be rescued. She wanted someone to come find her and shield her from harm. But Oz had a duty, and there was no way he could stand on the other side of that door for long. She placed her hand against it and imagined him doing the same on the other side. They were so close, and yet they couldn't cross that distance. She wanted to hit the control panel again, but she was afraid it would close off her avenue of escape. "I'll find you," she promised, knowing he couldn't hear. "You better not fly away." And then she turned around and headed down the hall. She had to escape the facility. Again. But when she turned the corner, her blood ran cold as the head researcher stepped out of a room and a cruel smile lit up his face. "Well, this is a lovely surprise." Chapter 20. Oz blasted his powers at the door behind them, but it did nothing to open and let Emily through. Grace was at the control panel, but when she looked at him, her expression wasn't hopeful. "We'd need a couple hours and heavy-duty equipment to get through that door," she said, "or a key that the guards and researchers carry. It's not going to open up otherwise." Crows put a hand on Oz's shoulder as if to offer comfort, but Oz shrugged him off. He didn't need comfort. He needed Emily. "Try again," he commanded. Grace opened her mouth to argue. "Try again." He flared out his wings and shot his power at the door again. They wasted several minutes trying to get the door open. And Oz would have stood there all night if crows hadn't sent a tendril of power at him. It wasn't enough to hurt, but the shock made him stutter. "We have a duty," said Crows. "Are you prepared to sacrifice these humans to save your own? Would she want you to?"
She seemed capable, Grace offered. "There's more than one way out of the labs. She can find it."
Oz knew when he was being placated, but they were right. Delaying was only going to get everyone else hurt or killed. The sooner they moved, the sooner he could figure out a way to get Emily back. "Let's go," he said. He placed his hand against the door and made a promise to his match that he was going to come back for her. She wasn't an acceptable sacrifice. The first two guards that crossed their path got the brunt of Oz's rage. He flashed his spark out at them and fried them in place. It was brutal and quick, but when Grace checked them over, she pointed to a melted mess of plastic and metal.
"Those were keys we could have tried to use to open the doors. Cool it, Ozar."
Not only was he angry at the building for trapping his match, now he was angry at himself. And the humans were looking at him like he might attack them. Punt. "Keep moving," he said. But he reined in his powers. He didn't want to fry the keys again. The chaos that had concealed their entrance to the facility helped with their escape, and though the humans they were transporting weren't in the best condition, they could all walk and follow instructions. Fewer people were outloading trucks when they escaped. Oz didn't know if anyone expected what was going on, but he didn't have time to wonder, not when he was focused on getting these humans out so he could get his human back. Sol, Axe, and Lena were already at the shuttle with their own humans when Oz and his crew arrived. Lena was the first to realize who they were missing. "Where's—" Oz helped load up the humans and then turned around to find Solon. "I'm going back for Emily."
"We can't wait," Solon said. "It's too risky."
It was true. The Absents were bound to be on high alert, and patrols would be circling the area soon. Oz shrugged. "I'm going back for Emily." There was nothing that would make him leave. He'd rather die than sacrifice her. Solon's jaw tightened, but he gave a nod. "Get to Rendezvous 3 by dawn. I'll have a way back for you." Dawn wasn't as far away as Oz would have liked, but they both knew if he didn't recover Emily now, the odds of getting her back got worse by the minute.
"I'll go with."
Grace came up next to him.
"I know the facility. I can help."
He hadn't expected the offer, but he'd gladly take it. Lena seemed ready to offer too, but Solon pushed her back into the ship before she could. He powered it up and lifted off, leaving Oz and Grace alone. "Let's go find my match."
Guards seemed to pop out of nowhere around the researcher. She couldn't remember his name. It wasn't like they'd introduced themselves to their subjects. But she needed to think of him as something. Ratface. Yeah, he was a ratface who held people captive and treated them like lab rats. She wished she had some sort of weapon so she could shoot him. Her fists ached to connect with his stupid rat face. He deserved to be punched. He deserved much more than that. One of the guards pulled out a blaster, and as he was raising it to shoot her, Emily's instincts kicked in and her wings flared out, protecting her from the blast. She didn't realize her mistake until Ratface let out a sound of absolute glee.
"A matched and bonded human. Just what we need. Incapacitate her, but don't kill her. I need her."
Emily tried to get away. She lashed out with her spark and she even hit one of the guards, but it wasn't enough to take him down. The second she found Oz again, they were going to practice for real, and she wasn't going to let sex distract her this time. Her wings blunted the shots of the blasters, but it still felt like getting punched every time one of them hit her. And then one got lucky, somehow getting through her wings and striking her leg. She went down, and it wasn't graceful. Emily had fallen hundreds, maybe thousands of times in her life. A person didn't become a top-level gymnast by being afraid of crashing to the mat. But this wasn't the same, not at all. And before she could get back up, one of the guards jammed his knee into her side to keep her down, and then he clamped something around her wrist. It wasn't a pair of handcuffs, it only circled one wrist. But whatever it was, it made her wings sputter out, and she couldn't feel the spark inside her. The guards hefted her up, and Ratface got close, grinning the whole time.
Dampener cuff, he explained. Keeps prisoners and test subjects from getting too rowdy. Never thought I'd need one for a human.
Then why were the guards carrying them? Emily had thought that the humans were prisoners and the Synnr were volunteers. Had she been wrong? She wouldn't give Ratface the satisfaction of asking. She couldn't hit him. She couldn't use her spark to blast him with lasers. The guards were holding her too tightly for her to do anything, and she knew she was going to have fingerprint bruises on her biceps for weeks. She spat on the researcher's stupid rat face. It was satisfying for a minute, but the hands on her tightened and she braced for consequences. There had to be consequences. Ratface wiped away her spit with his sleeve, and then he smiled and her blood ran cold. It was devoid of any joy. No, it was a smile full of cruelty and eagerness to see just what vile things he could do to her. Yes, he needed her alive for now, but once he extracted whatever he wanted from her, he was going to make her end painful.
Alert your supervisor that we have intruders, he told one of the guards holding on to her. I'm guessing that she and her mysterious Synnr match came back for her friends. The match will be looking for her.
He turned to the other guard.
Let's get to the hangar. I'm not waiting to transport this little prize.
Emily struggled again. If they got her to the desert facility, no one would be able to get to her, and she didn't know how she'd be able to fight her way out. She had to get the cuff off. She wasn't sure how long her powers would work with her and Oz separated or what their range was, but once she lost those, she was screwed. Even more screwed. She just wanted to go home. And the picture of home in her mind no longer featured the skyscrapers dotting the Chicago skyline or her pathetic little apartment. No, now home was made of Oz's smile and lightning in his eyes, of the way his arms tightened around her after they made love. She wanted that back. She wanted a lifetime of it. She wasn't about to let some stupid rat face take it away from her. "Sir?" the first guard said as the second and rat face dragged her down the hall. He had to jog to catch up.
"Security reports 2 dead guards, and our sensors picked up a shuttle takeoff not long ago." "A takeoff?" Ratface didn't bother to hide his grin. "Looks like your match left you behind."
He looked at the guard.
"Go report to your supervisor. We're fine here."
The guard left her with just Ratface and the other guard. Emily didn't want to believe it. Oz wouldn't. But her captors didn't seem to realize that he had a crew with him. Would Solon leave Oz behind? They were friends. They were crew. It didn't seem possible. No matter what, Emily had to get away, and she couldn't depend on help coming for her. She wasn't a fighter, but now she had no other choice. Chapter 21. Sneaking in the second time was harder, even with Grace using all her tricks and secret passages. The people at the facility were more on edge,
as they could sense that something was wrong.
"This entrance is connected to the labs," she said. "The researchers use it to transport test subjects and other material."
"It's a hangar." They were still outside, but Oz knew a building as big as what they were looking at could only be one thing.
"That it is," Grace agreed. "Now, come on. I've got security codes, and I'm hoping they haven't been disabled yet."
They hadn't. The hangar was nearly empty when they got in through the side door. It had clearly housed small vehicles before, but now only 2 were left, along with several stacks of boxes sitting on pallets. Oz felt exposed, and he wanted to slink along the walls, as if that would disguise his presence. Grace didn't seem to have the same issues as him. She walked as if she owned the place, but when the door they were heading for opened, she froze. A man walked out and Oz struck. There was no hiding, no waiting. He pulled on his spark and attacked, but there was something wrong. His spark felt muffled. It wasn't the same as the mission that had seen crew injured, but similar. He'd worry about it later. He still had enough power to take out one person. The man went down, but he wasn't alone. And another walked through the door. Emily held in front of him like a shield. "Oz!" she cried out. He wanted to run to her, but before he could, blasters shot at him and Grace, and they had to fall back to one of the stacks of boxes. It wasn't much cover, and the woods started smoking immediately. They wouldn't last long. But the guard on the other side had no cover except Emily. Why wasn't she using her own spark? She knew how to call it. He'd seen her do it. Was that why his own was muffled? Had they done something to her? Beside him, Grace cursed. "Can't hit him without taking out your girl." Oz stole a glance and saw the same thing. There were training scenarios for these types of situations, but none of them were palatable. "If you shoot her, I will end you," he warned. "Shooting the hostage is a terrible idea," Grace shot back. "Last resort," she promised. "I've got a terrible idea of my own. Stay here." Oz didn't give her time to argue. He stood tall and raised his hands. "I just want to talk." The guard grunted in surprise, but Oz only had eyes for Emily. She seemed unharmed, and he was doing his best to keep it that way. "I don't want trouble," said Oz. "Just want her. Hand her over, and we're gone." The guard's arms tightened around Emily, and his blaster didn't waver. Oz wondered why he wasn't using his own powers, but that was a question for another time. "You've already given us trouble. She's just a human. Worthless." Oz would have struck out at that if it weren't for the look of terror on Emily's face. "If she's worthless, let her go." The word was ash on his tongue. Emily was everything. "Not going to happen." He shot his blaster, but there was no hope of hitting Oz with the way he had to angle his arm around Emily. She used the opening, jamming her elbow into his side and making him grunt. But the guard got her back, hitting her with the side of his blaster and making her slump forward. That was the opening Grace needed. She got a shot off, hitting the guard's neck and sending him crashing to the ground. Oz rushed them, spark ready to lash out if the guard so much as breathed hard. Emily was moaning beside him, but when Oz turned her over, her eyes focused on his and she smiled. "Hey," she said. "You found me. I'll always find you." He held her close and breathed deep, letting her scent envelop him. Emily pulled away and sat herself up fully. She held out her arm and he saw an ugly black band around her wrist. "He said it would dampen my spark. We need to get this thing off." "Who said that?" The guard beside them wouldn't be getting up again. but Oz would kill him 100 times over if he'd done harm to Emily.
Rat face, she scowled. One of the researchers. You took him out.
She nodded to the first man who'd come through the door. There was no complicated mechanism to remove the dampener, but it did require 2 hands. Oz slipped it off Emily's wrist and bashed it until the pieces were unrecognizable. He didn't want anything like that used against his woman again.
Okay, He-Man, it's all right.
Emily kissed his cheek and hugged him. He-Man? He asked.
I'll explain later. This is a nice reunion and all,
Grace broke in.
but I'm sure that guard has friends, so let's get out of here before they find us.
Oz helped Emily to her feet, and she was a little unsteady. He wanted her head checked out quickly, but there was no way that was happening until they got back to the ship. And it would be hours before Solon could send one of the shuttles. But Grace wasn't heading for the door. No, there were 2 vehicles in the hangar with them, and she was heading for the closest one.
Let's see if these things work. I don't want to wait for a rescue.
They'll have tracking software, Oz warned. Grace actually laughed at that.
Ha! It's like you don't even know me.
He didn't. Not really. But right now he'd gratefully take her help. He and Emily found their seats, and Oz was even able to find a med kit. He applied some healing cream to her wounded temple and hoped it would help with any swelling. In just a few minutes they were off. He'd never been happier to leave Kilrym behind him.
Emily and Oz got separated once they made it back to the ship. She wanted to cling close to him and never let go, but he had duties. The cream he'd slathered on her face when they got in the stolen vehicle seemed to have dealt with the swelling and pain, and she didn't need more medical treatment, which meant she got to go straight to reuniting with the humans from the lab. There were mixed responses. Some were upset that she, Lena, Lucy, Zack, and Joel had taken off without them. Others were just happy to be rescued. They all had questions about what would happen to them now, and everyone was talking at once, trying to figure out what was going on. Grace sat quietly off to the side, and Emily wasn't sure if the other humans knew what part Grace had played. She didn't think it would be right to reveal it. Not yet. But Grace seemed to be tired of keeping secrets. "Everyone, be quiet, and I'll answer your questions," she yelled over the crowd. That only made everyone louder. After all, as far as most of them knew, Grace had been on the side of their captors, earning special favors and alienating the rest of the humans. Lena, however, had the group's respect. "Quiet, please," she said. She didn't have to yell, and though it wasn't immediate, the group did calm down. "Please, Grace, talk." The 2 shared a pointed look, and Emily got the sense that they didn't like each other, but that was a worry for later. "Why should we listen to her?" Julia, the woman who wanted a gun when they broke out, asked. Some of the other humans were nodding. "Because I'm from Osai's, and I can tell you about your new home and what's been going on," Grace said, frustrated.
"New home?"
Emily couldn't see who was speaking, but it sounded like a man.
"We want to go back to Earth."
Did Emily want to go back to Earth? Was she really ready to consider leaving Oz? Would he consider going with her? Her heart hurt to even consider walking away after everything they'd been through, even if it had happened so quickly. She couldn't even imagine trying to live a normal life back home. Grace winced. "Of course you all don't know. Why would you?" She shook her head. The words seemed spoken more for herself than the crowd. "Don't know what?" Lena asked. "There's no home for you to go back to." Grace tried to deliver the news gently. Gasps went up around the room. "What?" someone demanded. "What happened to Earth?" Again they descended into a chaos of sound. But this time when Grace raised her hands, the room quieted. "I apologize.
That was poorly stated. As far as I know, Earth is fine. But you were all put into cryosleep for decades to bring you here. It could have taken anywhere from 50 to 80 years depending on the speed of the ships. Even if we could afford to send you back, it would take decades. Everyone you know would be dead. Bile rose in Emily's throat, but it wasn't as strong as she thought it should be. She'd known something was wrong from the second she'd found out that she and the others came from different years, maybe even before then. But to hear Grace say it like that hurt in a way Emily didn't know it could. She couldn't go home. That associate job she'd worked so hard for was gone. She'd never know if she'd pass the bar. Whatever friends she had would have thought she'd disappeared, and they would never know the truth. What did that say about Emily's life, that was all that mattered? A job? What her friends thought happened to her? Did she really have nothing else back home? Grace kept speaking, but Emily couldn't listen. She'd heard enough, and there was someone else she needed answers from. She snuck out the back and found her way to Oz's quarters. She wasn't sure if he would be there, but luckily he was. And when he got a look at her face, his own crumpled. He knew. He'd known. Were you ever going to tell me that it was impossible to go back to Earth? She wanted to yell, but her words got caught in her throat and she couldn't manage more than a harsh whisper. I'm sorry. He sounded physically pained, and under other circumstances Emily might have cared, but not now. Not when he'd betrayed her by keeping this truth from her. Why? There was the yell she was looking for. I talked about going home. You could have said something then. You could have gotten me prepared. Why didn't you tell me? Is it really so bad? He looked at her before jerking his head away and pacing back and forth. Not that there was much room to do so in his small quarters. Am I really a monster for hoping you'd choose to stay with me? But I didn't have a choice. How did he not see it? It doesn't matter whether I wanted to stay or not, because I couldn't go home. You want to stay? That brought him up short. Did she? Had she? It doesn't matter, she bit out. You should have told me that I'd have to, no matter what. What other secrets have you been keeping from me? How much of that matching and bonding stuff was lies? None of it, I swear. He took a step towards her, but Emily did her best to back away. If he touched her, she didn't know what she would do, and she didn't want to find out. I didn't want to hurt you, and everything happened so fast. Save it, Oz, and stop lying to me. Tears pricked at the back of her eyes, and Emily squeezed them shut. She wasn't going to cry. Not now. Not in front of him. I won't, he promised. Never again. He looked wrecked, but lightning flashed fiercely in his eyes. Emily wanted to give in then. This wasn't her. She didn't fight. But anger still surged inside of her, and she couldn't let it go. Oz had known, and he hadn't told her. He hadn't trusted her with the truth about her own future. She couldn't just let that go. There was probably some parting jab she could make, some words she could say to hurt him to the core, but Emily couldn't find them. She shook her head one last time and walked away. She'd find somewhere else to sleep.
Chapter 22. Oz stared at the closed door, and his mind flashed back to hours before when he and Emily had been separated at the facility. How did this feel worse? It was all his fault. That was why. He'd been keeping the truth of her situation from her since they'd met, and he shouldn't have done that. Not beyond those first few hours. He'd known he was betraying her trust. But he'd hoped he could convince her that Osei's was the place for her, and that she belonged at his side. That she could love him as he loved her. He sank down onto his bed. He wanted to chase after her and make her see his point of view, but he feared he would only make things worse. Indecision like this would get him killed if he were out on a mission. But this was different than any battle he'd ever faced. Emily wasn't an enemy, and he had to find a way to make her his. Again. Brazen's bowels he'd punted this up. Before he could even begin to formulate a plan of attack, the intercom in his room went off. "We need you on the bridge." Solon sounded exhausted. This mission couldn't end soon enough. "I'll be right there," Oz promised. He hoped he kept most of the emotion out of his voice. Since Solon didn't say anything, he must have succeeded. The ship was definitely crowded. It wasn't built to house a dozen humans along with the regular crew. And the humans would be bunking together in 3 rooms, only 2 of which had actual bunks. They were lucky they were only traveling to Osse's. If they had to go much further, the life support systems would be overwhelmed by so many more people needing oxygen. Not to mention the waste systems and food. But they'd be on Osse's by morning, before those things could get worse. Solon, Jory, Axe, and Krause were on the bridge when he made it, all of them looking somber. And when Solon spoke, Oz wasn't surprised. "The captain didn't make it. His body will need to be prepared for funeral rites. I've reported it to Admiralty." Solon showed no emotion. Would he survive if they hadn't rescued the humans? They would have been back on Osse's by now if that was the case. But there was no guarantee that he would have made it, even if they'd gotten the best care available on Osse's. There would be an investigation, and every decision would be examined. Of course, Solon knew that. Oz didn't know what to say. He hadn't liked Crew, but he hadn't exactly hoped the man would die. "My condolences to his family," Oz finally said. He didn't want to think about how they would react to Crew's death. There would be consequences. The only question was, who would have to pay them? "We land in 4 hours. I've reported that we have the humans on our ship, and medics will be ready to meet them." Let's hope they like their new home. It was better than being stuck in a cage. He hoped they realized that. Emily expected the journey to last a lot longer, but she'd only just managed to find a little couch to sleep on when Solon announced that they would be docking at Osse's station. She found a place to secure herself safely, pleased that the harness wasn't that different than the seatbelts she was used to back home, though it made her think more of a race car than a regular vehicle. Her ears popped and her body felt strangely heavy. She'd been so preoccupied with everything else that she hadn't thought much about why there was gravity on the ship. But now that they were on a planet, or, well, a moon, there was actual gravity. She'd cooled off a little since she'd yelled at Oz. She was still mad. She didn't know if she'd ever be completely over his omission, but she was beginning to see that he'd been in an impossible position. He wasn't the one who'd kidnapped her, and if he'd told her as soon as she'd escaped, she didn't know that she would have believed him. It felt wrong to be ready to forgive him so quickly. Was that how fights normally went? She'd thought she'd been figuring out this relationship stuff, but maybe not. Would Lena have the answers? She seemed more worldly than Emily. Or maybe it was just that she was a bit older. Emily had never had a best friend or an older sister, but she could see Lena fitting in that role. The woman had taken her under her wing, well, metaphorically speaking, since Emily was the one with wings now. But Lena had looked out for her. It would be nice to have someone she could talk to. But right now she wanted Oz, and she wasn't sure she cared if that made her weak. Things were all screwed up, and she loved him. Emily's eyes went wide, and for the moment she was glad she was alone so no one saw her reaction. Loved? Wasn't that fast? Did it even matter? She loved Oz.
Even when she was mad at him, she still wanted to be around him. And wasn't that love? Yes, she still wanted an apology and a decent explanation for why he'd kept the truth from her. But she didn't want them to be torn apart over it. And that meant she was going to have to find him once they got off the ship and make sure he knew that. She was pretty sure that he'd try to give her time to settle down. He wasn't the kind of guy to force anything. Yet another thing to love about him. Did she have to tell him so soon, though? Maybe she'd keep that to herself for a bit, to get used to it. It was a half-hour later than she and her fellow humans were exiting the ship. Axe was the one shepherding them off, and she didn't see Oz anywhere, but that was okay. She'd find him soon, somehow. Aliens, Synnr, waited for them in a giant hangar that looked uncomfortably like the one Emily had been injured in the night before. But no one was shooting guns or pointing them at anyone's head, so it was probably okay. The humans were in a single-file line, and the Synnr at the head was taking their information and then sending them to a waiting area to the right. At least, that's what it seemed like he was doing. Lucy, then Zach, then Julia, then Joel all went right. Then Lena gave her name and was sent to the left. The same happened for Grace and Emily, while everyone else went to the waiting area. Lena was trying to wait for the others, but another Synnr who was holding a fancy tablet looked frustrated. "I'm sorry, miss, but it will be some time before the humans are released. We need to do some tests." "But why did you release me then?" Lena demanded, arms crossed. "Your DNA was entered into the matching system already," the Synnr said calmly, like she'd explained it before. Emily joined them. "Excuse me?" She waved a hand to get the woman's attention. "Did you say they're supposed to undergo medical tests?" The woman smiled. "Yes, the captain, well, former captain, put in an order for all humans on his ship to be tested for match compatibility. As that order has not been countermanded, it must be done before we can release the humans." She shot a pointed look at Lena before looking back to Emily. Apparently, this wasn't the beginning of the conversation. Oh, it must. Wait. Former captain? The smile slipped off the woman's face, and before she could speak, there was a noise from behind her. Emily looked and saw a large crate being rolled off the ship. A crate or a coffin. "Who's the captain now?" Emily asked. "Solon Zadra." It wasn't the woman who answered, but Lena. And maybe Emily should have known that since he'd led the mission on Kilrym, but she was no military expert. "Can you wait here for a minute?" Emily didn't wait for an answer. She had to find Solon. She had a feeling this whole thing could get quickly out of hand. If the humans got taken to some other testing facility, she didn't believe they'd ever get out. Maybe she wasn't giving the Synnrs enough credit, but the Absons had already broken any trust she had in aliens. And the memory of Oz's betrayal was there as well, even if she was ready to forgive him. She had to stop this. Now. And while some people might have pulled out a blaster or used their spark to get their way, Emily's instinct would always be to use her words. She'd worked hard to be a lawyer, and she wasn't going to give it up just because she wasn't on Earth anymore. Solon was leaving the ship when she found him, and Oz was right next to him, but she couldn't talk to Oz. Not yet. "The people down there are trying to enter our DNA into some sort of matching system. We do not consent to give you that data and request that you rescind the order of your predecessor." She took a breath to continue. She didn't know Synnr laws, but she knew how to argue, and she could speak for a long time if she needed to. But Solon held up a hand to cut her off. "They're doing what?" he asked. "They're refusing to release the humans until they're entered into some sort of matching database." She wished she knew the proper terms, but she could learn them later. Solon cursed under his breath and rushed past her. She and Oz followed. By the time she caught up, he was speaking swiftly to the person cataloging the humans and gesturing broadly. And a few minutes later,
the humans were lined up again. The Zul'Lir waved a device in front of the humans, waited until it beeped once, and then let them go one by one.
It's a health scanner, Oz explained, simply checking for infectious diseases.
That was probably all right. Do you know where they're putting us? They were both cautious in how they spoke, as if the fight from earlier could erupt again at any moment. Emily wanted to fling herself into Oz's arms and say that it was all good, but that wasn't true, and she could see how scared her fellow humans were. She didn't want to abandon them on their first night in a strange place.
I can house them on my estate.
From the way Oz whipped around, and the shock written on his face, Emily knew he hadn't expected that. She was pretty sure the warrior offering was crows, though she might be confusing him with Axe. No, it was crows. Probably. Since Emily was going to stick around now, she'd need to remember the names of Oz's crew, but that was for later. Right now, there were scared people who needed a place to stay, and apparently, crows had rooms to offer. "Thank you," she said. "I hope we won't disturb you too much, and I'm certain this will be short-term until we can figure something else out." She heard Oz make a sound in the back of his throat, but she ignored it. She ignored him. She'd deal with him later. Crows offered her a smile. It wasn't exactly kind or natural, but nothing about this situation felt natural.
There is an outbuilding that we used to use for guests. I'll call ahead and have my staff air it out and provide food. There are several items I'm told are very similar to vegetables back on your planet, and I've heard humans rave about our breads.
Well, yeah, bread. Like Emily needed anything else to attract her. Do you live far away?
I'll arrange transport,
he promised.
Get me when you're ready.
Then he walked away. Oz made another sound, and this time Emily couldn't ignore it. She looked at him. "You're not jealous, are you?" She couldn't believe it.
"No,"
he protested, loudly. Too much. Right. But for some reason that made her feel better. God, she'd become twisted. She got on her tiptoes and kissed him. "I took his help because he offered, and he's apparently rich, unless outbuildings and staff are something everyone on this moon has." The tick in Oz's jaw was answer enough. No, Crow's was loaded. "But we're going to need more help, and not just money-wise." She kissed him again and stepped back. "I'm not leaving with them to punish you. Well, she had to clear her throat before the conversation went in a different direction. "They need help tonight, and I'm in a position to give it. Come find me tomorrow?" Oz pulled her close and kissed her soundly.
"An absent army couldn't keep me away."
Emily hoped it didn't come to that, but she was pretty sure the Absents weren't going to be happy about losing all their test subjects. "Tomorrow," she said.
"Tomorrow,"
he promised.
"As the sun rises."
She cringed. "I was thinking afternoon. Let a girl get her beauty sleep."
"You've no need."
He grinned.
"But perhaps I can delay until lunch."
This time they parted with smiles. Emily went to find her humans. They had a long day ahead.
Chapter 23. Oz managed to wait until after breakfast the next day to head out from his apartment in Osaze to the Eorzen countryside where Crow's family estate was located. It was a palatial building, but smaller than some aristocratic holdings that Oz knew were in the area. The temperature was perfect, and the sun shone bright overhead. It was a beautiful Eorzen day, and he hoped the humans would agree. They knew they were stuck here, but at least they could see that it wasn't all bad. He wanted to sneak in and find Emily, but he couldn't risk upsetting Crow's clan, not when the family of Krubok Skofoil was soon to be out for blood over his death.
Having one set of aristocrats upset at him was more than enough. So, instead of infiltrating, he drove his vehicle up the main drive and through the front gates, giving his name to the guard at the entrance and stating his purpose. The appearance of a dozen humans who'd been stolen from Earth was becoming news, and Crows had upped his security to keep them safe from curious onlookers. Luckily, his crewmate didn't seem eager to keep him waiting for long. After a quick greeting, he pointed Oz in the direction of the outbuilding and let him go. The path was idyllic, grass and flowers and gravel making it possible to forget that the bustling city of Osaze was less than an hour's drive away. But when he made it to the outbuilding, peace dissolved into chaos. The humans had the place in disarray, decorations strewn everywhere, furniture rearranged, and he was pretty sure that the garden bed out front had been dug up. A servant walked out of the house scowling, and only barely managed to recover his expression when he caught sight of Oz. He gave a slight bow and continued on the path to the main house, walking so fast Oz was afraid he'd trip. What was going on? When he tried to walk through the front door, a human blocked his path. It wasn't one of the few he recognized. "May I come in?" he asked. The man glared at him, arms crossed. "We don't have to let you in. This is our place now." "I'm not trying to remove you from it," Oz assured him. Had Crows given them ownership of the house? Oz had assumed they were only staying temporarily. "I'd like to enter so that I can see Emily." The man didn't budge. "This house is for humans." "For Christ's sake, let him in, Kyle. That's Emily's boyfriend." Lena came to his rescue and half shoved the man out of the way. Boyfriend. They walked quickly through the front hall, and Oz almost had to jog to keep up. "She's claimed one of the rooms as her office. Please go rescue her before she goes crazy." Before Oz could ask any questions about that, Lena was shoving him toward a room and through the door. She shut the door behind him. Emily was in the middle of pushing a pile of boxes to one side of the room. Her hair was messy and falling out of the ribbon she used to tie it back. Her eyes looked a bit sunken, as if she hadn't slept, and she moved with a sluggishness that he'd never seen in her before. "Did you sleep?" he asked. It had been a full day since he'd seen her, and she should have been rested. Not this. She looked out the window and thought. The sun didn't go down. "We're not on Kilrym," he reminded her. Eorzean days are different. He should have prepared her for what life on Eorsa was like. It was another regret to add to the pile, another thing to fix. "I was going to sleep before you got here." She slumped against the boxes, but the one on top slid and she had to readjust. "Things got busy." "I can see that." There was a small couch pushed off to the side and covered in even more boxes. Oz moved the debris and took a seat, patting the cushion beside him. "Take a seat. You need to rest." "If I sit, I'm going to fall asleep," she warned him. "Then fall asleep. I'm not going anywhere." Oz patted the cushion again and smiled as she slowly moved toward him. He'd rather take her to a bed where she could get hours more of sleep, but he wasn't sure she could make it without being carried. "There's lots to tell you," she muttered as she settled in next to him, and then she leaned against him, snuggling up to his side. It didn't take long for her to readjust once more until her head was in his lap, and her legs were hanging off the edge of the couch. Oz rested his hand on her head and ran his fingers through her silken strands of hair. It didn't take long for his match's breathing to even out as she surrendered to exhaustion. And as she slept, he watched over her, content. Emily's body was twisted in knots, and not the fun kind. She vaguely remembered Oz showing up and enticing her to sleep, but now her head was propped up on a lumpy pillow and she didn't see him. But before she could even wonder where he was, the door to her new office opened and he stepped inside, carrying a small tray. He set it down on the desk and smiled when Emily sat up. "How long have I been out?" she asked. It had to have been longer than she thought. "You cleaned?" The place wasn't spotless, but most of the random boxes she'd been dealing with were gone. "A little," he answered. He picked up a glass and handed it over to her. "Thirsty? And you've been asleep for a few hours." She took the glass gratefully and drank deeply. It wasn't water, but it was sweet and a little fizzy and really delicious. "You didn't have to hang out while I slept." She felt a little guilty for that. Oz surely had a life of his own to get back to, and things to do now that his mission was over. "This is where I wanted to be," he assured her, "and the boxes kept me busy. Why are there so many?" "Crows said this place has mostly been used for storage for years. I guess they just shoved anything they didn't need into the available space. He said we could go through the boxes, and as long as it didn't look important, we were free to use it or throw it out. Not that we know what important things are." She took another sip of her fizzy drink. "Can you hand me those glasses?" She pointed to the thick-rimmed pair on the edge of the desk. Thank goodness Oz hadn't gotten rid of them. He handed them over. "I didn't realize there was an issue with your vision. We can—" He cut himself off, as if reminding her that she lived on an alien planet with alien technology now might upset her. Emily slipped the glasses on and braced for the momentary disorientation. "My vision is fine," she assured him, "but these allow me to read all the writing on the boxes. My translator only works on things that are spoken. Crows mentioned something about contacts, but those would need to be specially ordered." "I'm glad he could provide them." There was something strange about Oz's voice. Something resentful? "What's the matter?" she asked. She was done with miscommunication and secrets. If Oz had something to say, she wanted him to say it. They'd never work otherwise. Oz took a good look around the room and then hopped up to sit on the desk. "It looks like Crows has been able to provide all you need." She thought that was all he would say until he added, "I live in a one-bedroom apartment in an old building in New Osaze. That's a district of the city, and not a fashionable one. My parents both work. There's no money or history to my family. Not like this. I can't provide—" "I'm going to stop you right there." Honesty was one thing, but she didn't need Oz beating himself up over something he couldn't control. "I'm not going to suddenly fall for Crows because he let us use his house and got us the contact information for some relevant people who can help us." "He did that too?" Oz asked, but it was more mutter than question. Emily pushed up from the couch and crossed the room. She set her glass down on the desk and cupped Oz's cheeks, kissing him soundly. "You saved my life," she reminded him, "many times over, and we're so compatible that you made me grow wings." She flashed them out to prove she was learning. "I didn't only stay up through the night because I didn't realize the sun didn't set." "No?" he asked. "I didn't want to fall asleep if it wasn't next to you," she admitted. Lightning flashed in Oz's eyes, and then his arms were around her, erasing all the distance between them so he could crash his mouth against hers. It was a branding kiss, one that left no doubt that she belonged to him. It sent a thrill through Emily to belong so wholly to someone, not because she could perform a flip or write a brief. He wanted her because she was her. When the kiss ended, she was breathless, but there was still more to go over. "Who did he get you in touch with?" Oz asked. It took Emily a moment to remember how to speak. "An immigration advocate? No matter what planet you end up on, apparently moving generates a lot of paperwork, and when the others found out I went to law school, I kind of got nominated to work with the advocate on everyone's behalf." She pointed at her glasses and added, "That's why I need the writing translator. I'm going to be kind of busy while we get this sorted out." "Too busy for your boyfriend?" He said it like he was sounding out the word, and hearing it on Oz's tongue did strange things to her. She hadn't really thought of him like that, which was weird now that she thought about it. Are you really my boyfriend if you haven't taken me out on a date? But I showed you all the sights Kilrym has to offer. He grinned at her and kissed her again. So you'll be working out of this house. Do you need to stay here? I could be persuaded not to share a house with 12 people, if someone gave me the right offer. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. It was probably way, way too early to consider it, but she didn't want to be parted from Oz. And if things went south, well, she could stay the night at the human's house. It wasn't like she had no options. Oz's face grew serious. I should have told you the truth about your situation as soon as I realized you didn't know. You have my word that I won't keep things like that from you again. Something inside her chest unclenched, and Emily felt like she could breathe again. It had felt so good to see Oz again that she hadn't realized she was still holding on to that anger. Good. I don't want to start fighting with you or anything. I want to live with you and love you and build a life together. How does that sound? Love? He asked. His gaze darkened and he pulled her even closer. If he tried to get any closer, she'd be sitting in his lap, though that didn't sound like a bad thing. Love, she confirmed. Let me take you home so I can properly show you how much I love you. He scooped her up as he slid down to the floor, and Emily had to hold on to keep from falling. The trip back to the city was a blur. She got an impression of tall buildings that didn't look that different from what she'd seen on Kilrym, and vehicles that were much the same. It was a sober reminder that Absins and Synnrs were both Zul'Lir. The same, and yet so different. When they got to Oz's apartment, she could see it was clean, but then he was scooping her up and carrying her once more until he could place her gently on his bed. And when he tore his shirt off, Emily didn't care what the rest of his apartment looked like, not when she could look at him. Life with her alien warrior was looking up, and Emily could definitely get used to it. Chapter 24. They had to come out of the bedroom eventually, but Oz was happy to leave his match in a slumbering ball of contentment, her body sated and resting. He thought about giving his parents a call and telling them the good news, but he also thought it could be a fun surprise to show up on their doorstep with Emily in tow and watch the surprise bloom on their faces. He'd make that decision later. He switched the holo player on to a news station and kept it quiet as he prepared a meal. It was late afternoon, but he'd lost track of time. It always happened when he got back from missions, and it would take a few days to adjust. He barely paid attention to the sound, and even less when he felt warm arms wrap around him from behind and soft lips move against his shoulder. Come back to bed, Emily enticed. We need food, he reminded her. Need to keep our energy up. She laughed and pulled away to let him do his work. Are you watching a movie? She asked. Oz had to turn around to see she was looking at the holo player, and what he saw made his blood run cold. He recognized the military base that was smoldering. It was the same place they'd landed the day before. He turned the volume up and listened as a temperate voice reported the absent attack. This is happening right now? Emily asked. She placed a hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. It is. What ifs flashed through his mind. What if the humans had been forced to stay the night at the base? What if Emily had been there when the attack happened? What if he'd lost her again? He hugged her close and tried to keep his breathing under control while his mind raced. A moment later, his communicator beeped, and he knew what was coming. As expected, the ID said it was Solon. I'm watching the news right now, Oz said without waiting for a hello. The generals are in with the Royal Council, Solon said. They're talking war declarations. We need both you and Emily to come in. We're going to need all the forces we have. Oz wanted to wrap his match up and keep her safe. She just made it to the planet and was planning out a whole new life. Oz, are you still there? Solon asked. I'm here, he said. We're meeting tomorrow morning. Be there. Oz didn't promise. He didn't know what to say. But Solon disconnected the call, and Oz was left holding a silent communicator. No hiding things from me, Emily reminded him quietly, and he suspected she must have heard what was going on. Solon wants us to report in tomorrow. This absent attack might mean war, and bonded matches are needed for the fight. He expected her to protest. He didn't expect her to smile. They want war? I'm ready to give them a little payback for what they did to me. Let them try to mess with us. She was full of surprises, his match, and there was only one way to express his gratitude. I love you. I love you too, she said sincerely. And if we have to go to war tomorrow, let's not waste another minute. She kissed him hard before leading him back to the bedroom.
This has been Synnr's Saint, Zul'Lir Warrior Mates, Book 1. Written by Kate Rudolph. Narrated by Tyler Darby.